another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adeleke, another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adeleke, another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 all the men will do is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 all the men will do is another Savior. Holy, 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 all the men will do is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwanam no. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior. Gonna sing along, holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Getting moving right and getting moving faster now. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, holy, getting moving right, moving faster. Yeah, for freedom. Is another Savior. Yeah, for freedom. Holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adeleke, another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adeleke, another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 all the men will do is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 all the men will do is another Savior. Holy, 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 all the men will do is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwanam no. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo.
And there it is, one name. So there it is, one name. So good to see you again, ladies and gentlemen. Good to have you here. How have you been? So there it is, small talk. So good to have you here. Good to see you again. Good to be in your company. The session starts. I'm glad to have you start with it. The usual protocol, click on the like button as you're coming in, of course. You should, as a matter of habit, just be doing that automatically. So I'm just checking on the like button. So click on the like button as you're coming in, please. If you haven't done that already, then please do that immediately and right now. That's just the one way you can help the platform, and that comes free of charge. You know, it is somewhat disheartening when you see a vast number of people on the platform, and then you look at the like, which is the way interactions are gauged on YouTube by the algorithm, and then it's somewhat some derisory, not at all related to the viewership. So please click on the like button if you have. If you don't really object to click on like, then click on it. So click on the like button, and if you are watching us on Facebook, please make sure you are sharing the stream on your pages. So share the stream on your pages on Facebook. So click on like and make sure you're subscribed as well. So do that immediately and right now, please. And then if you want to come join us on the studio, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So the hyperlink that says StreamYard, I'll highlight it here now. So this hyperlink that says StreamYard, which is now what you're seeing on the screen, this is an open invitation to every single person that is listening and watching the session. So it's an open invitation for you to come and join us on the screen and exchange thoughts about the talking points. So if you feel that you would like to be heard, then click on that link. There are no allotted seats. There are no designated speakers. It's really first come, first serve. The first 9 people that click on that end up on the screen. And it's usually the case that later in the sessions, people are struggling to come in. So if you have any intentions to come in early by clicking on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. And that invitation, of course, if you feel inclined towards tipping towards the platform, the hyperlink that says buy your host cups of coffee, which only 1 or 2 people have been using, but we encourage even more people to use it. That is the preferred portal for anybody that wants to tip towards the platform. So if you feel inclined towards donating towards the platform, click on the hyperlink that says buy your host cups of coffee. So it's a 3-steps process. So go there and go wild. So to the points that we'll be talking about today, the talking points, why Tinubu met with Buhari in Daura. So now it's the morning after the night before. So Tinubu, of course, the infamous speech now in Abeokuta, the second infamous speech now in Abeokuta. So he's now picking up the debris and the fallout from that. So immediately after he traveled to Daura, of course, now they are going to explain to us just what he has gone to do in Daura. We have our speculation, but let's see what they have to say. Why Tinubu met with Buhari in Daura? So we find out what they are trying to spin that as. Major stakeholders boycott PDP presidential campaign rally in Kebbi State. So TikTok, where would you believe that we're less than 4 weeks to the elections now? It's just 3 and a bit weeks. And even within this closeness to the elections, the activities from the PDP space is not indicative of an opposition that is looking to seize power from a ruling party. It's just disaster after disaster and bad news after bad news, and Atiku being rushed to hospital every so often, and all of this. Major stakeholders boycott PDP presidential campaign rally in Kebbi State. So quite why that happened and what explanations thereof, all of that we'll find out shortly. PDP presidential candidate Atiku speaks on January the 31st deadline for old Naira notes, sends warning to central bank. So I actually did just a monologue piece earlier on. I did a monologue piece earlier on where I spoke and addressed just that Naira note space, the redesigned Naira note space, and how I feel is going to impact on the elections to come. So I spoke on that extensively, nearly an hour. So if you want to go watch that at your leisure at some point later on. But that Naira note space, again, going back to Tinubu's now famous or infamous speech in Abeokuta just a couple of days ago, that was one of the things that he harped on. And a lot of people extrapolated from his speech and projected to conclude that it was an attack on the Buhari presidency that they are weighing against him. The word sabotage was even used plentifully, that they were weighing against him to sabotage his election. But everybody at that space, they have all been critical of the one, they redesigned Naira Note 1, but more to it, the short timeline that they have given for people to change over to the new Naira. So barely 3 months to change what they say is close to 2 trillion Naira that is outside of bank vaults. They are asking close to 2 trillion Naira or 3 trillion Naira even that is outside of bank vaults to go back into the bank vaults to exchange for new Naira notes, all within the expanse of 3 months. So a lot of pushback against that, but the pushback is coming from the presidential campaign spaces. So a lot of people, of course, are reading that to mean that money politics is fighting back. So that was the reading of Tinubu's outburst in Abeokuta, narrowing it down to Tinubu, but every front runner outside of Peter Obi have now made negative commentaries about that timeline for the Naira changeover. So Rabi Okwakwanso, of course, we discussed his output yesterday. He was critical of it, and he implored that that timeline must be extended, even if only for the benefit of the people. So he said that. So now Atiku comes out to attack that timeline as well. So it's all of the presidential space now that is attacking it. So now trying to narrow it down to Tinubu or one candidate, now a difficulty. Presidential candidate Atiku speaks on January 31st deadline for old Naira notes, send warning to central bank. So he sends a warning to central bank. So all of that we'll discuss. Still with the new Naira notes, hawkers illegally selling recolored Naira notes for acute gain in Kaduna. So there it is right there, and there it is right there. And you can understand why that economy has taken hold. Why that economy has taken hold is just for that reason again, for the very, very ludicrously short timeline that they've given for people to get that money into the bank. So illicit money that cannot find its way to the bank because it cannot explain itself, it's happy to sell itself at 100 to 10. So for every 100 Naira, you get 10 Naira, just so they can get something out of it, because by the 31st of January, that 100 Naira now just becomes tissue paper, no value whatsoever. So they're just trying to rescue as much value as they can out of it. And people that can access the banking system, they are making bank off the back of this. Hawkers illegally selling recolored Naira notes for acute gain. So an economy springs off the back of that space. Osun Tribunal, my victory shows INEC needs to improve its processes. So this is Governor Oyetola now, speaking of now, not even rising like a phoenix from the ashes of defeat to snatch victory from the jaws of the dancing senator. So he now preening and peacocking and flapping feathers off the back of now this a tribunal victory that has just handed him the Osun State governorship. So he picks off the debris of that. Osun Tribunal, my victory shows INEC needs to improve its processes. So this is Oyetola speaking, preening and peacocking of what he considers to be a glorious victory. So there it is right there, a rich mix as ever is the case on the platform. A rich mix as ever is the case on the platform. And obviously, we're introducing as well the panelists coming in. If there is any thing that caught their notice in the headlines outside of what we're discussing already, then they can bring it to the fore. And of course, we wrap conversations around that as well. So there it is, a rich, diverse menu. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. Click on like as you're coming in. We continue to implore. Click on subscribe if you haven't done that already, please. And if you want to come join us on the studio, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, brings you into a studio space. Soon as I finish reading out the body of the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen and the conversation ensues. So click on like, click on subscribe, please. And then click on the hyperlink if you want to come join us in the studio. And if you feel like tipping towards the platform, click on the hyperlink that says buy your host cups of coffee and go there and go wild. It's just a simple 3-step process. So if you want to do that immediately. And a person that has moved very quickly to do similarly, Desmond, as he ever does, just as soon as he comes in, he supercharged to encourage the platform. So Desmond, we see you. Thank you, Desmond. And joining him in that habit, I'll be supercharged to encourage the platform as well. So the super chat space is open, the buy the coffee space is open, the platform is open for the platform. People are asking for the link. The platform is open for your engagement. So just spend the rest of however long. And the other thing as well, if you this nothing to do with you opening your wallet at all. I also encourage that you click on the copy the link of the stream and post it in your WhatsApp groups, your Facebook groups, and whichever groups that you hang around. If you want to expand the conversation and bring even a richer menu to the, I wasn't even, richer diversity, let's use that. If you want to expand the conversation and bring even a richer diversity to the sessions, then share the link just as expansively as you can. Put it in those WhatsApp groups, your school WhatsApp groups, your friendship WhatsApp groups, all of those spaces that you hang around on social media. Spread the link as wide and near as you can, just so that the conversation becomes richer and the place gets a bit more filled up. So do all that. And of course, the invitation to buy the coffee, that remains an ever-recurring decimal. So the buy the coffee is entirely at your discretion, of course. No compulsion there. You're encouraged but not compelled to do that. So all of that. So let me take a microsecond to get my breath back. As we do that, let's just spend a bit of time let's spend a bit of time with the Kegites. The Kegites.
Only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Ilé ṣọ́bí akẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Chifu Wẹ́lá ti kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdóde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. May death have nothing to do with us. Can you think of a prayer more important than that? So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So there it is. A powerful, potent prayer by the Kegites. So as guys, I bring you this. Why Tinubu met with Buhari in Daura. So now let the spinning begin. Let's say where the spin is. The presidential candidate of the All Progressive Congress APC, Bola Tinubu, and some governors of the ruling party on Friday met with President Mohamed Buhari. Our correspondents earlier reported that Tinubu and the governors met with Buhari in Daura, the president's hometown in Katsina State. Tinubu's meeting with President Buhari is coming days after his outburst during the APC presidential rally in Adeleke, Osun State capital, on Wednesday. Recall that Tinubu said the Naira redesign and petrol scarcity were designed to frustrate his chances in the presidential election. The APC Presidential Campaign Council, however, said Tinubu did not blame Buhari for the situation, but sought to warn him of saboteurs working for the PDP. A source that spoke with correspondents regarding the meeting said it's a misspell here. That's what stumbled me somewhat. A source that spoke with correspondents regarding the meeting revealed the governor accompanied Tinubu to the meeting. According to the source, Tinubu had met with President Buhari over the harassment they have been facing publicly. The source said, Tinubu met with Governor Aminu Masari of Katsina State, Babagana Umara, not Umaru, but Umara Zulum of Borno State, his Kebbi State counterpart Abubakar Bagudu, before they proceeded to Daura to see the president, though Governor Zulum did not go with them. Perhaps Tinubu noticed that wherever they go for campaigns, they were facing public harassment, hence the need to urgently meet with the president over the issue. So that's an ambiguous statement, I have to say. That's an ambiguous statement. So I'm not quite sure what public harassment means. What sort of public harassment? Because from my reading, the crowd at the rallies, they are receptive to the party anyway, because they are party faithfuls and party sympathizers. But the offshoot of the campaign is often spun in this manner that yet again that Adeleke interaction has gone. So I'm not quite sure. It says perhaps Tinubu noticed that wherever they go for the campaign, they were facing public harassment, hence the need to urgently meet with the president over the matter. So I'm not quite sure if they are being harassed at the campaign stumps. I'm not quite sure what Buhari can do about that outside of him asking them to go and shoot everybody that says anything ill about Tinubu. So put on your big boy trousers is essentially what it is there. But I don't get the sense that his campaign rallies are hostile to him. But the hostility usually comes out after the campaign and whatever was said or not said, or the manner that it may have been said or not said. That's usually where the hostility comes from the anti-his campaign media, which seems to be all of the media space in Nigeria outside of TVC. Major stakeholders boycott PDP presidential campaign rally in Kebbi State. So if Tinubu is ever going to win this election, it almost certainly will win it by default. Not by popularity, but by default. Because the PDP seems to be hemorrhaging and imploding from within, and they don't seem energized or enthused. There's no energy within that campaign. So it's almost as though the PDP are handing him this election the way they have been campaigning. As the People's Democratic Party PDP holds its, pardon me, actually, maybe not with a straw. As the People's Democratic Party PDP holds its presidential campaign rally in burning Kebbi State capital on Saturday, yesterday again, as the People's Democratic Party PDP holds its presidential campaign rally in burning Kebbi State capital on Saturday to host its presidential candidate Atiku Abubakar and his running mate Governor Ifeanyi, party leaders and major stakeholders have boycotted the campaign rally. So I'm not quite sure if there is sympathy. Actually, let's find out who the governor is first. it may well be a PDP state. I suspect it is a PDP state. Or no, it's an APC state, isn't it? Correspondents gathered that the boycott is not unconnected with the lingering leadership crisis rocking the state party and litigation against some candidates filed by aggrieved members. According to investigation carried out by correspondents, prominent amongst those who boycotted the rally include former Minister for Special Duties Kabiru Tanimu, former Chief of Army Staff Lieutenant Colonel Ishaya Bamaye, former Minister for Foreign Affairs Samaili Samabawa. It's actually funny, you know, the people that have occupied almost since independence till date, the echelons of Nigerian rulership, they've essentially been northerners. And that is where we find ourselves. The federal character is not anything that has ever manifested in the governance of that country. And you read it just whenever you read out all of the functionaries of the Nigerian state. According to an investigation carried out by our correspondent, prominent among those who boycotted the rally include former Minister for Special Duties Kabiru Tanimu, former Chief of Army Staff, retired Lieutenant General Ishaya Bamaye, former Minister for Foreign Affairs Samiala Samabawa, and former Minister of State for Foreign Affairs Buhari Bala. But of course, this is Kebbi State, of course, so you would expect those sort of names to be the ones that we hear. So others are former gubernatorial candidate in 2015, retired Major General Bello Sakin Yaki, former gubernatorial aspirant Barrister Ibrahim Manga, and it goes on to read a retinue of the great and not so good in our Kebbi State. So the great and not so good in Kebbi State reject categorically Atiku's campaign in that space. So where does it flourish for Atiku is the thing. Rejected in the south, rejected in some parts of the north, and certainly in persona non grata in Yoruba land. So where does it flourish for Atiku Abubakar? PDP presidential candidate Atiku speaks on January 31st deadline for old Naira notes, sends warning to central bank. And I have a video clip on this, by the way, which I'll play you just after the readout. The presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, Atiku Abubakar, has called for extension of the deadline by the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, to phase out old Naira notes in circulation. The Apex Bank had issued January the 31st as the deadline. The old Naira notes 1,500 and 200 will stop being legal tender, insisting it would not extend the period. There have been tension across the country as many banks have been overcrowded with Nigerians who want to deposit their old Naira notes. There have been calls on the CBN to extend the date, considering the scarcity of the new Naira note and the problem of rejection of the old Naira note for transactions. Atiku in a short video released on social media on Saturday said the deadline was creating hardship on Nigerians. According to Atiku, redesigning the currency is a normal thing across the world. Hence, the situation in Nigeria is not unusual, but rather the January 31st deadline is creating hardship on the people. So the hardship on the people is the one recurring decimal that we've heard in with all of the presidential front runners that have spoken on this matter. That was what Tinubu referenced in Abeokuta. That was what Kwakwanso referenced at a Channels television studio. And this is now what Atiku Abubakar is referencing in his video that is put out on social media. So that's the one recurring decimal right across the board. He said the ongoing policy by the Central Bank of Nigeria to redesign the Naira note has generated wild reactions across the country and beyond. This exercise is a worldwide practice. This exercise is a worldwide practice and not anything new, especially as the January 31st deadline draws closer. A large number of Nigerians out of good conscience have expressed apprehension about how the policy and the deadline will make life more difficult for Nigerians. Many Nigerians, especially farmers, artisans, and those in the rural areas, do not have bank accounts. So the time frame for the change of old notes to new ones is not achievable. He appealed for the extension of the deadline so as to address the situation of hardship facing the people. On this note, I am compelled to align with the upsurge of demands for a slight extension of the monetary conversion policy. The January 31st deadline is certainly going to cause heavy discomfort on our people, and it will be magnanimous on the part of the government and the regulatory agency to ease the burden on the people for the public interest, he said. So it is almost unimaginable that they would not extend the deadline. And by the way, today is the 28th going on the 29th, but I still insist that they will extend that deadline because it is impractical. Because when that deadline comes, they have to tell us then how much of those old monies how much of those old monies that were in circulation made its way back to the back vault. So they have to tell us how much of that. And if they tell us, then I don't have the anticipation that more than $1 trillion of the nearly 3 trillion nairas that are in circulation will be able to make its way back, will be able to make their way back to the central bank within this 3 months period. So that then tells you that a near 2 trillion will be hemorrhaged, will be destroyed. And the value then, of course, is not destroyed money, it's not lost money. But if that money cannot make its way back to the central bank, then the government will claim the value of that money the government will claim the value of that money as national sovereign wealth. Do you understand? So you have let's say 3 trillion naira outside of bank vaults. And just think of the volume, by the way. So 1 trillion naira is 1,000 billion naira. So 1 trillion naira is 1,000 billion naira. So that's there's so 3 trillion naira is 3,000 billion naira out there in circulation in cash form. So that's the volume of money that they are expecting to make its way back into the banking system within, that's the volume of money that they are expecting to make its way back into the banking system within a 3-month slot. A practical impossibility, a physical impossibility. It will be even difficult for 1 trillion. So because we're talking about 1,000 billion naira, so and 1 billion naira is 1,000 million naira. So that's the volume of money out there. So it's just an impossibility for that to be the case. Whether they are illicit money or not, or monies hoarded by, or monies held, not hoarded, but held by people who transact business in cash, whatever those monies are, it is impractical and impossible for 3 trillion naira in cash to make its way back into the banking system within 3 months. It's impractical for a trillion naira, which is 1,000 billion naira, to make its way back into the banking system within 3 months. So that is to tell you then that a lot of money will be hemorrhaged. A lot of people will lose a lot of money. The politicians, yes, and woe betide them. But the trader that only understands trading in cash, no. That's just where the pain point is. And that is why there's this heavy pushback that date has to be extended. So in seeking to punish the politician, the real punishment goes to the people. But Buhari has never cared about the people, of course. Disaster happens in the country, and up he pops on a plane to wherever to go and open a sandwich or something. So there it is right there. And there it is right there. All right. Which one did we just have now? We had Atiku just now. All right. Let's go on to this one. Still speaking on that Naira redesign, change of Naira, etc. Hawkers illegally selling recolored Naira notes for acute gain in Kaduna. Some hawkers are making brisk business selling the acute. Some hawkers are making brisk business selling the acutely scarce recolored denominations of Naira notes as Nigerians scramble to exchange their old notes. Let's do that again. I'm not quite sure what's going on here. Let's give it one more go. Yeah, maybe water. Some hawkers are making brisk business selling the acutely scarce recolored denominations of Naira notes as Nigerians scramble to exchange their old notes for new ones before the former ceases to be legal tender next Tuesday at Dadi Motor Park, Sabongeri, Zaria in Kaduna State. A news agency of Nigeria reporter saw large wads of different denomination of the notes on display for prospective buyers. A check revealed that a bundle of 200 Naira notes was going for 30,000 Naira and 500 Naira notes are being sold at 70. A check reveals that a bundle of 200 Naira notes, it doesn't actually tell us how much is in that bundle. So I'm assuming a bundle is 1,000, but I'm not quite sure how much is in that bundle. A check reveals that a bundle of 200 Naira notes was going for 30,000 Naira. 500 Naira notes are being sold at 70,000 Naira, and 1,000 Naira notes are sold at 130,000 Naira, whilst 100 Naira note is being sold at 16,000 Naira. Mohammed Bello, a new cash hawker, said they paid between 70 to 130,000 Naira to obtain 500 new 500,000 Naira notes, depending on the denomination of the notes. However, Mr. Bello declined to disclose the source of the money and encumbrances. Thomas Damina, a resident of Gozaki village in Kafor, local government area of Katsina State, who patronized the mint vendor, confirmed to news agency of Nigeria that he bought the new 20,000 Naira note of 1,000 Naira at 25,000 Naira. So there it is right there. So there it is right there. So here is certainly somebody with access, either in government or in banking, making bank off the back of this. So that's the example we were looking to land on. Thomas Damina, a resident of Gozaki village in Kafor, a local government area of Katsina State, who patronized the mint vendor, confirmed to news agency of Nigeria that he bought the new 20,000 Naira. He bought the new 20,000 Naira of 1,000 Naira notes at 25,000 Naira. So there it is right there. What was that? That's a quarter, isn't it? So it is paid a quarter more. So he's bought 20,000 Naira for 25,000 Naira, which essentially 15,000 Naira. So he's lost a quarter of the value of his money just to have the new denomination. So imagine that and then scale it up to however much those people are transacting. So people making bank. He said he was forced to make. He said he was forced to make the purchase. He said he was forced to purchase the money at the exorbitant price to enable him settle the laborers working at his dry season farm. Traders in my community, Gozaki, are rejecting the old notes and the money is not available at the banks. I have no option but to buy from cash hawkers, Damina said. It was also observed that trading in the new Naira notes was receiving patronage as customers thronged the bank, rushing to beat January the 31st deadline. So there it is right there. Actually, that's a business opportunity for somebody right there to go to the bank early, get this old Naira note in, withdraw all they can from their account, go and sell it and repeat it just the very next day. Some ATMs of some commercial banks at PZ. So I don't know what PZ is, but the commercial hub of the ancient city of Zaria were not dispensing cash when News Agency of Nigeria visited. Trading in Naira notes is a contravention of Section 21 of the CBN Act 2007, which is punishable under Section 21, subsection 4 of the Act. So it's illegal trading in money, of course. I mean, you don't even need anybody to be sectioning you. You're not licensed. It's a very strict and highly regulated space, financial transactions. So you're not regulated to transact in money, of course, but since when has regulation ever been something that bothered them in the North? In spite of the laws prohibiting hawking of Naira notes and coins, the perpetrators were freely doing their businesses close to police outpost in Sabongari, Zaria. Reacting to the development, DSP Mohammed Adeleke, the police public relations officer, Kaduna Police Command, assured that the police will swing into action against the crime. So the police will swing into action only really to get their percentage of that deal. We all know how that works. So back to now, the story that has been holding the news space for the last couple of days. Osun Tribunal, my victory shows INEC needs to improve its processes. This is Oyetola now, peacocking and luxuriating in his now newfound victory. Gboyega Oyetola, the immediate past governor of Osun State, says the verdict of the Election Petition Tribunal, which validated his victory in the July 16, 2022 governorship election, shows that there are anomalies in the voting processes deployed by the electoral body INEC. INEC is the greatest beneficiary of the judgment, Mr. Oyetola, who flew the flag of the All Progressive Congress in the election, said. It will afford them the opportunity to look at all of the anomalies and make necessary adjustments to prevent such mistakes now. Let's take that again. INEC is the greatest beneficiary of the judgment, said Mr. Oyetola, who flew the flag of the All Progressive Congress in the election. It will afford them the opportunity to look at all the anomalies and make necessary adjustments to prevent such mistakes now that the general election is coming. I'm not quite sure that there is sufficient enough time between when this judgment has taken place and the next round of election for any significant change to be made to the process. Nigerians will head to the poll on February the 25th and March the 11th for national and state elections, respectively. On Friday, a majority ruling by three-man Osun State Election Petition Tribunal held that the July 16 election conducted by INEC did not comply with the Electoral Act, which came into force in 2022. Following the passage of the Electoral Act, Osun was one of the few states where INEC first deployed its recently introduced bimodal voter accreditation system, which it claimed was fraud-proof. But the Justice Kume-led panel found that there was indeed overvoting in 774 polling units in 10 local government areas in Osun State. It said it was the duty of the tribunal to deduct the valid votes cast from the overvoting and therefore award victory to Mr. Oyetola after retabulating the figures to score him 314,931 votes as against Governor Ademola Adeleke's 290,266 votes. A minority judge, however, ruled that Mr. Oyetola won the election. Mr. Adeleke won the election. Mr. Oyetola, while speaking with reporters in his home country, Iragbegi, said it is a collective victory for our state and our nation's democracy. So there it is right there. And of course, the learnings has to be taken by INEC, but is the learnings too late for what's now to come in just over 3 weeks' time? So there is that. We land on this last readout, and then we come into the room to see if there's anyone there to take it on. Governor Adeleke falsely claims judgment removed. Let's take that one more time. Governor Adeleke falsely claims judgment removing him from office came from one tribunal judge. So confused.com, Adeleke. Governor of Osun State, Ademola Adeleke, said that the election tribunal ruling, which relieved him from office, was not a majority opinion, contrary to publicly available court documents. This is as hot debate continues to flare in the wake of the Osun State Governorship Election Tribunal, which delivered its judgment yesterday annulling the victory of Mr. Adeleke, the candidate of the People's Democratic Party PDP, who was sworn in a colorful ceremony last year. The tribunal sitting in Osogbo on Friday cancelled the results of more than 700 polling units, where the chairman of the panel, Justice Kume, claimed to have established cases of overvoting. Subsequently, the result of the tightly contested election was overturned, and Boyega Oyetola of the All Progressive Congress APC was declared the winner. In a state broadcast after the judgment, Mr. Adeleke said that only 2 members of the panel delivered their ruling. In a state broadcast after the judgment, Mr. Adeleke said that only 2 members of the panel delivered their ruling: the chairman, Mr. Kume, and member 1, Justice B.A. Ogbali, whilst member 2 of the panel, Justice Chief Magistrate Rabi Bashir, abstained. We have all heard the split judgment of the Governorship Election Tribunal. 2 members of the tribunal delivered opposing judgments: the chairman and member 1. The member 2 did not deliver any judgment. She abstained, Mr. Adeleke said. Mr. Adeleke emphasized that there was no majority judgment, as none of the 3 members of the panel agreed with each other on the defining ruling of the tribunal. The chairman's judgment affirmed the claim of overvoting, while member 1's judgment agreed with our position as captured by the BVAS machine as the primary source of data of true accreditation on the day of the election. He further argued, the reality of my election as the governor of Osun State is captured in the member 1's judgment. The claim of overvoting in the chairman's judgment was unfounded. This was clearly a miscarriage of justice. Based on the above, there was no majority judgment, he said. Meanwhile, the certified true copies, CTC, of the ruling, which was circulated over social media on Friday, contradicted Mr. Adeleke's assertion that Ms. Bashir, the second panelist, abstained, whilst Ms. Bashir co-signed Mr. Kume's judgment, which analysts may legitimately interpret as support of Mr. Kume's viewpoint. Mr. Adeleke, in his assertion, might be banking on a not yet emphasized procedural irregularity in the delivery of the judgment. The Lagos-based electoral analyst and constitutional lawyer Festus Ogun told correspondents. Mr. Ogun argued that the three panelists were required by law to independently write their own judgment, state their agreement and differences with co-panelists where such exist, and read their submission in open court, a procedure that was breached when Mr. Kume single-handedly read the judgment that was co-signed by Ms. Bashir. Before considering the actual fact of the election dispute, Mr. Ogun says the procedural irregularities could prove fatal to the panel's verdict, as member 2 of the panel, Ms. Bashir, did not deliver a judgment in open court. I honestly think that it's a misnomer. I honestly think that it is a misnomer that a member of the panel, Rabbi Bashir, would co-sign a judgment with the lead panelist, my Lord Honorable Justice Kume. It is even more strange, in my respectful opinion, that a member of the election tribunal did not personally read his judgment in open court. The practice and procedure is that the three judges, members of the panel, have to deliver their judgment separately, with the lead judgment dissecting the matter in depth. The other judges are then required to write and read their opinion and state whether they agree, partly agree, or completely agree with the lead judgment. The co-signed judgment blurred the line between the lead judgment and the opinion of the second member of the panel. The failure of Mr. Bashir, so it was Ms. Bashir and it's now transmitted into Mr. Bashir. The failure of Mr. Bashir to read his own judgment in open court might open a vista for an appeal, Mr. Ogun said. So there it is right there. Intrigues. The intrigue continues. So don't celebrate too quickly is what all of that tells us about the Oyetola space. So Adeleke, I see you. Femi, I see you. Man of Prestige, good to have you. Desmond joins us. Solly from Amsterdam, he is here. RB joins us, makes a rare cameo appearance. War Peace from Japan, he is here. Eze joins us from Abuja, and John Smart, he joins us as well. So good to see you, gentlemen. Good to have you all. Actually, let me play you just this video clip first, because I lined it up. So let me just play it to you. So let me play you this video clip first before we launch into it. Let me play you. This is Atiku Abubakar. Yes, this is Atiku Abubakar speaking to the redesigned Naira. So there it is. So there is Atiku chiming in on that redesigned Naira note. It's just an impracticality, Adeleke, to have the expectation, because they told us about the volume of money that was outside of the bank vault. It was very close to 3 trillion Naira. It's an impracticality to have the expectation that 3 trillion Naira makes its way back into the banking system in physical cash. They have to extend that date, Adeleke.
Thank you, one man. Greetings to our listener around the world. Click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. I wasn't actually listening well to that article's stuff. What was he saying? What did he say?
No. It was saying the timeline for the changeover from the old Naira note to the new one is so tight that the impact of it is going to be really felt by the populace, who will not be able to get because you recall that the CBN told us that a good 80 something % of Naira notes were outside of the bank vaults, which is then the figure of round about 3 trillion Naira in circulation. So that volume of money being able to make its way back into the banking system is impractical. And even if this is targeted at the politicians, the pain is really going to be felt by the people. So it's just inviting them how practical it is to get 3 trillion naira in raw cash into the banking system within 3 months. They have to extend the date, essentially.
Yeah, I think I agree with Atiku Abubakar on this one. Anybody that is thinking that this change of Naira note is targeted at politicians or will, make it impossible for politicians to have enough cash for how do they call it, for vote buying, that person must be deceiving himself or herself. Politicians hold the banks, or the banks around the federation. If they are not if they are not board members, they have their surrogate as board members. As board members, chairmen, they own everything in the country. There's no way politician will suffer any measure taken by the government. They are the government. They run the country. But this change of note, which by central bank is meant to mop up liquidity in circulation, and particularly those outside outside the banking system, is the people. Majority of the people, the common people that will suffer it. And who are the people that will suffer it the most? Are people at the rural area. A lot of our people live in rural area. Banking system does not exist in rural area across the country anymore. Not the way it used to in the 70s or 80s. There's no bank because of insecurity. Bank has disappeared from rural area. So people keep their cash at home. They transact their business. They run their farming business and other things whatsoever in the rural area, and no banking. There's no bank for them to keep their money. So, and they have to travel some like hundreds of miles to the city to change this money that is not even available. New notes are not even available in the banks. People that live in the cities, they've been to banks several times, only for them to, with all their efforts to exchange this money to new note, all to no avail. ATM is not dispensing new note. APM dispenses what do you call old note. So there's no way, nothing they can do other than to extend this, to give extension to this date. Otherwise, a lot of Nigerian people will lose their money. They will see their money turn to trash, turn worthless in their hand, and it will put a lot of people into more poverty. So I think I agree with Atiku Abubakar on this one. I've never seen this kind of system in my life. The one in Britain now, where they are changing from the Queen to the Queen, they give it like 4 years or 3 years. How many years? 1 month? Is it not 4 years?
I don't. It's such a seamless process that I don't even think about it. All they will do in a country like the UK is that they will change the currency, And as soon as the old one comes into the bank, it gets destroyed, and then they issue the new one. And slowly it mops up.
Slowly it mops up.
And slowly it mops up. You know, so I don't know. How can you... Emefiele told us there's nearly 3 trillion naira in raw cash in circulation, and you're telling us to get it into the banks within 3 months. How is that possible?
Can I...
Yes.
This is the problem. Because a lot of people don't understand what the problem is. The problem is they made a policy, right? And too much money is circulating. And those money is mostly in politicians' hands, right?
No, I wouldn't say that. There's a huge volume of it in politicians' hands, but most of it are in private hands.
I know what I'm saying. I know why I'm saying this. Most of this money now, why politicians, you see them crying, is because I've been in, like, I know when this thing happened, my friend, Kelly, when I was talking to him, Dr. Kelly Sampa, I talked to him like, don't worry, they will still, you know, they will remove it. Basically, all of them believed, all these politicians, they believed that with time they will persuade Buhari and the CBN governor. They will remove it, or either remove it or extend it to after election. Reason because most of the money they are planning to use, in fact, most of politicians, not even the ones that are planning to use to rig, even the ones that have saved for their own personal gain, most of it are not in the bank. That's what people are not understanding. Most of this money, they might have money in the bank, but most of the money are outside the bank. And now they can't just put it in the bank because it will raise alarm. That's why all this money, CBN haven't even accounted for half of the money that is in circulation. It's not, they have not even accounted for half of it yet. So most of this money, they don't know how to put it inside because it will raise alarm. How come you have so much money? So they are now they are panicking because they are running out of time. What they were hoping that it was going to happen, that maybe they are going to persuade CBN or Buhari for them to cancel that policy, or maybe extend it after election, for them to use the money, at least most of the money they were running outside of, they were saving or parking in their warehouse to use it for the election. It's no longer working. That's why now they are panicking because time is running out.
Okay, so Desmond, that's how it impacts on the politicians. But how
Hold
on. So how does it impact on the people?
Now the people, I've never heard. My mom has never called me, or my dad has never called me and complained once. He's an importer. Never called me and complained that this CBN whatever.
Your dad doesn't transact in cash; it transacts electronically.
Both cash and electronics. He's a businessman. He hasn't called me and complained. Most common Nigerians.
Did you ask him anything? Did you ask your dad?
I asked.
What did he tell you?
I asked. He said they're managing. There's not that bad. That's basically what he told me. It's not that bad.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
It's not that bad. Simply means
did you ask him if he was able to get the new note easily?
Yes,
or what did he tell you?
He said yes, but it's not. They're not giving him as much as he wants. So he said it's not that bad.
And then so what does that mean to you? They're not giving him as much as he wants. So if he goes to bank now, hold on. Your dad is went to the bank and asked for, what do you call it? To withdraw 10,000. Hold on, man. Hold on. Ask for 10,000 naira. Let's say 100,000 naira.
Yeah.
And they give him 20,000 in new cash and 80,000 in old note. 20,000 in new note, 80,000 in note, and you say that is not bad.
He hasn't complained that they are giving him old note. That's what I'm saying. See, what the problem here is?
You say it's not bad. That is what you are telling us. He said it's not. You are. Hold on.
Hold on.
you are saying two things at the same time now. You know,
How?
you are saying your dad said, "Oh, it wasn't that bad. The money is not. They are not getting much of it." What are we going to believe?
No, I didn't tell you. I told you that not maybe let's say he wants like 1 million cash and they don't have that 1 million cash. He still has the process of transacting electronically, right? So it's not that bad for him. But now let's take it to the
Sorry. Emefiele told us that there were close to 3 trillion naira in circulation in cash. So that is about 3,000 billion naira. So how much of that do you think is in the hands of politicians?
it can still be a lot. But the problem now is
No. Let's take it from that point. How much of that 3,000 billion naira in raw cash? How much of it do you think is
one man, I would say 80% of it.
right? That's
Do you know why I said this? You know, when as of last 3 years or so, I was in Kelly's house. He's like an imp, a pimp, right? He gives politicians girls, right? All these governors. He basically imports girls from so many countries and give them to their hotels. So these people, that's why you guys don't understand. What they pay these girls are in cash. They don't do electronic. They pay them maybe
they pay imported
imported.
It's in dollar that they pay them.
I'm telling you,
they pay them in naira.
It's in dollar. What man? This guy is lying.
No, I'm not.
Hold on. Let's not get too sidetracked. Do they pay these imported runs girls? Do they pay them in naira?
In naira and dollars. It doesn't matter which
so they
one.
They play the Brazilian girl that they imported
not
from
Brazilian girls.
From Rio de Janeiro.
One man, what I'm saying is they import one. There are some Nigerian ones they still fuck. They still run things with. It's not just
please don't use that kind of
language. That's
why
they still run things with Nigerian girls, right? And they still run things with the foreigners. And now the foreigners are paid in dollars, right? The Nigerian girls, they are paid in cash. They'll be raw cash, 10 million for one night, sometimes 15, 20 million. It's crazy. So those people has cash.
We know they have vast fortunes, but I'm not sure you have a real comprehension of just the volume of money that 3 trillion naira is. But let Adeleke continue. Adeleke, go back to you.
Okay, so I agree with Atiku on this, and everybody have been calling on this. It has to be extended. There is no way they can even achieve what it's trying to achieve if it doesn't extend this thing. This Emefiele is the failure, is the one that failed the country. He promised us so much. He said they have enough cash. He said the bank will, the note will be available at every bank in Nigeria, but the situation is not as he told us. A lot of people, we are watching videos. We have family in Nigeria. We talk to them. They said they go to the bank. They don't give them. They don't dispense.
Because the politicians are mopping up now this new Naira note still.
That is why I'm telling you, one man, that politicians own the banks.
Sorry, can I interject, please? Sorry.
Yes.
It is not. Good morning, everybody.
Good
it
morning,
is not just only the politicians. A businessman in Nigeria. See, if you have the money and you have the right connection in Nigeria, you will have access to this money, to this new currency. You see, people go to party. Even there was a party, a wedding yesterday, and it was Naira this new Naira note. This guy is a business guy. It's not even a politician. It was the new Naira note. He was spraying in that event he went to, and some other events that happened last 2 weeks. It was the new. So if you have the right connection, let's not just be tagging everything only on politicians. Anybody that has money, even a Yahoo boy in Nigeria that has the connect in Nigeria here, is going to have access to that money. That money, a banker can bring that money to his house without him going to the bank. So let's not just be saying politicians.
Solomon,
Yeah, that is what I want to just yeah.
Nigeria, right?
Yeah.
Be honest with me. The
Yeah.
people in Abuja or wherever you
Yeah.
are they
Yeah.
as much
Yeah.
as
And
guys are complaining?
see, the people in Abuja here are complaining. I won't lie to you. One of the on Saturday, on Friday when I was going out, I said let me just make use of the POS. I had to use like 3 POS stand before I could even withdraw money from that day. I
Was
went
he
to the first one. Yeah. What did you say?
was he paying the new Naira?
POS? No, they went to bank. They did not give them the money. So they don't even, they can't even, they will not collect the old Naira from you. They will not even, they will not give you cash. The only thing you can just do is to you can't even do anything. I could, anybody that comes like for like 3 days, POS people were just there. They were not doing anything except you can take the risk of taking the old Naira. They had the old currency, old notes they have. You can, but for new notes, you will not collect it. And people right now are not taking new notes, old notes. Yeah, the thing is really a big problem in Abuja here.
So that's a direct experience right there. And we're talking about Abuja. Now let's talk about the interiors of Jalingo, Kebbi. Let's talk about the interiors of Umahia. So the Adeleke, the impact will be felt heavily by the politicians because we are hearing them complaining. They will lose a lot of money, but the real pain will be felt by the populace. And they are selling the old Naira notes at lose a quarter of your value, selling 20,000 Naira for 25,000 Naira. This is where we are now, and this is where that policy has led to.
Well, I am still on my point that politicians will not feel the pain of this thing. Politicians will always have their way out. They know the bank managers, they are friends. The bank executives are friends. They know them. They have one kind of dealings, business dealing or whatsoever with them, and they can always help each other. Politicians will find a way out in this problem. It's a poor masses. The people of that country that will suffer the pains, and they are suffering it now because they can't even get the note. So we should just, some people that are jumping up and saying, oh, they have caught the politician, they don't know how the politician work in that country. They don't know how the politician operates in that country. They don't know the strong connection that politicians have. You know, which sector you want to talk about that they don't have friends that whatever they need, because they know what they can do in exchange for what you give to them. There are lots of favor you can get from them as well. And people in that country, particularly people high up, most of them, one way or the other, have some business dealing with government. People that are very, very rich in that country, there's no business they are doing that have no connection with the government. And who are the people in government? They are the politicians. So rob my back and rob my bank, your back. So it's the poor people, the masses that will still suffer this thing. Politicians will not. Yes, they have a lot of cash as well. I am telling you, they will exchange it to the new note in a very easy way.
All right. So the impact already been reported in the comment section. Ministable.
So and the politicians that are complaining, like Atiku and some others that are complaining, is because the people, the voters around the country, particularly in the rural area, are putting pressure on them, and they have to speak out, whether we like it or not. And they have to speak out, and they are carrying out campaign too. They have the logistic and everything, whether we like it or not. It's really going to affect the logistic of their campaign and some other things. Do they not have the right to complain when they have to carry out campaign and they don't have, there are some places in the rural area and some other places that they want to go and carry out that they have to pay them cash. There's no money transfer and this thing, it has to be cash here and there.
Ajale Koko, if you go to any of the major markets, especially the cattle markets in the north, and then there are markets in the north where they hoard and store. Well, they don't hoard, but they store all these seeds for the best time to pay it, to bring it to the market. So they store it in some of these spaces. And a lot of that business is transacted in raw cash. If you see the volume of cash that these people transact in, they don't use any electronic devices. They just, because that's what they know and trust. Not even that they don't have the sophistication. A lot of that space, it will lose a lot of money. You know, all because you want to get at the politicians. And I don't accept that 80% of the Naira in circulation are we politicians. No. I would rather that 80% was with the people, or at least 60%. And they cannot get that volume of money into the bank. It's just impossible.
Well, look, let me tell you. Farmers, the farms where they have huge farm. Anyway, in that country, we still depend on subsistence farming. And in those rural areas, somebody that maybe took loan from the bank and he hire people to work for him in his farmland. Do you think you want to pay by POS or you want to pay by credit card? He has to give those laborers cash every day as they work. He has to give them cash. Where would he get the cash?
And the laborers, according to one of our readouts, they are not accepting the old note anymore. The laborers.
Yes, you have to give them cash. That is the way it works. And even those that are coming to buy from the farm, because you are the farmer, you have this product. Now you want to sell to some people that are coming from the city to buy from you. You have to take cash because your workers, they take cash. So this is the way it works. And you cannot tell them that they don't have the right to use cash. There's no economy. Any economy that does not run with cash, that economy does not exist in this world. Even this America, the amount of cash in circulation to the GDP of this country is about 10 or 12%. Compared to that of Nigeria, that was like, maybe how much is it? To the Nigerian GDP is about 6% or 5%. So are we doing that too bad? What is the big noise about this cash they're talking about? Emefiele and his team supposed to have, you know, they're supposed to have put more measure in place that we encourage, not this kind of painful measure, but they're supposed to have, you know, work with the bank in such a way to encourage people to, you know, bring their money to bank, to have confidence in the banking system, to put their money and have their savings and whatsoever, to open more bank accounts and charge less in terms of fees and interest and other things that they charge Nigerians. They should charge little, not too high. In Nigeria today, if you put 100,000 in the bank, if you are not careful, by the end of the month, 30,000 will disappear from that 100,000 as a result of different kind of fees that they will charge you. So what confidence would I have to go and put my money in the bank when I know several charges will take away my money, we reduce my money to you know, a way of stealing money that will reduce the volume of money that you have in savings. So it's not even encouraging to go and put money in the bank. That is the area that Emefiele and the banking system supposed to work on, and not to put pains on people that, okay, you have to exchange your money within this period of time. If you don't do it, then you lose out and that money is gone. It's a in this modern world, what kind of system is that? People should be able to have, you know, let people bring their money to bank. Whoever that you want to question the volume of amount that they return to the bank, that is a separate situation. You can, have a way of asking them questions, but make it open and easy for everybody to bring the money. As soon as when they bring the money to bank, they should be able to exchange it easily to the new note, and that is how you can mop out all the old notes out of the system. But when you make it so difficult, people cannot get in the bank, they can't get through the ATM, and then you said 31st of January is sacrosanct. It's just act of stupidity. So I agree with politicians that are talking. It is not because of them alone, but because of Nigerian people that they represent, that are putting pressure on them. Emefiele is being invited twice by the assembly to come and sit down so that they can work things out and make sure that this money is available to Nigerian people. Emefiele refused to come and the bank executive around Nigeria, they refused to come and meet the assembly, and Gbajabiamila have, giving them warning now, last warning, that if they fail to turn up, he will send a warrant of arrest to the, what do you call this man, Inspector General.
Yes.
To get them arrested, put them in handcuffs, put them on.
No, they don't go. No, hold on. Hold on. They are not going to put the central bank governor in handcuffs. They will invite him. Mamugari.
Put them in handcuffs. Put them on open truck. Drive them to the assembly and let them come and answer questions from Nigerian people. Such an irresponsible action by central bank governor. And
well, the only thing, Ajanle Koko, is that the timeline is so tight now. We have a 2-day window now. So today being Sunday, so all we have now is Monday and Tuesday. I still have it's almost impossible to imagine them not extending it. Because I don't think the people can. What our minister is telling us, it says major markets in the north are shut down because people are not collecting the old
Can
Naira.
You see how the economy is suffering?
And these are not politicians, and this is where the pains will be felt. It's impossible to imagine that they will not extend it. They will extend it.
They will surely.
And the purpose that they are wanting to use it for will be defeated. I think that is probably one of the pressures that Tinubu is going to mount on Buhari in Daura.
They have to extend it, and this is not normal. This short period of time given to people to exchange this old note, it's just barbaric. I don't even think they're supposed to give any timeline. There shouldn't be timeline. Just people come to bank, give them new note, put new notes in the ATM every time. People will return the new note in the ATM all the time. Let it be available in the bank, and then the old notes, before you know it, will disappear. Everything will be gone. And anybody that brings a big amount of money to the bank, if it warrants to question that person, yes, that can be done, but not to just put some pains on people and say you are doing. Emefiele is a failure, and Buhari himself, who knows for them, yeah. But I think I'm with Atiku Abubakar and other politicians that are calling for this extension on this thing. And exceptions, they shouldn't put timeline. I don't know the reason for timeline. It's old note and the new note, are they not printed? Are they not legal tender? I still have some old notes of.
I have some in my drawer.
Yes.
Or Naira. I have some old notes of Naira in the house somewhere. I know that. No, I will just use it as a collection now. It's now a collection of.
Even in this America, I have old notes of 1935. I have it. 1965. I have it with me. $2, $100. Because I keep it at anytime I just happen to stumble on some of them or some of my customers give some to me, I keep it. I just keep it in as a kind of treasure somehow. So I have them, and I can still take that to bank, and they will take it. What are we talking about? What is wrong with us? Why can't we run the system the way it is run all over the world? But we just want to run it with confusion and and just put people through pains. I mean, they have to do something about it. So I stand with Atiku on this one and other politicians that are calling for extension on this. Yeah.
All right, brilliant. So I want to take every voice in this session. So let me take the conversation on to Man of Prestige, who hopefully still there. Man of Prestige, you still there?
Yes, I am.
All right, brilliant. Good to have you, Man of Prestige. So the narrative still around this new Naira note is not something that is going away anytime soon. And the pain being felt nationwide. We have examples of, even in the comment section, people telling us that markets are shutting down because they are not accepting the old Naira note, and there's not sufficient enough of the new Naira note. So it's almost impossible to imagine that they would not extend the date. Even in Kano State, they are warning Buhari not to turn up. We can't guarantee your safety in Kano. Ganduje tells Buhari over refusal to postpone old note deadline. So to that space then, is it your anticipation, Man of Prestige, that the date of the changeover, even at the last minute, will be extended?
Thank you, one man, and thank you everybody on the platform. Greeting to everybody. Before I proceed, one man, it seemed like you just read my mind, but this is just an advice. Because what you just did is what I was going to suggest. I was going to say, one man, I'm not trying to tell you how to do your platform. As if you have like 3 or 4 topics, maybe you can go around, with everybody in the first topic, because it makes us to be sleepy sometimes. I know there's an interjection. I mean, like you're doing right now. Then the next round, you go around everybody. I mean, it's just a suggestion. But I'll let you play your space the way you want it, Go around with each topic with everybody, an interjection as you please. Maybe it's the 3 topics, go around and round and round, So, but anyway, let's proceed. Yeah, from what you said, I was listening to Adeleke. You see, this is why we come to different space. We learn, because I've never thought about it until Adeleke mentioned it. Like people in the village, there's no bank in the village. A lot of villages, because of armed robbery and bandit and everything. I mean, some of them used to be there, but right now they have relocated because there's no amount of military or security going to put there. When those bandits came, they're going to size everything. So a lot of them have relocated to the main city or nearby city. So that's a problem in that regard. So I completely agree. I agree with Adeleke for bringing that up. That is definitely. But having said that, there's many aspects to this money. Like you said, about 80% of the money is out of circulation. Of course, I don't know how many percentage, I don't know how
it's out of the banks.
How many percentage is being
out of the banks. So they're
right,
in public. Yeah.
So out of that 80%, nobody can tell how many percentage of them are being held by the politician. So we can stay here, we can stay here, and kind of permitted or whatever, but we don't know. But I believe it affect them more, but not necessarily more, because they're gonna get their money. They have people in all paratoses, so they're gonna get the money they want. It may not be as much as they want, maybe they will get about 40% or 60% of their money they want, because they can get it there. But the people it really affect the most are the villagers and some other people in that area. Like I have people in Lagos, in Osun State too. I mean, they own a business, and I spoke to them yesterday, actually, about what's going on. I have one in boutique. I have one that own a gas station. The other own just a cooking station in Osun State or wherever. They told me a lot of their money in the bank. They didn't really complain, but they told me that there's a lot of hardship. So maybe the ones I spoke to didn't complain, but they said it's a problem, in terms of business transaction. So they didn't complain heavily, but they said other people, it's very difficult to get money or something like that, and there's, they haven't gotten the money. So definitely it's a problem. So I don't know the reason why they did it this way. If it is just, well, I think it is. I think it's because of the pollution, because now there's no way you're going to tell me just for 3 months and you decided to implement it during the election time. So this has to be Buhari handwork, because Buhari tell MFL what to do. He may be the central bank, but Buhari is probably the one that suggested, in my own opinion, to this. So they should extend it, because I don't really think it's going to make that much difference. The politicians are going to get their money. I used to think otherwise before. They're going to get their money. I don't care what anybody said. But for ordinary people and everybody, I don't see how this is going to be practical, in my own opinion. Are they waiting after the election to extend it?
No,
I mean,
they can't extend it after the elections, because from after the 31st, from the 1st of February, the old Naira note, it becomes useless. It has no value anymore. So they cannot then put another value on it, because they have to go, because from the 1st of February, they have to go through the whole month of February before they can then reverse it again, which they may well do. They may well say, because of the suffering of the people, they are opening a short window for the remnant of the old Naira to make its way back into the system. But that would just confuse the monetary policy. Whose picture are we looking at on the screen, by the way? It doesn't look anything like you.
What do you mean it doesn't look anything like me? I took it a few days ago.
All right, my God. All right, carry on. Yeah, so, yeah, it wouldn't make sense, would it, that they have a break in between and then say it's legal tender again.
Right, but it's a complex situation in Nigeria right now, as we speak. So it has to be Buhari, but listening from Buhari's recent statement, he seemed to be very adamant for non-extension of the date, because he has been very
it can be as adamant as he likes. He can also come back and say, look, due to the feedback that he has been getting on how it will impact on the people, he feels compelled to extend it. So it can be adamant. Anything can be reversed.
Oh no, definitely. There's nothing. There's no permanent adamant, about that. You can say whatever. Like everybody's speaking out right now, but I know every politician has speak. I think the only person that hasn't spoken about it will be. Started from Tinubu, but the only thing that Tinubu went to a different space about the sabotage and all that kind of things, So maybe that's why he's having a problem with Buhari in that regard. I don't know what he went there for, peace accord or whatever, trying to remind him to extend it or whatever, but that may be what it is or may not be. But the problem we're having right now is about the extension or non-extension. Definitely, the practicality of, of this money, out of circulation going back to the bank, it's not just plausible, in my own opinion. So it's going to be a very complex situation. So let's see what happens. But in my own opinion, they should extend it. That's my summary in that regard.
My question to this: how much of the 3 trillion naira that is outside of the bank vaults do you suspect will be with the politicians? So how much of
no? Come on. They have a lot of money, but I don't know, so I can't give it any percentage. But they have a lot of money. But the point I'm trying to make, they have people in all apparatus, so they're going to get their money. I'm not saying they're going to get all the money. They're going to get the money if they want to ring election. I've just come to that realization after I do a lot of thinking. They're going to get a lot of money. It's not going to truncate their buying. It may not truncate. It may truncate about 20% of the money they're going to have. But one man, they're going to get the money they have. Did you see? You saw what happened about a month ago? That was a long time ago when Tinubu, bring that money and was given to a beggar. He already have the money long time. So all of them already have the money.
Everybody has the money now. Tinubu, and by the way, Kasim Shettima gave him that money to give to the beggar.
I'm talking about all politicians, governorship, and everything. I'm saying they have the money. It's not about Tinubu. They all have the money. Believe me, they may not have as much as they want, but they have enough money to do, to do whatever they want to do. So we should not come here and deceive ourselves that it's going to truncate the people from buying in. It's probably going to have a very small, effect on them. That's what I think. I just realized about that, and I talked to some of my, family members in Nigeria. I think they share the same opinion. So that's why I'm landing to this information. But Adeleke really brought something to me about people in the villages, no bank, So
do you think the people in the villages, which is a good 70% of the Nigerian population, do you think they can afford to lose that money, which they will lose just in 2 days' time?
How can they afford to lose it, one man? But no, that's their life. That's their life saving. Are you gonna? Can you afford to lose all the whole money you have in your banking? I mean, everything you have in investment and everything. That's their investment. They don't have any kind of investment. They save all their money in their house. No, you want to kill people? That's
Yes,
killing.
some people will commit suicide off the back of this. By the way,
Of course, if I don't have any, I mean, I'm not saying I'm going to conversation, but if I don't have any way to make money, I don't have any living or something to protect. That's what they
now. They advise you to do the right thing, work hard, you do all that, and then they steal your money. This is stealing money.
Yeah. It's gonna. I'm of the opinion that it need to be extended. So let's see what happens. Hopefully, they do. Because in my opinion, it's not going to have effect on the politician. Believe me, okay? That's what I feel.
One man, can I say this?
Yeah, come in.
Now, will this situation now put Tinubu in a position that people will start seeing him as a man? I mean, with that statement that he made in Abeokuta, as a statement that represents the voice of the people.
It's a man of the people statement. Now, I was just arguing that on Rudolph's channel, but none of them understood what was being said.
Let me interject on that one.
Let me finish.
Let him land it. Yeah.
Let me land. So, the statement that they're hoarding money, they're doing this, does it put him in a position of an hero and a man speaking? I mean, does that statement represent the voice of the people? And with this situation now, will it be exonerated from the way he's been blamed or being, how do I say it? The way people interpreted that statement as, a direct attack against the administration? Will people in Nigeria begin to see that statement as a statement that represents their situation and a leader that speaks that makes statements, with regards to what really represent them, what they are really, they're looking for a leader that can really speak on the situation of the life that they're going through, and use that opportunity is said it out in a very stronger term. And what will it benefit from this statement? Do you see anything that will come in its way and positively for that statement he made in?
Yes. Adeleke, that's exactly the point. And I think I've made what you have said. Just this, your submission. I've made it on two different platforms. So, but it's either they did not understand what I was explaining to them, or it did not rhyme with the politics that they were playing. I was explaining just exactly what you were saying on Njenje just yesterday, and again with Rudolph just today, that the Tinubu again, just by force of genius, he seizes the front march in this space, because that was a man of the people statement. Speaking to where the two pain points in Nigeria, he spoke to it by attacking somewhat the government or whoever was in charge of that space. And that was where the pain points are, because by saying that the redesigned Naira note was sabotaging, it didn't even say his election, no, by the way. It says it was sabotaging the election. And they are trying to sabotage the elections, but it will take place. If we're being verbatim, that was what he said. And so by saying that, he speaks to the space that the pain is being felt the most by the people. But some people are trying to reinterpret it or to choose to interpret it as an attack on the government. But that was a man of the people's statement. And very quickly, Kwakwanso speaks to that space in the same Tinubu tone and not wanting to be left out. Atiku now goes and makes a social media clip to that tone. So it's exactly that, and that is exactly
Oh
it.
man, oh man. You know why it's not exactly it? I'll give you 2 instances. So when Tinubu was talking, he didn't mention the people's pain. For him to mention election is the underlining difference between it. You know why? Because people's suffering extends after the election. So for him to specifically say election, that's the undertone between what Kwankwaso and Atiku is saying. Atiku and Kwankwaso is basically saying the people. Tinubu is basically saying the election. So that's an underlying difference. One man.
Okay, let
Why is
me
your own
hold on,
candidate not even saying anything?
Ajali Koka.
I don't think.
It's a sabo now.
No, I don't think Peter Obi. I don't think Peter Obi understands what's going on.
It's a sabo so that they will not say it's
It doesn't.
It's not doing goodbye.
He doesn't understand.
He's an hypocrite.
Hold on, the statement you make is a little bit on the narrow space on that, because I agree with Des completely, because it wasn't about the people he was speaking to in that forum. He may have brought it up, but that doesn't make him a genius. And I don't see the way you're seeing it, that ordinary Nigerians, they're going to be kind of luring back to Tinubu because he's speaking for the people. I mean, people that's going to buy his sentiment is going to buy his statement, because the cat is already out that he was speaking like saboteur, and he was speaking for himself. That's another form of a miloko. That's the way some people are reading it that I spoke with. So people that are going to buy into that, that statement is still going to buy it. I don't think it's going to make any sway in Nigerian politics. I think the people he has to deal with is Buhari, because what he spoke was the saboteur and revolution, was speaking against his own party.
Please now. We did all that.
Hold on, one man.
We did all that yesterday, and you clearly did not understand what he was saying. So let's.
I understand what you're saying. I'm not a dumb person. Okay, one man.
No, but you're not a Yoruba speaker. It's more the thing.
It's not about Yoruba speaking. It was interpreted. It was interpreted in many.
Can I contribute, please?
Yeah, let man of prestige land. Yeah, man of prestige.
So, but anyway, it was narrated in many spaces. So let's those people like Rufai, Dr. Bati, and some other people that are Yoruba that are narrating it, or let's they don't understand Yoruba like you do too. So they specifically narrated everything that he said. So I'm just saying, I'm not saying what he said doesn't make sense, but it's just the way he pivoted about revolution and and the saboteur. He was specifically up for himself. It wasn't about for Nigeria. But if you listen to Kwankwaso and Atiku,
That's right.
it was about for Nigeria, So that's the two different. Des was completely right on that. So that's my opinion.
One man.
Hold on. Okay, carry on. Yes, sorry, carry on. Yeah.
Yeah. Basically, what Tinubu said, regarding the saboteur, he was trying to let Nigerians know that some people, they know they can't win the election, so they are trying to cause all kind of problem for Nigerians. So that will create a revolution, and the election will come to pass. And before other people can revolutionize, they might be in hardship. It doesn't need to come, because one thing, it's not as if Tinubu can't talk, but the position Tinubu is, anytime he talks, there's no way he will talk. He won't talk like an opposition. And many people doesn't want him to come and be praising Buhari. So that's why most of the time he doesn't want to talk. That's why he doesn't want to talk. He said people are suffering. People doesn't have fuel. People, even though they suffer, but they will still vote. That's what he was trying to say.
Can I say something?
He was speaking on behalf of people.
Hold on, guy. I mean, everybody in this platform, we are not born. We are not born last night. We are born at night. So don't come here and be spinning. What he said. You are kind of spinning, try to speak for him. That's not right. That's not right.
You stick to your opinion. This my opinion, please.
It's not opinion. It has been narrated in many forums.
You are not Yoruba. You are not Yoruba.
What do you mean I'm not Yoruba? It doesn't matter.
Hold on, please.
It's not about Yoruba.
Those people that translate all these things to you, they translate it to you because they are your friends. They want to tell you what you want to hear.
So everybody in Arise TV is my friend. Everybody in Arise TV. Are they my friend?
Most of you that goes to Arise TV, both of you are following the same path now.
So you, your friends are the one here
Yeah.
telling you what you like to, right?
All right. Round off your thoughts, man of prestige, and then I'll move the conversation
And
onto Samuel.
anyway, it's
And by the
on
way,
our politics. So
hold on. And by the way, there's been a new development in that Naira note space. But round off your thoughts, and then I'll bring you the new development and go on to Samuel.
okay, I say on our politics, everybody's narrating the way they view what happened, and I'm narrating the way the way I received the interpretation from some of the people that narrated the story in Nigerian space, not just any kind of obedience or Atiku area, but these are people are considered to be, even TV, the other TV channel TV narrated the same way. So I don't know where I'm wrong about what he said, but like we said, everybody has their sentiment. It doesn't really matter how we narrate it, but that's my opinion, okay? And I respect your opinion, but in my own opinion, you are spinning. Thank you.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Thank you. So let me acknowledge let me acknowledge Kulata's super chat, and then I'm coming next to you, Samuel. But on my way to you, Samuel, I want to bring you some developments within that new Naira no space. So Kulata super chats to say, if they extend the date, Bola Ahmed Tinubu gets the credit. So certainly, I mean, he's getting the criticism now, so certainly he will get the credit. So thank you for that super chat, Kulata. So for this new development, I'm going to share the screen with you. So this is something that is making the rounds on Twitter. So this is something that is making the round on Twitter. It says, Justin, the Nigerian Senate, under the Senate President, Senator Ahmed Lawan, has extended the lifespan of the old Naira note by extending the status of the note as a legal tender to the 31st of June, 2023. So I was the person who sent me this, thank you for sending it, but you preempted my thought because I was actually going to put it to this conversation that can that decision be actually taken outside of the purview of the central bank and taken over by the legislation, which is exactly what happened. So I cannot now take credit, even though I was having it as a thought. The Nigerian Senate, under the Senate President, Senator Ahmed Lawan, has extended the lifespan of the old Naira note by extending the status of the note as a legal tender to the 31st of June, 2023. And you can see Tinubu's hand raised in victory there. So it ties in with what Kulata just said. If it happens, Tinubu gets the credit. So there it is right there. So that opens then another legal maze within that space. But before I come to you, Samuel, there was a clip attached to that headline. I've not listened to it. It's only 30 seconds, but let's listen to it together. A new development, just as in the middle of the conversation.
Draw date from 31st January to 31st June 2023. The majority of our people live in rural areas where there are no banks and there are no even POS. So it is appropriate to extend the time as suggested in the motion.
From 31st January to June 31st, 2023. Say aye. Aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Right there, and there it is, right there. The game changes, Samuel.
Okay.
Samuel.
Yeah. Good evening.
Good to have you.
All right. Good evening, everybody. The panel. Good evening, the chat section. Good evening, diasporans. And may I ask a question as regards to the breaking news? So, based on the decision of the Senate, so does it mean that it's going to override the CBN decision?
No, that's really where the question is, because the CBN has autonomy over monetary policy, but the Senate has oversight over legislation, and so if they legislate to state that the old Naira note still retains legal tender status, how does that conflict against the autonomy of the central bank? So that is the legal maze that this now positioning opens up.
That's what I'm asking, because the CBN governor has the finality as regards to financial matters in Nigeria, right?
Yes.
Okay, and the Senate is now overriding it. So are we saying we have two finalities as regards financial issues?
No, I'm not sure if we have two finalities, because even the parliament, they cannot act unilaterally, and whatever they do decide, it doesn't automatically get legal status until it has been assented to by the presidency and passed through the House of Reps as well. But they can speed track it through the House of Reps. But if Buhari doesn't assent to it, then it's much ado, and then it circles back to where we were before.
Okay, well, that since it's a new development, but I kind of do not see much issues with this CBN policy, because CBN had given the Nigerian people over 3 months to do this transaction in order to convert whichever money you have. So even the argument that people's life savings are in the villages and people's banks in faraway interiors of Nigeria is going to be affected. I think if somebody knows that this is your life saving, I believe most of those people who have a lot of their life savings will know that, well, this is my life saving. For 3 months, you've been given enough time to make your changes. Go and keep your money in the bank.
You think 3 months is enough time? You think 3 months is enough time?
Absolutely, 3 months is enough.
No, hold on. Let him carry on. Yeah, carry on, Samuel.
3 months is enough. It's enough to make the changes, because I don't think those people back in the villages have so much millions to keep that they cannot take it to the bank within 3 months. Are they going to take 3 months to travel from their villages to banks that are located around the areas where the banks are? So it's the policy. The only reason.
Yeah, come in,
the reason.
Mr. Samuel, nice.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, well, I mean, we appreciate you coming on this platform. I think this is your first time.
Okay.
I don't know whether you've been here before. Let me ask you, do you live in Nigeria?
No, I don't.
Okay, you don't live in Nigeria. And
yeah.
Do you know that the banknote that they are talking about is not available sufficiently, even in the city, big city, not even talking about the rural area? Do you know that?
Yeah. There's a difference between availability. There's a difference between availability
No.
and
hold
taking your money to the bank.
No, I'm telling you. Do you know that it's not available sufficient enough for people in the city? Not even talking of those that are coming from the rural area. Do you know that?
Yes, I know that to some extent.
You know that it's
but
very,
not,
very scarce.
Yeah.
They said 3 months. And for this period of 3 months, still, they cannot make it sufficiently available. So
that
who
is
failed?
a different.
Okay, hold on. So who failed? Is it the people?
Wait.
Central bank?
Let me ask
It's not
you
that
something.
the people, hold on. It's not that the people are not willing to change their money, but it's not available for them. That is the problem. So on the action taken by the National Assembly, I don't think on the action taken by the National Assembly, I think that will prevail over Central Bank, because they are not against the policy by itself, changing the note. The People's Assembly are not against it. They are just saying, giving extension.
But Adeleke Koko, the position taken by the Senate, it can only have legal status if it's assented to by Buhari.
Okay. No,
I don't think. No, look, People's Assembly is even stronger than the presidency.
No, now Adeleke Koko is
not in Nigerian politics.
Hold on, let me finish.
Anything
Look,
that
let me finish. People's
okay.
Assembly can investigate the president, right? So the mandate of the people, that assembly constitutes the mandate of the people. Nigerian people are not happy with these.
Yeah, Adeleke Koko, just simply, a bill can only become law only after the president assents to it.
It's very simple, Adeleke.
Yes, but they can still reject, you know.
Yeah, but they cannot extend that date without Buhari signing it off. That's just where the difficulty is.
Okay. Let's see. We agree.
And they can't extend.
Yeah,
they can't.
But
also
one thing they have demonstrated and they have shown clearly to the president now is that we represent Nigerian people. This is what we want. Let us see if the president will say no. And see
Well, you have to understand that Buhari is only 3 months left in that position, and even if it was 30 years left, we know Buhari that he can be stubborn and obstinate when he's determined on something. So,
do you want to bet with me, one man?
I am also of the thought that they will extend it, but yeah, it will be pressure from the people rather than anything that the Senate is doing now. But back to you, Samuel.
So Tinubu fired the first shot. Assembly now seconded it. So what is the president going to do? He will approve it. That is what I see.
I see that too, because it's just impossible to hold on to that date. But Samuel, just the impact it will have on the everyday person as well, Samuel.
Look. You guys are trying to give some kind of false credit where it doesn't belong. There's nothing so special about what Tinubu has done by raising up that. There's absolutely nothing special about that. So don't technically
But he brought the issue to the forefront, though.
It doesn't mean anything about that. What has he done? He's only doing it because he's scared of his political money back politics. You cannot say he's speaking for the masses. If he's speaking for the masses, how many times has he ever come to talk to Nigerians when we want to talk to him in public space, or come to discuss so that we know that he feels for us? Man, not just because of this, we not say Tinubu has done something. If we are supporters of Tinubu, come out plainly and say that that's just it. But Tinubu, this is not any reason to give Tinubu any credit. To me, even if they pass it or don't change it, which to me, the politicians are only coming out just simply because it's going to affect a lot of them, their money politics. They have no interest for Nigerians. If they ever had an interest for Nigerians, is it because of this election time that they're going to know that Nigerians are not happy about something? Have they ever been happy about Nigerians? The roads are bad, electricity no light, economy is biting. Have they ever seriously sat about Nigerians and say something that is concerns Nigeria? They go fly abroad every day. Have they sat down and said the hospitals are bad for hospitals to be fixed? Is it this money that they are concerned about Nigerians in the interior villages? Those people in the interior villages, do they have light? Have they passed any law, any bill that there's a state of emergency on electricity, that the government should do something about it? And you say Tinubu did this. Tinubu, the House of Senate are backing the people. Why don't they say a state of emergency for electricity?
But Tinubu ignited this debate from his outburst in Abeokuta.
That does not mean nothing. If he ignited it, he didn't ignite it. He's just trying to gain some credit, which does not have any basis. Because the fact is, it doesn't really affect the generality of Nigeria to that extent, the way you guys want to put it. It only affects the.
Can I ask you a question, Samuel?
Yes, it's going to have an effect, no doubt. But the real effect is because the politicians are afraid that this thing is going to affect their monetary politics that they play, which in Nigeria, we know it's all about money. It's not about the people. So if they come to speak for a little issue now like this, it's just for themselves, using the people as a camouflage. So let's not deceive ourselves. What has Tinubu done? When we needed him, he never came out.
All right. Take a question from RB, Samuel. Take a question from RB.
All right.
So you said something about he only cares about the money because he affects his own political ambition. I
He
mean,
cares about his
I can
selfish
get.
interest.
Okay,
He
okay,
only
okay.
cares about his selfish interest.
Hold on. Let him land that question. Carry on. Yeah.
But also, he didn't only talk about the new note. He also talked about gas, meaning I'm talking about the petroleum issue in terms of queues. So are you telling me that also affects him? I mean, like he's not getting from point A to point B?
Everybody talks about the petroleum
I believe he also in that statement he's also talking about how those things was affecting the people, because it is not just about money. He also talk about
if you are talking about who talks about what affects people, what are you going to say about P2B who went even to when the flood was happening, when others are concerned about their political campaigning? P2B went, suspended his campaign, and went visiting people who had flood issues. You're not going to say that more people minded?
No, but he went to campaign there, though.
You talk about people who are in IDP camps, people who are Nigerians, they don't have a home, their families are running.
That's all politics, sir.
Went and said that. How many of the candidates have done that? Do you give credit to P2B for that?
No.
So if you're trying to give credit to Tinubu for just one little thing he did,
can you hear me?
No.
Can you hear me, Samuel?
Yeah, I'm hearing you.
Yeah, hold on. Peter, we're going to those IDP camps. That was a camp. That was exploitative politicking. Because
then what do you call Tinubu's action?
But
not selfishly exploitative campaign too, or even worse off?
No. Well, it's a different space though. But using IDP people as backdrops for a political campaign, a lot of people felt that went over the mark.
That's passionate. That's because he has a feeling.
Samuel, can I come in, please? Samuel, can I come in?
Yeah,
Samuel.
come in.
Look. Samuel has made a very good point about the politicians. So I mean, everybody's gonna have their own opinion. Whatever Obi has been saying a lot of things. Obi went to IDB and every other place, even the flood place. So that's campaign. What did Tinubu do in Abiyokuta? Is that not a campaign? What's the difference?
Yeah,
so you're trying to make it like Obi going to some place is not a campaign, and what Tinubu did is not a campaign. What is the difference?
IDP. On, people, you know what it means to be an IDP? Do you know what it means?
I mean, they're trying to say what you say is not right. That's what I'm trying to say. I second what you said.
Your home, you're not in your home. You left your home. You're not staying in your house. And none of the presidential candidates feels about that. And a presidential campaign goes to you. I don't think you are living in the UK. You have a home. You know what it means. But just for once, don't stay in your house 1 week, 2 weeks. And you will understand what it means to be an IDP. Or you've been kidnapped, or you are made not to live in your own community where you grew up, and you're staying away from your house. You don't know the next thing. You don't know. You're just praying the government does something that you go back home. And none of the presidential candidates ever cared about that. But P2B went there, and you're saying that it's I don't know what you mean by that.
Well,
no. Sorry, please. Let's not do that. But Samuel, Peter, why was Peter Obi at the IDP camp? Why was he there? Why was he there?
I don't even think you might say it's campaigning. He went there because he has human feelings. Because if I give you an instance of when he was,
he has human feelings. That's why he was there on a humanitarian mission.
Absolutely, because he's not even politically doing it just for political. Because one of the reasons is he feels it. He knows that it's no Nigerians. He values Nigerians. No Nigerian ought to be in an IDP camp. A country that has lasted for 62 years. It's a shame. It's a shame. No Nigerian ought to be in an IDP camp. No Nigerian ought to be kidnapped. It's a shame. And you don't just, when election is going on, all the candidates are cared about is that when it affects them, they are using this Naira policy because of it affects their monetary this thing, and then they wanted to speak for the people. If they really care for the people, I think they should be going to the IDP camps and bringing laws that will ensure that there's security, so that people are not going to be in the IDP camps. They're talking about money because it affects their politics. They don't have any care for that.
Do you know that the NMPP chairman, Malakari, just quickly after Tinubu's outburst in Abeokuta, he went on the BBC to apologize to Nigerians for the state of the petroleum space, what Tinubu was highlighting.
So when you apologize, is there for now?
What are you talking about?
There's increasing fuels been
there's no increasing fuel at least it's 500 naira.
No, hold on, man. Let Samuel have the floor for a moment. So there's increasing fuel, and this is what we're hearing, that they're getting the fuels to the petrol station at record pace. So the and I can show you the headlines, but you don't understand Hausa language. But there's the NNPC, they've taken ownership of that criticism, and the Naira space, a lot of senior politicians are jumping onto the language that Tinubu initiated to that space. So that's real impact. If you want to contrast that against Peter Obi using victims of natural and human disaster as props for political campaign, that's almost ungodly, Samuel.
Well, if you say it's ungodly, then
no, it's not. Is it not using human beings suffering disaster as props?
Okay, then the fuel scarcity, is it not human Nigerian suffering disaster too? So is Tinubu not being ungodly by using fuel scarcity to drive his political status? So what's the difference between that and you're saying this is ungodly and this is saintly? Because the Nigerian lack of fuel, it's an element, it's a high element of suffering and the people's and the masses. But even the IDP is even worse off. But yet he went there. This one, he's doing it because he wants to gain some political relevance. All he does, all that is just for politics. But I can tell you when Peter B was in government.
Yes, but is impactful politicking rather than exploitative politicking. It's impactful politicking rather than exploitative.
What do you mean by impactful? Excuse me. What do you mean by impactful? When you went, okay, what are you talking about? Would Peter B raise the alarm of our oil being stolen? And that led to a lot of investigation and a lot of eyebrows. Are you telling me that's not impactful? And going to the IDP's part is not exploitative. Point of correction, please. That's not exploitative in any way. It's highly impactful.
Is it not using children as young as 5 that have been traumatized as backdrops, as props, as stage fitting for your political campaign?
No. You are being very, 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 very wrong in that way to put it. It's very, very wrong to say it is not impactful. It's highly impactful. It's getting everybody to know that, look, these people ought not to be. Do you know how many Americans are in IDPs? Or even if they're in IDPs, do you know the whole Americans are going to be worried about that? If Americans are having IDP situations in Nigeria, do you know it's going to be declared a state of emergency in the United States? And Peter B is putting you to that recognition that what you don't value, human lives and the situation they live in, we should start valuing it. And it's an impactful kind of politics. And he's doing it the right way. So the presidential campaigns ought to value human lives. Did you see him going to Kaduna Market to let them know that, look, man, I value your struggles? While you are in Abuja, the market, he went uninvited, unexpectedly, and the people welcomed him. Do you know they feel that empathy, that there is a president who wants to tell them that, I know you guys are struggling, you own your generators, you sponsor, you spend a lot to run your business. The government don't care. But I come in here because I know what it is. I've been a businessman. I ran my business. I've passed through your stress. And I didn't steal. I walked through the ground up and I want you not to pass through what I did.
What do you mean he didn't steal? What do you mean he didn't steal? We all know he stole.
P2B didn't steal. You can go anywhere, go verify. He didn't steal. He worked honestly.
You know what that tells me? You know what that comment tells me, Samuel? That comment tells me that comment tells me that you are very, very new to this platform, because we have with documentary evidence or unraveled all of
it doesn't matter what documentary evidence you brought. Doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. P2B worked, and whatever he did. He's not the kind of man that goes to politics or does things to build fake false money by stealing. I was in Anambra when he was governor. I know the way the man works, and I know the kind of history he had in terms of how he builds his wealth. He built his wealth based on integrity, and he knows what it is to build a business with the sweat of Nigeria, where you as a businessman, government don't care for you. Over here in the UK, when you run a business, you have a little bit of support from the government. But in Nigeria, what do you have? Nothing. And do you know why he went to Abuja unexpectedly? Because he felt the empathy, the pain to run a business. Do you know the number of MSCs that are dying in Nigeria because of government neglect and unconcern? And this man goes to the market to feel the pain, just like he went to the IDP bank to feel the pain. And you say that is the politics of what I don't understand. If you really understand politics, or you want to paint politics to suit your own narratives, that's wrong. Tell the people the right thing. Tell the people the truth, because we got to move forward from all this kind of politics just to support your candidates for whatever reason. No.
All right,
man, please.
Yeah. Come in. Who's that? Come in.
John. Oh, sorry, Samuel. You said something about Peter Obi speaking to the space of oil stealing in Nigeria. When Peter Obi was the governor of Anambra, do you remember there was same thing happening in Anambra? They were stealing oil, illegal oil exploitation in Anambra. Did he say anything about it
when he was now? Wow.
They started.
Anambra found oil. They even dragged it.
Then not
let
now.
Me finish what I'm saying
then.
now.
Can we get out of that space?
No. Can you hold on? So sorry, everybody, hold on. I don't want that to happen. Everybody includes you. I don't want that rowdiness to happen today. I want it to be a smooth session. So carry on, John.
It has been happening in Anambra for long, before even federal government came to their aid, and Peter Obi didn't say anything about it. Okay, you said Tinubu spoke in Adeleke for his own political gain. When PDP was in power, hold on, please. When PDP was in power during Jonathan era, many things were happening then. What did Peter Obi say about Nigeria then? What did he say? Did he say anything? I'll answer my question.
He was the economic advisor to Jonathan, and
what did
corruption was
then,
flowing
please?
Then. Nobody say anything.
And what did he say?
Let me ask you too. What did Tinubu say then?
Tinubu was critical now. Tinubu was opposition then. He was very critical of that space.
Yeah, any politician being an opposition, they will speak. They will speak because of people, and when they speak because of people, and on the other hand, they're speaking for their own political gain as well. I've asked you for two questions now. When illegal oil drilling was happening in Anambra, what did Peter Obi say? He didn't say anything.
What did Tinubu say all along that he brought Buhari into power, as he claimed for this past 8 years? Now, because election is coming, that he's speaking. What has he been saying all along? And you're talking about what P2B said. Is it P2B that brought Buhari into power? Is it not Tinubu that brought him, according to his own?
All right, thank you, John.
Saying, P2B should come and say what Tinubu who brought the problem upon us. What are you talking?
All right, thank you, Samuel. So, Samuel, round off your thoughts on the Naira change space and the pushback against it. So where would you like to see it land, and who do you think it will impact on the most?
Clearly, it's impacting the politics of money, bullion van type of politics, and that is why they are fighting against it so much. It's relatively a good policy to help clean up the system, because I don't think the masses are really complaining that much.
You don't think so?
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be that much of a problem, because they're giving them 3 months to make the transfer of money. It's not about availability of money. Take your money to the bank and keep it.
I want you to listen to this readout. Maybe you did not hear it. Let me just speed through it again.
I know you're going to talk about the Kano State something, that markets are closing.
No, that's one instance. Let me give you another one. Mute yourself for a moment.
Yeah, I want to change it now because I said it.
Huh? What's that? What
Go
did
ahead.
you just say? Yeah, so let me give you this. It's one of the things I read out. Hawkers illegally selling recolored Naira notes for acute gains in Kaduna. Some hawkers are making brisk business selling the acutely scarce recolored denominations of Naira notes as Nigerians scramble to exchange their old notes for new ones before the former ceases to be legal tender next Tuesday. At Dadi Motor Park, Sabo Gari, Zaria in Kaduna, a news agency of Nigeria reporter saw large wads of different denominations of the notes on display for prospective buyers. A check reveals that a bundle of 200 Naira notes were going for 30,000 Naira. 500 Naira notes were being sold at 70,000 Naira. And 1,000 Naira notes are being sold for 130,000 Naira. Mohammed Bello, a new cash hawker, said they paid about 70,000 for 130,000 to obtain a new 500,000 Naira notes. However, Mr. Bello declined to disclose the source. However, Mr. Bello declined to disclose the sources of the money and encumbrances. Thomas Damina, a resident of Kufo local government area in Katsina, who patronized the main vendor, confirmed to News Agency of Nigeria, and listen to this bit now. So it's this particular paragraph that I want you to pay attention to. Thomas Damina, a resident of Kufo local government area of Katsina, who patronized the mains vendor, confirmed to News Agency of Nigeria that he bought the new 20,000 Naira of 1,000 Naira notes at 25,000 Naira. So that's the impact it's having on the people. They cannot get the new notes to the point that the new note has now become a commodity of transaction by itself. And now they are now transacting the old notes at 25,000 Naira to get 1,000 Naira, to get 20,000 Naira bank. So they're not changing Naira to CFA or dollar. So they are changing Naira to Naira. And in changing 25,000 Naira to Naira, somebody loses 5,000 Naira.
Yeah, first of all, you hello, are you hearing me?
Perfectly, carry on.
Okay. First of all, there's a difference between go and save your money. If you have a life savings, you're not going to look for money to say, oh, I want to hold the money. They want to go and keep the money. First of all, anything that you know is the life saving, those ones, majorly most people who are thinking about life savings, 3 months is enough for you to go and deposit it in the bank. It's not to go and deposit and then say you want to collect the equivalent. Deposit that one. What you are talking about is all about transactional aspect of it for transactional basis. That's not really the problem. If the money is a shortage for transactional basis, fine. That's not really the real issue. The real issue has been sorted out, which is those that are basically for life savings for business transactions. Go deposit those ones in the bank account. Once the money gets to flow direct properly, you can get your money. anytime. What is happening right now is people are taking advantage.
Sorry, Samuel. Do you know that the new Naira notes were only being circulated as as at December? It wasn't actually in circulation for the 3 months. It only came into circulation in December.
Yes, it is a normal thing that's going to go with this because people are going to want to make money, bricks money out of it. With time, it's going to subside. It's just people are trying to make money out of it right now. So what they're doing is a lot of people who have gotten the money are hoarding the money to some extent in order to make bricks gains out of it. That one is just a transactional aspect of it. It's going to be the challenge that you might be thinking that, oh, there's such a big challenge. No, with time, those ones are going to normalize. Just the transactional aspect. The politicians are the real people scared of the situation because huge chunks of money going to save or take it, then they will know, yes, there's something fishy about it. And the ones they have hoarded, which are running into millions, is going to be worthless. And it's going to affect their politics. So those are the real people. When you're talking about transactional one, it's going to take some time to normalize, but that's not the real issue. We're not going to let's not paint transactional aspect
You are saying it's going to take some time to normalize, but that time they don't have that time, do they? They have a 30-day window to change the money over 3 trillion naira.
30 days. Yeah, the 30 days window does not affect that. It's a normal thing to normalize it with the 30 days window. Even if the transactional aspect is having some challenges, we got to deal with it. We just have to deal with it and normalize it. Over time, it goes away.
Yeah, but people are already losing money now. That guy lost a quarter of his own money just for reasons that the government changed currency.
Yeah, he needed to have acted fast. He left it for so long.
What do you mean he left it for so long?
Why are you talking like this?
I don't know, man. You must be from another planet.
You read everything to him. He still can't get it. One man, just move on. Just get out from this space, man. I mean, what is all this?
I don't know. I think this is elitism.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? You want to make it look like it's such a horrible thing. It's not the way you put it.
Move on.
That man has his opinion now.
Let's move on from here because it's not getting it. You're reading the situation to him. Do you think somebody will be so stupid to want to keep his money and wait till when it's not going to be available? I mean, the new note will not be available for him. And I mean, what are you talking about?
What are you talking? What are you talking about? That is what I said. You are not differentiating
it. Bank. Go to
your money. If you don't keep your money in the bank.
Go to ATM. ATM is dispensing old note. If ATM has been dispensing new note, it would have been a different ballgame. But old note is what ABN has been dispensing for the past 3 months that they said they have changed this new note. You can't get new note via the ATM, and even inside the bank, you cannot get it. And these people, they are so desperate now, 2 days to the end, to the last day, they started exchanging their money due to desperation. They can't get the new note, and then they have to pay more to people that have the new note ready to exchange for the old note, and you are blaming them that they didn't take their money on time to the bank. Do you think they just want to, they love keeping that old note and they don't want to take it to the bank? I mean, let us just be objective and be reasonable sometimes, man. This guy have read this thing to you, and you still don't, you are trying to blame Nigerian people. What are you blaming them for? For what is not available for them?
Oh, you're not getting the point.
No. So sorry, Desmond, you come in a moment, but let me.
You're not getting it.
Sorry.
That is why I differentiated transactional. I said
no.
Transactional.
Forget transactional. Can you hold on?
What are you talking about?
No. Forget all of that transactional stuff. Let me explain the situation of that chap. Just the example that we read. Let me explain it because I read it in full earlier on, but I've not read it in full now. But let me just add the bits that I did not read out. You see that chap that went to buy 20,000 naira for 25,000 naira, that used 25,000 naira to buy 20,000 naira, is a businessman who employs labor on his farm. So he wasn't able to get the new Naira notes out of the bank because the scarcity of it. But his laborers on his farm, they would not accept the old Naira notes. So that's the situation he finds himself. So that's the situation. He would have gone to the bank to withdraw the money, but the money was not in the bank. He has the old Naira note, but because, of course, the laborers know the situation as it obtains, they are not willing to accept the old Naira notes. So he now has to take that old Naira note to go and buy it from this emergency money trader at 25,000 Naira to buy 20,000 Naira. So he makes a 5,000 Naira loss just off the back of what's going on. So that was the situation of that guy, Samuel. So round off your thoughts on that space, and then I'll move the conversation on. Samuel. Are you there, Samuel? Unmute. Are you there? Can anyone still hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, man.
All right, back to Samuel.
I can hear you.
Yeah,
I can hear you, man.
All right, round off your thoughts on that space, Samuel, and then I'll move the conversation on to the next panelist.
Oh, my network seems to be going bad. Hello?
No, we can hear you. Carry on.
Sorry, I don't know. I was a little having some network issues, so I didn't really get what you were saying.
All right, just round off your thoughts on that space, nevertheless, and then I'll move the conversation on to the next contributor.
Oh, okay. Yeah, actually, I kind of understand that aspect where he was saying that okay, like you were talking about when that was actually going to be a challenge when the money you need is not available, so in terms of the new Naira note. But nevertheless, I think that aspect is the CVN's issue.
It's collateral
actually.
damage, Abby. It's collateral damage.
Yeah, that's based on the CBN. But I don't really know how, because a lot of narratives can be brought up in order to defend that thing. If really on ground that you're saying that the new Naira notes are not out and they are still given the old Naira note from ATMs, how true is that?
How true is what?
that?
How true is
That
what?
the ATMs are still giving, because I'm not in Nigeria. But you're saying that the ATMs are still, all you still get when you go to the bank is the old Naira notes.
Okay, let me show you how true it is. I won't tell you, I will show you. Let me show you. So here it is. POS operators decry shortage of cash. POS operatives have decried scarcity of the new Naira notes at automated teller machines ATM, which they say is not enough to go round to customers. So that's it. Let's see if we can hear from this. Let's see if we can hear from this lady.
With only 6 days left before the January 31st CBN deadline for the return of all Naira notes, the rush to deposit all notes is on, with many Abuja residents heading to the banks and point of sale POS operators to deposit the bills. But one POS operator, Agnes Johnson, who operates a shop at the Area 3 neighborhood within Abuja City Center, complains that the new Naira notes are scarce and that banks are still dispensing old Naira notes at the counter to them too. As such, many of her customers are unable to get new notes from her when they come to exchange old notes.
It is only the ATM machine that is dispensing the new Naira note, and it is just 20,000 Naira per day.
Olani Bakari is one out of many other POS agents complaining about how the lack of new Naira notes is slowing down his business. He says banks are only dispensing 20,000 Naira of the new notes per day to POS operators, and that it is not enough.
Oh my, you see what I told you.
So that is how it is impacting on business. So round of your thoughts, Samuel, and then yeah.
This video you just played, when was it released?
What do you mean when was it? They told you 6 days to the cutoff date, so that tells you when it was released. 6 days to the January 31st,
which is like yesterday.
Yes.
Okay, but the newscaster who was speaking was saying 30 days left for the.
Well, we heard it now. What are you saying?
Well, it says 6 days to the.
All right.
Okay,
Thank you. All right.
Okay.
One more, please. Can I interject a little bit?
Yeah, let Samuel round off his thoughts and then have that interjection, because I'm not quite sure where Samuel is in this conversation. But round off your thoughts, Samuel. Yeah.
Sorry, madam. Probably didn't get them very 6 days to that day, and then the little issue is still there. Well, those are challenges that are going to come up with this. It's a challenge, and policies have been given. It's something that we have to face, because to me, my major target, I know the masses are going to have a little challenge about it, but basically the politicians that are really going to be hit about it. And to me, I want to go.
Sorry, is it your thinking that these policy advantages will be? Is that why you are willing to sacrifice?
It's not about
everybody. Is that what it is?
It's not about.
It doesn't advantage. It doesn't advantage will be one single bit, though.
That is it. My own is Nigerians should be willing to sacrifice some element for anything that will help militate against the evil politicians that have been destroying us with money politics. So what I'm going is the people need to sacrifice in order to know that this policy why are they not liking it? I don't know. There might be some challenges, no doubt. But the reason for these politicians that have been against you, killing you, not liking it, there's something about it. They never will support you. The fact is, they are never giving anything for your own benefit. I might not get everything right or perfectly about what is happening on ground right there, but for them, the politicians, to be scared of these things, it means that they know it's going to bite them. So I feel Nigerians should take the little pain they may get from the hiccups that comes up with this, but on a larger picture and on a collective good for Nigerians, let us accept whatever comes with it. But those politicians should not have a successful money politics at this time. That is my take from it.
All right, brilliant, well put, and well done for sticking to your guns. So I'll take that interjection from Warpeace. But before you come in with the interjection, Warpeace, let me quickly go to the super chats just so they still have some semblance with where the super chatters want to point it to. Kulata comes in. Assembly can override Buhari's veto. But this is still a constitutional issue since the CBN is solely in charge of monetary policy. So that was where we were conversationally at that point, that no matter what he's saying that the assembly can override Buhari, but I'm not sure that the assembly can override the constitution, which vests a lot of autonomy to the CBN. But thank you for the super chat, Kulata. Ayojo comes in with his super chat. Ayojo comes in with this super chat. Obviously, the banks will not give people an old note from 31st of January, will they? Therefore, citizens will be fined from the 1st of February. So citizens will be fined from the 1st of February. But the transactions and all of the businesses that needs to take place between then and now, and the lack of money, it's just people are not even able to get these monies into the bank. But a valid point by Ayojo. So I have that interjection, Warpeace.
Yeah, thank you, Ahmad. Thank the panelists. Urusa and you people. I'm kind of confused. I don't understand the base of argument anymore, or the bulk of tension on this argument. Are you guys arguing that they cannot deposit their old Naira note, or are you guys arguing that they're not getting enough of the new Naira note? Because clearly it's two different things. And a few days ago, I read that central bank released 120 million to banks, which is ridiculous to me, 120 million. But again, on the other hand, that's what they're trying to call. That's the purpose, to reduce reduce a cash flow, cash flow in the system and do more electronic system. Now, if people are complaining that there's not enough new Naira notes to withdraw, that will be understandable, and that can be channeled to Central Bank, and we should ask the Central Bank, how much have you guys released ever since you guys passed this new law? But this argument right now, no Naira note, Adeleke busting now, the other guy busting. I'm kind of confused. What's the base of the argument? I don't understand anymore. So please, you guys tell me what's the base of argument, because it's becoming pedestrian to me, and it's boring me here.
Yeah, I don't understand.
I don't understand the base of argument. Enough money or enough? You can't bring old money or.
All right, there's a lot of noise in your background, but where the conversation is, world peace, is that one, there was a 3-month window, which is too short a window for the money changeover. Adeleke was just in an earlier conversation talking about the years that they avail in the years that they avail in people in places like the UK for you to get your money into the bank, and then it gets destroyed, and then you get the new currency. So that's the one bit. And then the second bit is that Emefiele told us that nearly 3 trillion naira was out of the bank vaults, which is to tell you that 3 trillion naira in cash circulates within the Nigerian economy. So that's the second bit. Then the third bit is that even though there was a 3-month sensitization, the new Naira notes were only released in December, which then leaves just a 30-day window for people to access it. So that's another bit. But then the other bit is they are restricting quite heavily you heard it from the POS trader. They are restricting quite heavily the amount of money that you can withdraw in the bank. So that's the third bit. But the real killer bit is that the bulk of Nigerian business transactions are done in cash. So they are done in cash. So people have to have cash on the ready in order to transact. And that cash on the ready, they had to depend on the old Naira notes till the last minute. But then getting the old Naira notes into the banking system, not being able to get sufficient enough of the new Naira notes into the commercial business of cash transactions. People are now having to buy new Naira notes at exorbitant exchange rates to the old Naira notes. So that's roughly where the conversation is.
Thank you. I understand. Yeah, understood. So I cannot follow the base of argument now, because I was kind of confused where they were arguing about new Naira notes. I didn't understand what was the point of argument. Is it difficult for people to lodge in their old Naira note, and is it difficult for them to get their new Naira note, of which I understood that a few days ago, Central Bank released 120 million Naira, which I said is ridiculous. But again, that was the purpose they designed it for, to reduce the fiscal cash. If Central Bank wants to pass the law.
Hold on. They can't reduce physical cash when there is no facilitation, when there's no sufficient enough facilitation for electronic transactions. How many people in the rural areas have access to electronic transactions for them to reduce physical cash?
Yeah, I understand that. So that was understand. But I think they are trying for us to do electronics to electronics, as in transfer from online to online.
No. You are saying you understand, but you don't. The electronic transaction in Nigeria has not penetrated to any level where they can make that transition. It has not, has it?
Yeah, that's the point I wanted to say. I want to say the rural area don't have electronics transaction. They still rely on cash. But again, if the Senate wants to pass the law, for me, they should pass a law that there should be a lot of new Naira note in the system, not deadline. Deadline is to return the old Naira notes. Does not affect the new Naira note. They should pass a law that enables a lot of new Naira note in the system so that you get to the rural area. That's how I see it, Mama. Please let's continue so that I can listen to the next people.
All right, but the volume of old Naira notes in circulation, it doesn't allow for that short window. But let's go on to John. So, John, now this never-ending debate hopefully comes to an end by the 31st of January. The new Naira notes and the heavy pushback against it. So, what are you making of that space? Tinubu pushed at it first, and now the whole of the political space has caught flames off the back of it. John.
Yeah, that's very good of Tinubu. It's good because he went to Adeleke, to alert every Nigerian. Because most Nigerians, they are finding it difficult, to get the new note. And what's really happening is that Buhari knows what he's doing. He intentionally wants to make the mineral note to circulate because he believes the politicians they will mop it up quickly and have it with them. He doesn't want them to have it. And the problem with Buhari is that he wants to achieve things that is unachievable. Okay, let's go back to when he was a military president then. He stopped what's it called, the Lagos metro line because he detected some corruption without regarding the benefits it's going to have and the impact it's going to have on the masses. That's his problem. And one thing about Nigeria, you can't force things on Nigeria. For me, the reason why I'm supporting my candidate, which is Tinubu, is that Nigeria has gone past the stage of forcing things on them, and we won't achieve anything. And what he's doing right now, we won't even achieve anything because most of these politicians, they are friends to bank, the chairman of banks. For example, Tinubu is a friend to Otedola, and Otedola, I think he owns the first bank now. So what cash does he need that Otedola will provide for him? It won't affect all these politicians. And the reason why Tinubu is went to Adeleke, to raise their alarm is because it's going to affect the populace. And when it affects them, they're going to punish APC during the election. And the reason why, because most of the people that is supporting this policy now, they are majorly obedient. The reason why they are, with two reasons they are supporting the policy is because it will stop the money politics, and if it doesn't stop the money politics, it will bring hardship on people, and that hardship will make people vote against the present government, and it will make people think of other alternatives like their candidate. That's the reason why. I don't see the reason why Buhari is doing all these things. He's trying to achieve unachievable things. You can't force things on Nigeria. You have to do things systematically. Okay, in the Western world, if they want to do anything, they will first, think about the people. How it's going to affect the people, regardless of what they want to achieve. They will think how it's going to affect the people, but you don't care about how it's going to affect the populace. But you just want to achieve it. But I promise everybody, he's not going to achieve anything. It's just that's the way he does his own thing, and which is very, very bad. Everybody needs to stand up. Many people, okay, you want people to put their money in the bank, and many people, most transactions done in Nigeria are done on based on cash. If you go to the northern part of Nigeria, all those farmers, they deal with cash. You want you want them to put their money in the bank. They wake up the next day, so many deduction in their account. If you go online, you see many people complaining, oh, this bank has deducted my money. So it doesn't encourage people to go and put their money in banks. Those people that deal with money every day, like the person that wants to pay the labourer, how will you expect him to get the money? It's going to create more hardship on Nigeria. I support Tinubu for speaking up, and those people that said Tinubu doesn't speak up because he spoke because of his own advantage. That's the way politics is. When you are with the government, you can't talk as an opposition. And those people that are talking now, because they are in opposition, when they were in government, they didn't say anything. Like Peter Obi, when he was in PDP, so many things happened under Jonathan. He kept moving. He didn't say anything. We've been having deep IDP for long in Nigeria. Which day have you ever heard Peter Obi went to IDP? He went there for his own political gain. That's all politician for you. And I don't see the reason why anybody will come to discredit Tinubu. Had it been it's Obi that went to somewhere and spoke about the fuel scarcity and government started responding, they will say, "Oh, Obi, so Obi, so Obi, so Obi." But on this issue, Tinubu spoke, and I'm giving him the credit.
All right. On that change in currency, though, which by his own admission, Buhari has said he's targeting it against the politicians. Pardon me. Who do you think stands to benefit the most? If the plan that Buhari has, if it comes to being, who do you think stands to benefit the most from this change in currency as it impacts on the political space?
I think it's going to be 50-50. The politicians, some politicians are going to benefit because during the election day, many people that doesn't have access to the new note, they want to sell their vote for the
no,
note.
limited to the presidential space. Who amongst who do you think stands to benefit at the presidential level by this change in Naira?
I believe Tinubu will benefit more because he has access to the banks to get the new notes, and he's going to spend it on the election day. Although it's going to affect him as well, but I believe it's going to benefit more for me.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. So brilliant. Thank you. So let's go on from you, John. Let's go to Solomon, who hopefully is still there. So Solomon, you're up next. Your name keeps changing every day. You're now even putting a crown around the Eze Indigo worldwide. You this guy. They beat him with a toro when they get hold of you.
What made you Indigo? Where
I come from, everybody is a king. I'm a king.
Worldwide, worldwide.
Yes, man. Yes, man.
If they catch you, if or no game catch you, your price will be different.
I tell you, my papa follow fight Biafra war. I dare entitled to every benefit for Igbo land, so nothing they stop. I know they hide mouth. They call myself as Indigo. I be as Indigo worldwide. Yeah.
You see, you think say you be as Indigo, as you know they support to be so. You think say you be Indigo as the
person like like Otto Eze, he they support to be so. Especially when we don't go in house, go chill with him. He support him. Everybody they say, Otto Eze, they support to be. He reached 2 weeks later. He guy man come and talk say no advise the Obi, say make you no go this movement. Obi say won't go. How far? So make you know go judge like that.
Yeah, but that Otto is in a special case, though. In a special case, he always goes against the tide in the southeast, doesn't he?
It's not that he goes against the tide in the southeast. He's a reasonable man to me. Yeah, so he knows what is right and what is not right. So when he was supporting when the picture of him and Obi was in circulation, people were saying, what is it that the richest guy one of the richest guys in the southeast is with Obi, and like that. Where this guy ever they start to call this guy Sabo, saying that they even went to dig his history. That is a Kano man that made him a billionaire.
Yeah, no, he made his money. Was it not Abacha that made him a billionaire?
That one did not consign them. See, let me tell you something. Most Igbo guys are even billionaires. They see. I don't want to go into that space, but let's not just talk about it. Whether he made his money during Amadu Bello's time is nobody's business. He's a billionaire and that is what he is. So him now, he's not supporting Obi. So they should take it like that. So if I'm not supporting Obi, I'm not a sabo. This is politics and we practice democracy. I would vote, support who I want, who I feel, who is agenda resonates with my own ideology. So nobody can force me or intimidate me out of it. Yeah.
All right, brilliant. So to the conversation, then the Naira note and the heavy pushback by politics against. They don't really object to the change in Naira. That's not really the sense we're getting. But it's just this timeline that they're objecting to. So what are you making of the objection? The very heavy pressure that space is under. And do you think they will hold firm Buhari and Emefiele, or do you think they will fold within the next couple of days?
This Naira notes stuff and concerning Buhari and Emefiele's movement. It's just, I just feel like some people are saying that Emefiele is an obedient, that he's trying to go against, like he's trying to go against the other parties like PDP and APC, that he's an obedient, and that is narrative some people are painting concerning this Emefiele's distributor. It's just, to me, they are just joking. The thing there is that
who are the people painting that?
So some obedience. Some obedience. I've this one is not even in the comment section. Say, people are saying Emefiele like is real. Like that is what they are saying, that he's trying to do the title. But the thing there, I know that he's going against certain. He's working with instruction from above. So it definitely is not. I don't think he's supporting this Obi, but they are working. Yeah, Buhari, they are working hand to hand, trying to frustrate the politicians in this political era. Yeah. Then concerning this new currency, this redesigning of the Naira notes, the thing is it's not just it's not affecting politicians. Let's not say it's affecting politicians. It's the common, it is the citizens, the ordinary citizens that this thing is affecting. And it's not affecting the rich in Nigeria, those who have money in Nigeria. It's not affecting them at all, or even those who know their way in Nigeria here. It's not just about having money. In Nigeria now is, if you know your way in Nigeria, all these kind of things will not affect you. That is just the truth. If you know your way in Nigeria, it will not affect you, because Nigeria, this corruption in Nigeria is not just something that they would. It's not what one man would just come out and say he want to eradicate. It's something we need to redo. They have to be reorientation, and there will be policies, and there will be agents, corruptible agencies that they will use in curbing corruption in Nigeria. Because as it stands now, Nigeria is very, very corrupt. I see even some people in the rural area we even have, it's not everybody. This is why I'm saying people who knows their way would have access to this new currency. Because right now, the way it is in Nigeria just like, so let me use this as an illustration, as a poultry farm where the birds are, where there is something like social ranking, who is survival of the fittest, that somebody who has the level that will survive in Nigeria. It's not even really about the money. Some people have the money, but they don't know their way in Nigeria. That is how Nigeria is now. So this money thing is really affecting, apart from this factor I just brought in now, it's really affecting the common people. It's really affecting, like, it's a big problem in Nigeria as it stands. Even this evening, I have this new old note, so I said, let me just use it. I tried even to try and to just use it. I went to the place I should get Lemon Plus. The guy told me that he can't collect the money down. He's sorry that he can't collect the money. That I should even take the sweet and go. That later I can give him the money. I can give him money for it. I was like, wow. So why are these people scared of this thing? For like 3 days, POS people have not really been operating like the way they operate. If they even go to bank to go and withdraw this money, there's only 20,000 naira they can withdraw. And in POS in Nigeria, you have to withdraw more than some 20,000 naira. 20,000. If you 20,000 naira is a very small money in POS for POS people to go and withdraw in bank in a day. So this thing is really affecting. It's really affecting these people. It's really affecting everybody. As in, it's really affecting the common people in Nigeria. To be honest with you, so let's not like the way Des was saying. It's not about, and this thing is not really about. Let's obedience should stop using this stuff like an advantage for them in campaigning and saying that this one, that one. It's nobody's. It is not other politicians' fault. It is Buhari and his cabinet, especially that is he and Emefiele's fault that that are doing this thing. It's not just ordinary. It's not the other politicians that somebody is coming here to say this one, say that one. Like no. This thing is this thing is something like is something that is really disturbing people. It's not this one is not a politician that caused it. It's Buhari. We know that he got into that outfit through politics, but now it's just our president and Emefiele. But I believe that they are going to extend this money thing, because even last year December they said that the first day they released this money that they will give them 2 million, that they would each bank should be given 2 million. One of the guy I go to use his POS, I go to his POS stand, told me that do I believe that this money that they brought, that they've given them in the bank, I think it was just how much I think it was even 20,000 they even gave to him when he entered the bank. Just to that money they gave to him was just for him to see the new currency. It's not like they gave to him what he needed. It's just for him to see the new currency. So this time frame they put 3 months is very short. It's not even you see Mr. Baba Adeleke said here that they in the country is even in the UK that they give them up to 3 or 4 years to where they even do cashless policy. Talk more of Nigeria here where there is no cashless policy. Even to use bank now, the bank apps now say they are not working. I've been trying to subscribe my phone from bank app. It's not working since Friday because of one of the factors will still be because of the fact that people will be going inside the bank to go and deposit money and all that. People are really using the bank now, going to deposit money, and so that this old note will not be in their hand, but it will not still work. The deadline will not work out. So I believe that Buhari would do this thing, will stop. Why is this guy saying that 99% in urban area do election? Don't mind this guy. He just stay where he is and come and say what he don't know. I'm in Abuja here. I'm not in trenches. I know what I'm saying. In this place here, people are finding it difficult to get access to this money. That is people that don't really know their way. Those that know their way will be in their house and make call. They will bring this money to their house. This guy is just saying that I'm lying. He comes here and he just spill. Even politicians don't even really keep that money that much in Naira again, because those guys, they've even learned right from time. Most politicians in Abuja it's dollars. When they use dollars that they keep, they don't keep in Naira like before, because we see with the way the frustration in Naira that you come as a person, you keep even the northern politicians, they don't keep Naira, they keep dollars in different currencies. Anytime they want to spend money, they change money. I have a friend that is into electrical works. He said that they've even paid them with dollars. Somebody that came to fix inverter, that he is into this inverter fixing and all that. They pay them in dollars. Talk more of this guy come here, this Dex of a guy. He just come here and spill lies here and tell you that these are even international prostitutes. How will you pay them with Naira?
Look at that.
This guy is so dumb that I don't even understand the way he reasons. He come here, does he think we actually? That is how one time ago he came here and told us last year that Bitcoin got to 60-something thousand, and Bitcoin did not even trace anything like that. I don't know what this guy come here. Don't you think that people here that they eat grass or what?
And you are the one on the ground in the capital city.
I am telling you
Nigeria.
facts.
You are
I am
telling us
telling
what
you.
is really going on. So they still don't want to believe you.
These guys, most of them here, you know, they are this political era now as eating up their emotions, that they want to spew things that will be in favor of their principle, of which they are supposed to be. We as Nigerians, we should be rational in our thoughts and in the way we talk. It's not about coming here. You support your candidate with facts and support him without emotions. You come here, you say things that, and you're not just coming here to say, yeah, Tinubu did this, Tinubu did that. Some people now are praising Buhari for what he did. People that were here saying that Buhari did that, Buhari did not do that, they are now here saying, supporting him, calling him Messiah.
Brother.
Can't you see the hypocrisy in these people's in their life? They are a bunch of hypocrites, to be honest with you. I don't understand how you would come here and be saying that one is coming to say that his people in the village, they have access to the money. People in city here have not even gotten access to the money. POS, I know of 3 POS. I was embarrassed yesterday or day before yesterday. Because I don't really like, even as I heard this thing, to hold cash. Now I'm even thinking, God, please, if I'm going out, maybe you want to pay both. Let me just do transfer to them, because I cannot I cannot go cash. Anybody, even this Aboki, they will not even collect cash from me if it's not that new cash. To be honest with you.
Hey, brother, can I just tell you 1 second? See, we pray to God. Actually, maybe we even know Peter Obi himself is more benevolent than this guy that was speaking just now. So this is the problem. Nobody even cares to criticize Peter Obi, but they come. Okay, he said now that people should suffer, so people just because not to give Tinubu credit, just because he feels that Tinubu is going to get credit. So in order Tinubu not to get credit, let the people suffer for the feeling of obedience that Peter Obi is the angel of our time and Tinubu is a shit. Let the people suffer, because Tinubu said it. Peter Obi said they steal oil, and therefore who told you it's Peter Obi that is
don't mind.
All right. So Solomon, Fatai joins us, and he has submitted his spreadsheet for the political permutation. So after we do the rounds on this, we'll go to the floor becomes Fatai's for him to now talk us through his spreadsheet. So Fatai submits. But take your time, because we still have a few people to speak on that, and then once we've done that cycle, and then we bring up the spreadsheet, and then Fatai will talk us through it. But back to you, Solomon.
So one man, this obedience, they are creating problems. Every little thing, look at what thing. Even the president himself has said that he's not even really in control. He's not really in control. And this obedience here just come here. All of them are praying for problem in Nigeria. But I want to tell them something. Even if they create problem, the next person that will come in that is not Obi would solve every problem that they've created in their mind in a better way, safe. And like some people, there's one thing that always come to my mind. Some people say if Atiku wins this election, that there will be war in Nigeria. I just laugh at them. If Atiku should win this election, nothing like war. Anybody that do anyhow, the military or the police would handle that person. So if you are there planning that in this election, that once Atiku wins, that you're not on. Some people come here and claim they are politicians. Let's take away, forget our governors and the way they say the team must come to the south, with the way they played themselves there, and the team did not come to the south. It was only Tinubu that the team came, APC that the team came to the south in PDP. This is politics. You don't use your emotion. If I want to join, very soon I will buy my PDP card. I would pay for my membership and join PDP. And you can't tell me that because I'm a PDP member, I will be using my emotions to come and why am I a politician? Apart from me, I cannot go into office and I would do my people strong thing, or I would just be stealing, or just I will not bring in development. I will not know. But I must always do my party thing. I would behave like a politician I am, in the sense that I will not come and do against, let's leave what Wike is doing and all that. It's just because of his selfishness. That is why he's crying every day, saying Atiku will not win. You should not worry. I like the way this guy is not making noise. They're just doing, everybody that are doing the necessary thing they need to do. The election, Obi is really trying. Himself is campaigning where yesterday he came, or day before yesterday, he came to ban.
Yes, they said he shut down Abuja yesterday.
Which shut down Abuja? It was where I told Ogbeni, where Ogbeni came here and said, where he was mentioning the places he would come, he would visit in Abuja here, and I called Banex. It was Banex he went to. It was Banex that he went to day before yesterday. That people Banex, and not everybody in Banex is supporting him. People would audience. There are still other people who would be there that would just want to look at what is happening. Some people are there who work in Banex, who are traders that sell things in Banex. That they are not in support of him. So if those number of people are there, they will not lie that everybody here is supporting Obi. They should stop this nonsense they are doing. They should focus on the main thing. They are happy that this thing is happening. This Naira redesigning of the Naira would affect Atiku, affect these guys will not be affected by this thing. Even some big boys in the, excuse me, let me say something. These guys will not be affected by this thing. Even if you the way you are saying, obedience are there, they are saying that they will be affected. Like as if them themselves will not be affected. Are they not planning? Somebody like Dex that said is coming to Nigeria.
Will be affected more,
wait now. Let me say something. That they would come to Nigeria to do this, to campaign and do that, spend money. I want to advise them. They should keep their money. Because if they want to go that route, they will not even see anything. The day before yesterday, Delta State House of Assembly just approved about 100 billion naira for COA. Do you understand?
I am not. All that money is for the elections, but because
I am not in support of that kind of kind of politics.
Sorry, Solomon. That's 100 billion. That's for the elections. It's for nothing. What else are they doing in less than 2 months in office? So that's for the elections. And El Rufai, he's also seeking approval for 85 billion from Kaduna State. So they're now trying to mop up now this new Naira. Because, of course, when they get that money, they'll cash it in immediately and they'll mop up all of the money in the bank. So nothing changes.
Yeah. So they should I am not in support of that kind of politics, but everybody that is a candidate in this election is going to play that money politics. There will be a high number of vote buying in this election that is about to kick off in 4 weeks' time or so. So let's stop deceiving ourselves and being hypocritical. One man, you need to be careful. You need to be careful with this guy they call Dex. This guy is a treacherous human being. He just come here to do support.
Let me intervene.
Excuse me, let me finish talking. Everybody had their own
Solomon, you don't call people name like that, okay?
No. I want to this guy. No. I want to let him understand something. He's a very treacherous person. Wow. Let him forget the fact he comes here to do super chat and as if he's for the platform. When somebody like him is against this platform, he come here and just do all this anyway.
Wait a minute. You are not right because
don't go to Abuja. They are waiting for you.
I am not waiting for you.
I was damaged today. And I say something about this platform. So it's not only there.
No, man of prestige, your own case is different. I know what I'm saying.
It's not anything different. People has an opinion and he has the right.
He doesn't have an opinion. The guy uses it. his emotion has been, this election period has eaten up his emotion. I even heard him the other day. Enigmatic was saying that we'll do business. He's
Right. Are you not
resonating
being
Enigmatic's
emotional now?
attitude with his candidate. That is before the Enigmatic supports Tinubu here. He's saying that he cannot trust him because I just look at this guy. This guy is not a guy, man.
Solomon, can I say something? I know you my brother-in-law, but let
no,
me say
I
something.
won't. If you say anything to me, I won't get offended.
No, it's not okay. I'm not here. It's only going to be about politics. I'm not going to insult you. You're my younger brother. I'm not going to insult you. I'm not going to say anything.
No, if you say anything, I won't say. I'm not.
But hold on, Solomon. Let me just something. You say something about emotion. Remember this. I mean, politics. It's all about emotion and sentiment. But when it comes to emotion, you just have to calm it down a little bit. Believe me, I'm emotional. I'm not going to deny that. Nobody here is not emotional. Politics is all about emotional and sentiment. But you don't have to take it to a different angle. So that's the only thing I just want to tell you.
All right. Thank you, Solomon, and thank you, man of prestige. So for time, let me wrap up the super chats. Really coming from Desmond that you've just dissed so heavily. His super chats to say, let's stop lying to ourselves. 99% of people in urban areas do electronic transactions. So when we pay people, it is funny. How many of us have gone to the rural areas to see how they suffer? So I'm not quite sure what that means, but thank you for the super chat anyway. So that's Desmond communicating via super chat as he often does. Not that he doesn't want it, it's just really to tip towards the platform. Desmond continues with the super chat still. It says, please, is someone able to give me the chance to address a little thing? Can you give me space to enter? So there he is, asking that somebody give up their seat for him. You left, of course, Desmond. I always say, come early.
Okay, he can come in for me.
All right, so come in for
specifically for me.
Yeah, coming from man of prestige. So
Lydia is charging there.
Yeah, hold on, please.
Okay, but thanks, one man. I'll see you tomorrow.
All right, cheers, man of prestige. Always a delight. So Desmond continues with the super chat still. It says, Solomon, Bitcoin was 65,000 in November 2021. Stop making yourself look stupid all the time. So I'm not quite sure about that. In fact, I'm pretty certain that wasn't the case.
No, Bitcoin was 65. It was not 65. This thing he said that day. Bitcoin was 65K.
We can even hold on, Solomon. We can even test that very quickly. Coin market. Hold on. Coin market cap. So coin market cap. It's very easy to check these things because we can just take the lifetime highest value of Bitcoin very quickly. So coin market cap. So this is a Bitcoin. Let's see. What's the? It's $23,000 now. But let's see. Does it give us lifetime? I'm not aware that Bitcoin has ever reached. Yes. So it gives us. Hold on. Yes, all time. So let's come here. So this is the all-time high of Bitcoin. Yes. How much did he say?
No, it was actually not the day. That day he said it. It was not what he said. Bitcoin was in that period. Bitcoin was actually in November 2021. Bitcoin was actually 65K, but it was not that period he said. In that but that is in the past. I don't know why he's digging it up.
Yeah, but even this is the lifetime high of Bitcoin, and it's just about 63,000 thereabout, and that was, I think, in November, yes, thereabout, but certainly not 65,000. Yes. So there it is. So there it is right there. So close enough, but I think that point made.
One man, sorry. Are you through just super chat read out? One man.
Yeah. Hold on. There is. Just give me one moment, please. Please. Yeah. There's one more coming from Desmond. It says you probably won't understand this. It says Solomon, fear God or Solomon. So that's that. So that's that. Yeah. So that's the super chat done. Did you want to come in before we move?
Yeah. Yeah, sorry, quick one. Easy. Solomon Peter.
Yeah, bro. Good morning.
Good morning. I know you're a very nice guy. You're a very funny and friendly person here. But let me tell you this: when you're on a platform, you want to take a shot at the person. It's better the person on the platform so that the person can defend himself. When you're taking a shot at the person is not there, it will not really sound nice. I didn't like the way you were good at this because he was not here to defend himself. And the kind of words you were choosing, I know you were a bit emotional. You felt slighted somehow, but try and control your emotions. You understand? It will not
Yeah,
serve
yeah,
you.
yeah.
don't. No,
I thought he was still on the platform
He
because he
was
was here when I
responding to
came in.
his super chat. He was
Yeah,
responding to his super chat.
I know. Yeah, when it's not there.
Actually, War Peace, it was actually responding to conversations that carried through from a different space. So I know, so I know where that comment was coming from, but thank you. So let's take then your commentaries on the new Naira note and how it impacts on the populace. I want to quickly get to Fatai's spreadsheet.
What am I talking about? Me should take my own shot on the new Naira note design?
Yes, War Peace.
Oh yeah, okay. Like we said, I think we've trashed this back and front, and I think we'll make a greater point. Just that right now we're trying to see the side, the downside of it, which every new policy always have a downside. There's a say, they said that this say that go like this, change is constant, and people are constantly against change. Yeah, people will go against this new policy that they just will I say brought in because it's already passed, because it's already existing. But again, Buhari make a categorical statement that he's targeting the politicians. So we should not complain too much because the man that's in charge have directed to a part, assured to a part that this is my goal and this is my aim, that is trying to curve vote buying this election, curve corruption and the rest. Of course, yes, when 12 and fight, is the grass that suffer. We, the people, the common people, common man that will suffer it. But in the future, we will see the benefit what this man from Daura is trying to do. Yes, is it the right time to do it? For me, is no. But he's on his right and he's able to do it this time around if he feel he's making a point. Now, let me go on this design of the Naira node. If he wants to design Naira node, he would have done it long ago, before now. So that if at now people are still not made up to the demand, we cannot blame him so much. But since he just rushed into doing election cycle, we will now feel, or me will now feel, is trying to differentiate the South people and lay the agenda, is trying to carry the agenda forward.
Sorry, hold on. How is changing the Naira disenfranchising the Southern people?
Hold on. You push up, stop pulling this door. Why you people like try to slide me all the time? Go inside there and sit down. Sorry. What I was saying, my point I was trying to say, since he's trying to change narrative at this time I said, this political cycle, people like me, this is my opinion, I will really try to franchise the South because he's using every kind of
yeah,
tactics.
But how is it disenfranchising the
So if we the South cannot get hold of the Naira to carry out our vision through in this this election cycle, of course the people in the North or the cabal that is doing it already start their own Naira. Like we were saying here, that the president already have their money.
Did you see what Jafar said in the comment section that I highlighted? That
no, I didn't say
that markets in Kano were shutting down because they are not willing to accept the old Naira notes and not getting the new one. He also sent a link of Ganduje warning Buhari that he cannot guarantee safety if it comes to Kano because the people are suffering heavily under the new Naira notes. I also read you the story of a Katsina businessman that is having to suffer a 5,000 Naira loss to get 20,000 Naira in order that he can pay his laborers. So how is it disenfranchising the Southerners?
Yeah, I said that's my opinion. That's why I'm using
Yeah,
it like conspiracy theory.
but what's it vested on? It can't. It's just what kind of says your
Is the
opinion now.
is the political space I'm talking about, not the livelihood. If we the South cannot get funds to use in this election, of course, the people in charge are doing what they're about to do. They are doing whatever they are doing. They will have their way to get their message through. And at the end of the day, they'll call the result for us. Anyway, let's leave that. That's not important. What's important for me, I want to really talk about. Now, they designed this Naira note and they gave deadline. I think they moved it once. I think it was December before. They now extend the deadline to January.
I don't think it was ever December. Was it ever December?
I don't know. I think it was when they said it was 2 months. They said before, right? Before I think I don't know, but anyway, it's 3 months open. Bringing the money to the bank is not the issue, but where I feel there's a problem. Every bank wants to receive money. Any country they have a policy of receiving money. There's a policy that checkmate money going out, which is well understandable. But I don't understand when you want to mop out the money from circulation, and yet you are placing EFCC in the bank to watch people depositing money. That means you have a plan, you have a blueprint of what you're going to do, and you're following through it, and it's working out for you. That's what I wanted to interject before, but I just kept my cool. If that's why I ask why people complain.
Sorry, do you know why they are putting the EFCC in banks to monitor the money? Do you know why?
No, I don't.
They are monitoring it because what Buhari is telling us is that the Naira note is really to attack the illicit money space, monies held illegally, unexplained money. So that's primarily at the political space, but it also sweeps up the kidnappings, the frauds, etc. So if and we have actually seen monies in heavy trucks that they used to ferry cattle all over the space. So if you bring a huge volume of money into the banking system in raw cash, then you have to, of course, explain the source of that money before you can bank it.
Okay, yeah, okay. If all this you're saying is what Buhari is saying, that means the purpose of creating Naira node is not really bad because there's so many things he wants to checkmate. And again, like you said, I'm not a banker, you at least you have experience there, that if by the deadline and all this money cannot make their way back, they will rewrite that money to themselves. Don't we think that that's what the man is trying to get at? That he's trying to rewrite this money that is out there. He doesn't know how much is out there. The bigger for him, the better for him. That by the time of at the end of the deadline, the central bank will write this money back to themselves and now disburse new money to the system. That is one. Now, the new Naira note is not getting to people. That's the part again that I don't really understand. Like I said, I read a few days ago that the central bank released 120 million to banks, 150 million Naira. Like, is this man crazy? But again, probably is the purpose. They don't want a lot of Naira notes to be on the circulation. That what led to a lot of inflation or corruption in the first place. People stashing money in Sokewe, cemetery, unknown building in Lagos, and some along the Cameroona Road, Child Road, I used to say. So probably those are the things they're trying to curb now. Because if they put money into the circulation, politicians will only send their surrogate there to go and withdraw money, no matter which limit they say. If it's 1 million Naira limit, they say by person, you will see the bank today, about 10,000 people will come and withdraw 1 million Naira, but go back to one person's hand. Yeah, sure. Sure.
Look, brother, this thing is very simple. Look, the ship has sailed from the policy, from the new Naira design. It's gone now. It's too late for anybody to go back on the policy. Nobody's asking for the Buhari or Emefiele to go back on the policy. Everybody's problem is we don't want useless invention. If you do something, it has two faces. First is the money, new money itself. The other one is its implementation. The implementation has been horrible. Everybody is suffering, and this is the problem. Nobody is arguing anymore about whether it's a good policy or bad policy. That argument has been made. Everybody is gone away from it. Now it's the implementation. Now, if you create new money and people can't find the money, it's a useless invention. Who cares about the new money? You create new money, you put ink, you pour ink in some money. Who cares? If people cannot have the money, it's a big problem, and that is what everybody's complaining about.
Correct, it's Doko. Sorry, I can hear you.
And that's the problem. The problem is not about the design. Everybody is arguing with it. They're forgetting about it. Buhari is not going to go back. The Merkel is going to go back. Nobody is now they can't even go back because it will rubbish the whole monetary system of Nigeria. So we leave it. But people want the money. Doesn't matter if you think it advantages some politician or not. At some point, it doesn't really matter. People need to have the money. It doesn't matter. Everybody wins and loses if there's no money. It doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter whether you are Tinubu, you are Atiku, you are B. If there's no money for people to spend, the only reason Tinubu is worried is because if the implementation is as horrible as it is or worse, it's going to be a negative on the administration. And who is running on the back of the administration? Tinubu. It's not about this. They want the money so that they can use it to do vote buying. It's not about vote buying at this point. Tinubu's problem is whatever looks so horrible on the government, even if it's Buhari's problem, he is inheriting that. So he doesn't want to inherit something he doesn't agree with. He said, I don't want this shit, right? I don't want to inherit this shit. I don't agree with it, number one. The people who are behind it,
Mr. Fatai, sorry. Can I interject, please? Let's not rub it like this. Let's be straight in this Tinubu's talk. Tinubu made those statements. Are you trying to? I can hear you.
Yeah, sorry, I don't understand. Fatai had bust. I'll put it like this. I don't understand what was going.
Tinubu
I just want him to finish.
Tinubu made those statements for like these hurdles or obstacles that would try to hinder his election, but they will not hinder his election. Do you understand? And what are these hurdles? What does it imply, or what does these things imply? It implies that we know that this money is for vote buying. Let us be honest. And the fuel scarcity is for logistics.
Look, I know that's what I'm saying. I don't say.
Yeah, so let's not say defend him that is the next because of the incoming administration that is trying to protect. That is not the. It is because of the vote buying.
Did you listen to me? I said.
Yeah, of course I did. That's why I interjected now.
Wait now, no, clearly you didn't listen to me. I say everybody is thinking because Tinubu wants to buy votes, therefore he's panicking, he wants money. Okay, whether you think he wants to buy vote or not, at the end of the day, if there is no money, it affects not only Tinubu, it affects everybody. It affects the Nigeria on the road, the Nigeria in the village, Nigeria in the city, everybody. It affects POS business. It affects business in the north. It affects business in the south. Everybody. Whether you like Tinubu or you don't like Tinubu, whether you think Tinubu wants to buy vote, doesn't want to buy vote. At the end of the day, the implementation of Naira affects everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Fatai. I get your interjection, but somebody was interject.
No, one piece. I will say please continue because this guy will still present his Excel.
Yeah. So
some of us are about to sleep.
Yeah.
No, too much over interjection is coming to the same thing.
Yeah, that's why I waited. I didn't want to talk over it. So
implementation he was talking about. Can I say something about it?
No. We actually want to go very quickly to a spreadsheet which somebody has presented, which somebody wants to present to tell us then how the election is going to pan out and land. But if you want to say something, be extremely brief with it, and then we'll go straight to the spreadsheet.
Okay. Thank you about that. Somebody was just saying something about the implementation of the Naira policy, the issue that a lot of people are having the biting effect of it. But you know that almost anything in Nigeria, implementation is an issue, and you say there's an element of suffering that goes with implementation of anything. That's like the new election process that INEC is running. There's a lot of issue. There's a lot of bottleneck. A lot of people go to INEC offices to get cards. Implementation is just a real bottleneck. So are we now going to say, okay, INEC, stop this election that is coming up? No, the election has to still go on. There's some element of difficulty once something new comes around. So these are challenges. So we're talking about the the bigger benefit.
All right, let's not wrap a debate around it. But thank you for that. Thank you for that insight, Samuel. So Fatai, you're up next. Your voice already popped up. So now we will bring up your spreadsheet, and here it is. So here it is. So let me come into. Hold on, just give me 1 second. Let me sweep you guys to the bottom. So you can. So there it is. So there is the spreadsheet as presented by Fatai. So let me go through the top row first. So this is row 1. So Nigeria, of course. So 2015 numbers, 2019 numbers, alternative accommodations and real time. Is this rhetorical that you intended to write? Yeah. So alternative accommodations and real-time rhetorical estimations, 2023 projections and remarks. So talk us through the headlines first, and then we pick it up from there. So say 2015 numbers we understand, 2019 numbers we understand, alternative accommodations and real-time rhetorical estimation. So what does that mean?
No, so the final projection is made based on I fall back on 2 things. First of all, the trajectory of elections in Nigeria, which I think has been solidified over the time. That is 2015 and 2019, like a representation of the historical perspective. This alternative accommodation is number one. I want to be like on the ground, real time. Like how do people say it? Like, so it's a combination of different sources: the polling, the Arise projection, this day projection. Some people have listened to like all possible. Like, okay, this is obese chances, PDP's possibilities, how the APC is going to be damaged. So it's like a compilation of like the real-time reflection, the numbers of like what you could get, in real time. It's the voice of what I would think would be historical trajectory of elections in Nigeria. So on these two backgrounds, right, the projection is the 2023 projection that I made is finally, like for instance now in my 2023 projection, I assume NNPP will not be a significant enough factor, so there's no need to waste a lot of time there. So
even in the northwest.
In the northwest, I think NNPC will fold up, right? So that's why I don't think it could be a factor in the northwest. Even in the whole of the northwest, I think its major impact will be in Kano, right? And the other part of the northwest, I don't see how, because Kwankwaso, I think is an old, let me call it old. He's carrying a reputation from the old time, right? He was governor 1 million years ago, right? It was with PDP, it was inside PDP, they beat them both. His person cannot win in the Kano. Ganduje, and he was with Ganduje, not Ganduje, this guy is Shekarau. Even Shekarau, like there used to be like 3 pillars, right, in the Kano politics. Kwankwaso, Shekarau, and this, I don't remember, but I think it's Ganduje. Anyway, there used to be 3. So 2 against 1, you would win. 1 against 2, you will not win. One person is standing alone in Kano politics, right? Shekarau is not with him. Ganduje, the official structure is not with him. The royal, the monarchy is there. It's all been split up. When it used to be one monarchy, you could easily get profit.
Okay, got it. NNPC is not there. Okay,
I don't say it will not win around, right? But I don't think it's enough to waste all the trouble to. And also, there's no.
All right, it wasn't a significant enough of a factor to
permit it. I split his number around over the other people.
All right, before we get straight into it, what level of voter turnout are you using for this projection for this year?
Let me just do quickly. I will just do quickly a background. Can you, can you put up the PowerPoint? The voter number is there.
The PowerPoint. Did you send the PowerPoint?
Yeah, it's true. Yeah. It's just like a.
All right.
It's not a lot of things.
All right. Bear with me one moment. I didn't actually. Oh, yes, you did send the PowerPoint. You see, this is how it's properly done. Are you taking notes, Kulata? This is how it's properly done. Look at that. Yes.
Don't expect any PowerPoint from me except you start paying me.
That's your right, Kulata.
All right. Hold on. Let me just switch it around to the PowerPoint. Bear with me one second.
There's not anything serious, just a background.
Yeah, to set the background. So let me come off this and bring up the PowerPoint. Okay, and there it is. So what are we looking at?
Okay. So I wanted to put up this, right? Just like this is default. This is like the battlefield, right? This is anybody who wants to beat Tinubu or whatever. I think Tinubu is my point is that APC. No, I'll tell you what. Let me start there.
Yeah.
APC is the party to beat, right? Anyway, the incumbent governor. Now we are not talking just about incumbent, right? If you think you're going to overturn all these words, and if you're going to win this election, this is the Goliath you're up against. All those red numbers, right? Those deep reds in the north, right? Then down, basically these yellows and wherever are the ones that are for those are PDP. Minus those yellow, that's what you're up against, right? So if somebody's like, I have always maintained, like if Peter Obi has more time, right? Okay, we could be talking, right? So in 2-3 months, whatever, or maximum 6 months, his campaign started. He needs to overturn this already. Now you're going to need a tsunami. Like the country is like upside down. Every day there's riots on the street. In my belief, for you to turn all this red and throw it around, especially without a structure. But still, I didn't really. I say, okay, let's take that. Let's cause that emotion. Like this is what this is what we're going to get, right? How is this red? How could this red be overturned, right? One of the easiest way to overturn one way of course is if APC is horrible in the way they run the election, of course, right? Then who is it going to be who is that going to advantage? It's more likely to advantage a PDP, right? But which way? So because Atiku in the last election he pushed back on this, like it's even deeper than this in before. So which way can this third factor that I assume is going to be three factors, right? APC, PDP, Labour Party. What could make a Labour Party win this election? The one condition that I say is there has to be okay, of course, tremendous annoyance with the current administration. Then the second one, there has to be such a huge turnout. Without a very huge turnout, if the people that have always come out are the same people that come out, it will be practically impossible for Labour Party to feature up in any significant way in the election. So to have a huge turnout, if there is a huge turnout, Peter Obi has a good chance, right? And it is not impossible, considering all the divas, all the INEC marketing, all everything. So it's not impossible. One more, can you go to the next page? So it's not impossible for Peter Obi to win, but this is what. So we're not talking just about this Goliath. It's not just a Goliath that happened in one cycle. This is a Goliath that has been building up since 1999. You see those green in 1999, the top on the left, that is PDP, all over the place. But even still, so the APC that you are seeing today started from 1999. Even with Olufalaye, if you can see that deep blue casino up there. Right, that is over 80 or something, or I think it's even 90%. A Olufalaye who is not the northerner against an Obasanjo that literally unpicked by a northerner. So this current APC, they went through different metamorphoses, right? But if you look at it, if you follow it up really, it's the same coalition expanded. It's the expanded form of the same coalition that has been building up over since 1999. It's just not one election they came out and then they took over the government. It took years and years and years of work and over the years. And so they have it. So in 2003, Buhari took over. Buhari consolidated on Olufalaye. Lost a few. Essentially, there's no need to differentiation doesn't even matter that much. So consolidated in the next election, that one was so terrible. It's almost useless. The 2017 election, the rigging was too much, almost useless. So that you can take it out. Then you see the trial country 2011. It built it controlled even more down to the north central, right? So by the time they got to 2015, they've taken over the old map, right? They've taken over the whole map, right? PDP was only just featuring in the south. So it's like the opposite. By the time they go to 2015, we've had the opposite of what we had in 1999, right? And that's where we are today. The only reason we have a chance at all is the Atiku, right? I think Atiku, the likes of IU and co, blah, 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 I think they must have looked at numbers that the only chance they have in this election is an Atiku, actually. Even we all know the emotions with Ricky and everything. You know, even I agree with it. But actually, when I do look at the number, I think their only chance actually is an Atiku. Somebody to make this deep blue of 2015 to keep pushing back. Otherwise, APC will continue to have ground because a Wike is not going to overtake the north. He's not going to do a job that Atiku will do in the north. In the south, the PDP can consolidate even with or without a southerner. But the problem is, if there is no northerner, APC will just keep consolidating. And Atiku proved it in 2019, and that's the one on the far right. In 2019, you see, it's less deep, it's not as deep as in 2015, because Atiku pushed back, and also it gets a couple of more territories in the north central and then in Adamawa, I think. And so that's where we are today. So if you're going to beat this administration, this is the Goliath you're up against, right? So my analysis is not because want Tinubu to win, but it's coming from the fact that we have a giant represented by this map. And if you think you can beat it, that's what you have to beat. And then I position Peter Obi's possibility to even have a chance.
Is that the next slide? Is that the next slide?
Yeah. The next slide will be short, and then I'll go to the slide. So that is where the next slide comes. So it's not, and when I am saying, what is the range of this youth turnout? We've had before youth turnout. It's not like the last two elections have been actually anomaly, especially the last election, right? We've had 60. We've had let me see my record.
We had 69 in 2003. 69.
Yeah, we had 69%.
I believe that is fake, man. Not like your number is fake, but in actuality, that's just some inflated stuff.
These are INEC data now.
I know, but that time election wasn't that real.
2003, election wasn't real.
It wasn't that real. Obasanjo was just writing stuff up.
That's why I don't include 2007. 2007, Obasanjo was there. No election has even Osun.
Which election has been real before in Nigeria?
Even Osun this year was not real. So they are not more like how much of it is useful? That's the point, right? It's not okay. Of course, we know the election has not been real, but how much of it is real? Was there a youth turnout?
Fatai, sorry to interject you. This is your graph. In total, it tells us APC won or they go for second round.
No, I've not started. I'm just saying.
It's building up to it now. So how did you average the turnout out? So where did you land at your estimated turnout?
So I see. So the time that we've had good numbers have been times when we've had the election spaces has come with so much passion, right? So it's kind of parallel with what we're having now. So all this gives me believability that it is possible to have a good turnout, and so which is in my next page.
All right.
So the next page is the turnout, right? So I am projecting that we're going to have at least like 50% turnout rate, 53%, which is like 50 million. 50 million. It's not important. We've had 60% before. We've had 50-something percent, blah blah blah. Like that, and so that's where on the average total from their recorded, we've done an average of 46, almost 47% before. In those times that are very heavily emotional periods, their average is 58%. So I think it's not unreasonable to achieve a 53%, right, which will be like 15, around approximately 50 million. And not only that, even what even makes it possible is that the INEC is created new polling units, 58,000, almost 60,000 new polling units. We used to have before 119, something, whatever, almost 120 polling units before. They've created new polling units. They've closed down a lot of polling units, about 750 polling units, which are polling units in churches, in mosques, in I don't know, in somebody's basement, and all this. They've closed down so many of those. Now we are operating with 170 something, almost 180 polling units. So if we are 50% of what we used to have is been added to the new one, right? If we have more,
is that from 2019?
The
new polling unit.
one. No, the new one for this election. 170 for the 2019. Until 2019, we have
additional.
Additional 56,000.
Oh,
so
wow.
even if we get 100 voters in each polling unit, and you can imagine we could have tremendous millions. So for all these reasons, I say, okay, it's not impossible. It's not impossible to have a 53% turnout rate, to have a 50 million turnout rate. It looks like a big number, but if you consider the fact that the emotions, the marketing from INEC, Viva, blah, 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 Peter Obi's movement, everything, blah, 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 plus the almost 60,000 additionally newly created polling, it's not impossible. And at any rate, this is a chance that opposition, especially Peter Obi, has to make a dent in this election. If we don't get enough, like a really significant big turnout, right? It doesn't have a chance. If it's going to be as it used to be, there's no chance. That red map is not difficult. It's not easy to, because it's not red map that happened just in 2019. It's been building up since, so it's in trend. It's really on ground. It's a structure that has been solidly built up, that is solidly on ground.
Okay, so now let's get back to the spreadsheet. So you have to talk me through it, because you've configured it slightly differently from the previous ones that we've had a look through. So here is the spreadsheet. So you've given us the preamble to explain what the top row is. So now you've kicked it off from the southeast. So in Abia, for instance, in 2015. You said 3.4.
No, those are not my numbers. Those are not my numbers. Those are
all right.
All
right. You have it on your screen. So talk us through the first Abia space, so that we're on board with
Okay. 2019 numbers. These are the results from 2015. The results from 2015 election. These are the numbers as they were. Right. I didn't have anything to do with that. I just put the number. I think I calculated the percentages, or I lifted it from INEC, or as is reported in around. But I checked, even when I take it from electoral geography or whatever I took it, I checked it with the INEC. That's what they are in the INEC. Maybe if there's a random or whatever. But this is what the election were in 2015 and 2019.
All right, brilliant. So in Abia State in 2015, APC scored 3.4% approximately. PDP scored 94% approximately. So that was 2015. In 2019, APC scored 26% approximately. PDP scored 67% approximately. So the alternative accommodation. So talk us through that space. What does that here?
Okay, so in 2015 we had a Jonathan, a Southerner in the north, on the ballot, right? Not only we have a Southerner, right? There was heavy emotion about the South will not allow, like let in 2015 let Jonathan do his term. Let him do his term. So there was this. It's almost like today. There was. I mean, I don't remember one time that I call it that the real Emilio Con was 2015. The South were like, no, we're not going to let you. Jonathan is going to. We're not going to They were not going. The North is not going to slap us in the face. No. So everybody dug in. The North went for their own. The South went for their own. So Buhari had no chance. And of course, I mean, especially at that time, nobody cared about. Not only they don't care about Buhari in the South, especially in the Southeast, they hated him so much, right? So he had no chance. I don't even know how he got 3%, and that's why you see in Anambra I got 0. Nobody. so because of Jonathan's influence, APC had no. They could not even make a little dent. This is the number that I don't know. A Showore will get in Anambra. That is the kind of number they were getting in 2015 APC, right? And it is understandable. It cannot be used as the standard, because you have on the ballot a man that nobody loved, and then you have a man that is beloved. Not only beloved, the people feel this organic Awalo call for him. So PDP did tremendously well in the. And also, I think even until today, PDP is still a little bit confused about they are getting it twisted. Their base might not be as that strong in the South, and Peter Obi coming in now also might not be also as that strong in the Southeast, because these things can be shaken, because these bases were built on a Jonathan strength, a Jonathan from the South who came at a time that it's kind of emotional, right? So anyway, that's that.
All right, Fatai, let's do it this way just to manage the time. I'll read through the Southeast region. So I'll read the historical data, I'll read your projection, and then how you have concluded the victory. So we do it like that, and then when we do that region, we take just a couple of questions and we cascade all the way through, and then you have the spreadsheet interrogated. So Abia State. So in 2015, 3%, 3.4% approximately. 9. APC, 9.4%, 94% approximately PDP. So I'm just going to go straight to your projections. So the projection for 2023 by Fatai, APC will score 20% in Abia State. PDP will score 35% in Abia State. Peter Obi takes Abia State by 45%. So that's the Labour Party win. So in Anambra State, in 2015, APC scored 0%, PDP scored 98%. Fatai's projection for Abia State in 20 from Anambra State in 2023. APC still retains their 0%. That's Peter Obi's home state. PDP 35%, and of course it takes its own home state with 65%. So that's a win for Peter Obi. In Ebonyi State, 5% APC in 2015, 88%. So I'll be going with the figures from 2019 now, just to manage the space. So in 2019, in Ebonyi State, APC got 25%. PDP got 72%. Fatai's projection for Ebonyi State, 25% for APC 2023, 30% for PDP 2023. Peter Obi takes Ebonyi State 45%. So not a resounding take. So in Enugu State, 12.9% APC 2019, 84% PDP 2019. Fatai's projection for 2023, 15% to APC, 45% to PDP, 40% to Labour Party. So PDP actually takes Enugu State controversially by Fatai's projection. Imo State, 27% APC in 2019, 65% PDP 2019. Fatai's projection for 2023, 25% APC, 30% PDP, and 45% Peter Obi. So Peter Obi takes Imo State, which is Hopuzozima's home state. So in Fatai's projection, APC only meets their 25% criteria in Imo State. PDP meets the 25% and exceeds in all of the states, even taking victory in Enugu State. So that's Fatai's projection for the Southeast. A couple of questions on that, and then we go on to the Southwest.
Imo and Ebonyi. 25% Imo and Ebonyi.
Imo and Ebonyi, yes, for the APC.
Quick question. Where is PDP votes coming from in Ebonyi? Because PDP is dead in Ebonyi. They're actually working for APC. PDP canceled. The PCB canceled their. I mean, they suspended the what's it called, Oga in Ebonyi, and they disqualified a bunch of their candidates right now.
I know. That's why I'm only like 30% or thereabout. I think that they're not gonna. But I'm coming from the back of an historical performance of 80, 70. So okay, they're gonna lose 40%. That's a lot to lose, right? I don't see how this guy will have decimated PDP so much that they cannot come away with 30%. The last election they just won 72%. And that's a huge volume of people. You're not just going to overcome 72%. It's not going to come to zero overnight. It's going to take a time. Now, I do agree that they've been hugely decimated, right? They are the party to beat there they are the party to beat in the Southeast. Is the homeboy factor that's even going to make the homeboy factor plus the fact that nobody thinks Atiku should get in the Southwest except the big boys in the Southeast, the Soludos and co. Other than that, everybody will give it to Tinubu and Peter Obi, and in that space, it's your home, right? Peter Obi will take the business. My point is that, yeah, I do agree with you, brother, but I think no matter how decimated PDP is in Osun State, it will not be as bad as not being able to come away with 30%. 40% is a tremendous shift already. But even if that shift happens, right? Not all those decimations will go to Tinubu. If there was no Peter Obi yet, you will see. But even the decimations, the homeboy factor will still come in. I know it. The homeboy is an Anambra, right? But the homeboy factor will still kick in to a good extent.
All right.
Can I say something?
Yeah, come in.
Okay. I just kind of have a little worry about his projection for the South space. What I'm saying,
we've not gotten to that space yet. We'll get to it. But the Southeast, do you have any questions or clarifications?
Okay. I thought it was a general. Okay, no. Okay, don't worry. When it gets to the South, I'll.
All right, we do it region by region.
That's the way I'm expecting fire.
All right. I suspect they'll surrender the Southwest to you. So let's go to the Southwest, Ekiti State. 2019, APC got 57%, approximately 40% to the PDP. Fatai's estimation, APC to get 60% now. So just a marginal difference, a marginal improvement, even though their own homeboy, their own son, is on the ballot this time around. So 60% by Fatai's projection for Ekiti State APC, 20% PDP, and 20% Labour Party. So quite where that 20% to Labour Party comes from, maybe that's to be queried. So in Lagos State, 53% to the APC in 2019, 41% to the PDP in 2019. Fatai projects the same 60% still in Lagos State to APC, 20% to the PDP, and 20% to the Labour Party. So the Igbo vote, of course, that much vaunted regarding Lagos, the attribution only 20% from Fatai. Osun State, 2019, 49% to APC, 34% to PDP. Fatai's projection, 65% to APC 2023, 25% to PDP, and 10%, which people say more reflective, Labour Party. Ondo State, 2019, 43% APC, PDP actually took that space, 49%. PDP, that's 2019. Fatai's projection for Ogun State is that 65% that you've given to Ogun State for APC, 25% to PDP, and Labour Party retains its 10%. Ondo State, 43% APC 2019, 49% PDP 2019, 60% projection APC 2023, 32 PDP, and Labour Party still carries on with the 10. Osun State, 38.8%. No, that's 48.66% 2019, 47%. So it's just a real squeeze in 2019. So that was the 2019. In 2023, Fatai's projection, 65% to APC, 25% to PDP, and 10% to Labour Party. So Oyo State, Seyi Makinde holds sway there. It's almost 50-50 in 2019. 43.66% APC, 43.83% PDP. That was 2019. But no equivocation in 2023, according to Fatai. 65% to APC, 25% to PDP, and 10% to Labour Party. So a lot of people will push against you for Lagos State, a derisory 20% to Labour Party. So there is so the Southwest then, any quibbles on that? The whole of the Southwest taken by the APC according to Fatai's projection. Any pushback on that? A couple of questions, anybody? All right. It looks as though nobody is querying that, but I will query your figures on Lagos State, though. I think I think I will probably, I don't know though. I will query it, but I'm not quite sure where I will move it round to. So let's go to the south.
I think the only possibility.
I was about questioning the southeast, right?
The southeast.
I don't know. Yeah, apart from quantitative Fatai, what is the qualitative method you apply for you even to arrive at the situation whereby you actually think PDP will win Enugu when even their son is even contesting this time around? So what are the other things apart from, is this thing purely quantitative, or do you have some qualitative that you apply that just makes you use this thing to have this? Because to me, what I'm seeing around South is, even though it's a forecast, but it looks very, very unreal. Even we know it's a forecast, but very, very.
All right, let them address it, because we've actually gone past the Southeast, but address that quickly, and then we're going to the South.
Yeah, if I was going purely number, right, I will assume PDP will just run roughshod throughout the Southeast, right? So it's not the element of the number. It's my own balance. It's a balancing. The way I see it, I think PDP will lose tremendously. Look, Enugu is not Peter Obi's like in the universe of Southeast. Enugu is not his own turf, right? His own turf where he can brag any time is Anambra, right? So now, how much Peter Obi will do in places like Imo, Enugu, these places, right? It's not going to be just because it's from Southeast, right? They want it, but we have to consider Tinubu goes to the Enugu, is G3 in Enugu. So I'm going to give you a slap on the hand if you don't have to. That's the mark of the man who is desperate. I believe PDP is strong in Enugu, right? Like in Abia, for instance, if not for let's say the death of this governorship candidate, because the problem Peter Obi is going to have, even in his homeland, is lack of structure, right? These people have strong candidates down the ballot, so there's going to be a collateral overflow from the down ballot to the presidential ballot, right? People will have to go out against their will to vote for Peter Obi because it's our home son. Because when you want to vote for a governor to Senate, I mean, essentially people are going to go in and say, okay, give me the ticket for this. Here I vote PDP. Here I vote PDP. Okay, but here give me the one for Labour Party. This thing doesn't really work in real life like that, right? I think for me, this is the maximum I can give to a Peter Obi. I don't think PDP will not do well in Enugu, right? I don't think it will do so horrible. This with Atiku in the last election, right? 80%, 84%. How much will they lose? This when I look at the number, I think, okay, how much will they lose? If you're holding down, when you hold down 80%, you are like a commando there. How much would you lose? And then also PDP has the backing of the big boys who believe that it's better for a PDP for Atiku to win so that they can make a deal for Atiku to step down after one term and to have a southeastern person. And that is the big problem that APC will have in the southeast, because these big boys believe let Atiku get this thing for the benefit of the southeast, so that we will make a deal with him after 4 years. He will go. He's already old anyway, so we will do one term and then we will bring in Soludo or whatever, whoever they want to bring in. You know, so and that is the factor that is the qualitative aspect that I factored into. Maybe PDP will not overlose that much. No, definitely not more than 40%. For this 40% or 45%, it's like half what they did the last time.
All right. I can already see the controversy in the South. So let's kick it. So let's kick it off with Akwa Ibom. So in 2019, APC got 30% of the votes in Akwa Ibom. PDP got 68%. So we're rounding it off to the nearest decimal. So that was 2019. But for Fatai's projection for 2023, APC scores 20%. PDP scores 45%, and Labour Party scores 35%. So that's a PDP win for Akwa Ibom. So now we're going to Bayelsa State. So in Bayelsa State, so historical data 2019, APC scored 36.9%. PDP scored 61.5%. Fatai projects for 2023 APC to get 25%, PDP to get 40%, Labour Party to get 25%. So that's a PDP win. So that's Bayelsa State. Cross River State. So historical data again, 2019, 27% approximate APC in Cross Rivers 2019, 70% approximate PDP. Fatai projects for Cross Rivers 25% APC 2023, 40% PDP 2023, 25% Labour Party 2023. So that's a third PDP win in the South. So now we go to Delta State, which I think is the home state of the vice running for the PDP. 26% approximate 2019, 71% approximate PDP. So that's that 26% APC, 27.1% PDP. That was 2019. Fatai's projection for Delta State, 35% APC, 45% PDP, and 20% Labour Party. So PDP retains hold of the South. They win again Delta State. So we go to Edo State, and there's a special interest in Edo State, of course, as you all know. So historically, APC had 47% in 2019, 49% PDP 2019. Fatai projects 40% to APC in 2023, 35% to PDP in 40% to APC in 2023, 35% to PDP in 2023, and 25% to Labour Party. So APC takes Delta State, which of course Edo State rather. APC takes Edo State, which of course calls for celebration for enigmatic Conde. So River State now, a lot of controversy around River State, as you all know, well documented. 23% APC had in that space in 2019, 73% to PDP. Fatai projects 50%, 50% to APC, 25% to PDP, and 25% to Labour Party. So that's an APC win. So 2 APC wins in the South. But then, I've got that. But there's a proviso to River State. It says with Wike's support. So that 50% that Fatai projects to APC is on the proviso that Wike lends his support to the APC. So that's the South, of course. Not a single Labour Party victory against all of the narratives that we have been hearing all over the social media space, that it will be a blanket sweep of the South by the Labour Party. So any feedback on that? Any feedback on the South?
Yeah. Can I say something?
Yeah, carry on.
Yeah, initially I wanted to talk about this. With your projection, and particularly the South, my general outlook to your projection is highly biased.
Okay.
Why do I say this? Is you projecting PDP almost sweeping the whole of South. It's an impossibility in this election.
Is their turf?
You say?
Is their turf? Is their natural habitat?
Forget about natural habitat at this current political reality. You're talking about their habitat. It's a habitat that has been destroyed. You might have a habitat, but you destroy your right to that habitat by your.
Who is going to win vote?
I can guarantee you that South PDP will not win any of the states in South. I give you my reasons.
No. Before you give that reason, let me give you some additional data. In 2015, PDP got 93% of Akwa Ibom, 98.4% of Bayelsa, 92% of Cross Rivers, 95.5% of Delta, 57.3% of Edo State, and 94% of River State. So that when it's saying it's their natural habitat, that's historical data.
Yeah, I know that. But I'm
are you saying Obi is going to overturn?
It's not from South. It's not from South to Leon Boy.
I am telling you categorically that PDP will not win any state in the South.
No, you can't say that now. When they are scoring 98%, 92%,
yes, that was then.
So you will overturn all of that because of Peter Obi.
Wait a minute. Let me give you a reason for that. First of all, the very basic reason, no South still want to support Atiku. And why I say so is this. South has never produced a president in Nigeria. And they had them. Good luck.
They did in 2019.
Wait, that's what I'm saying. The only person they produced, the very man that is in PDP, was the very reason why the only presidential candidate South had, with all the South has been given, only time they ever got one, he lasted for only 1 term. And who is the reason for that?
It lasted for a term and a half.
Yes, his own term. It wasn't a borrowed term. The other one was borrowed, but for his own term. Atiku is the person that is behind it. And you think the South, with all the things they have contributed to Nigeria, with all the resources Nigeria is getting from them,
their son is on Atiku's ticket. Their son is on Atiku's ticket.
Not only that.
Wait. Atiku, wait, let me learn.
just give you this point
let me land. Forget about their habitat. Atiku has destroyed his foundation in the South. I can tell you that the South are not going to forgive him. Are not going to forgive. And apart from that, Buhari is a Fulani man. And then you are trying to bring another Fulani man, and you expect the South to now support a transition from Fulani to Fulani, which are the very reason why they couldn't stand it. You don't even understand why Wike is very mad with Atiku again.
Their son is on Atiku's ticket, Samuel.
That doesn't mean that's just to appease them because of what he has done.
They will bypass their son to go to the Southeast.
The only state I may say, well, I cannot conclusively say PDP, probably just the state of Okowa. Outside of that, I can guarantee you that PDP will not have one state in the South. Because
sorry. Are you suggesting that they will bypass their son to go to the Southeast? Is that what you're suggesting?
Okowa, just only one state in the South. It's just the state in the South, the son of Delta, and the son of the entire South.
Peter Obi is only one state in the Southeast.
They would rather go for Peter Obi because that is the closest
and abandon their own son. Abandon their own son.
Absolutely.
By how much?
Absolutely. Their son for vice president, is that all they are good for?
All right. I did give Peter Obi.
That's why somebody asked you, what is your qualitative analysis? You put into these things I can see your projection is highly biased.
Okay, can you guys go to Southwest?
Can I say something? In support of Samuel, right? I'm someone in support of Samuel. See, I understand why you are overfitting your data actually, because like I said, it's heavily biased towards
Ola, sorry.
Hold on. No, please now. Let Ola land. Just leave Ola alone. Let Ola land. But I don't say he's biased. Speak to the data, just the rawness of the data.
Yeah, if I speak to the rawness of the data, it will be misleading because I will
naturally speak to anything, but give example.
I will naturally agree with the data if I'm talking from quantitative angle. But
yes,
when you want to determine, you have to look at things that are significant in determining the outcome of a data. Now, wait. In 2015, Jonathan coming from the South is a significant determinant.
I already said that in the build-up. I already put that.
Religion is a determinant which is significant in Nigerian space. You understand? If religion is not significant, for example, Shetima will not be the running mate for this guy.
Let me answer that.
No, I don't want us to go back and forth. Let me just give me.
Now. You talk somewhere to how many days can I?
Hold on. Let him land it, Fatai, and then you address the wholeness of it. Land it, Ola.
Exactly. Now we have a situation now where even the son in South is even fighting against a candidate that has actually caused a problem in his own party. So now you have to look at Wike factor. Yeah, Okowa is important, but Wike is going to counterbalance Okowa. That is where the problem will start.
Wike is not on the ballot. He's going to do well in his state, Rivers State. That's why I gave on Wike.
It's not on the ballot. It's not on the
ballot.
He
has influence in Cross River, right? He has influence in Cross River, and he has influence in Bayelsa.
I'm sorry, by the way.
Doesn't have a Cross River.
Hold on. Sorry, by the way, World Peace. I wanted the conversation to stay focused on this data. So that's why I just stopped.
Yeah, one man. I wasn't going away from that. I wanted to tell Ola, please just wait till they finish Southwest so that we can tell what we feel or how we feel the graph to Fatai. That's what I wanted to tell Ola. But sorry, I already made the point.
All right.
Can I go?
Yeah. Carry on.
All right. South. Fatai.
Yeah.
APC has gained a lot of ground in Cross River. So this 25% looks like it's close to where it should be, but I think it's slightly low for Cross River because APC has gained a lot of ground. Same thing with Bielsa. You know, APC is supposed to be their governor right now, if not for the court process. So they've gained a lot of ground in Bielsa. And also GEJ is working for them in Bielsa. River State, even with Wiki, 50% I think is excessive. Because I don't think those people like Tinubu to vote willingly for him. And I don't think Wiki has an outsized influence to get to 50%. At least he'll be able to get 25% for Jara. But I just think that 50% for APC is a bit too high.
They almost got
No, but do you consider that with Wike's backing, APC takes River State?
I don't. APC will get more than the 25%, but I don't think they can just
but
take
they
River
already
State.
did in 2019 without Wike's support. I mean, with Wike's vicious opposition to them, they got 21.
You see, I mean, because I did not factor G5, but I'm even thinking if I want to factor G5, that means Wike must be a monster to get 50%. This is close to Southwest.
They have a little structure. My point is they have a little, not so much.
I know, I get where you're coming from. But I'm also looking at the bottom line that this is very close to a Southwest Tinubu vote. I mean, it's close.
That's what Wike promises. Whether Wike can deliver that.
I know. That's why I say he must have an outside influence to deliver this number, because that means for every 100 people, half of them vote for Tinubu in Rivers State.
I think
that's hard for me to wrap my head around.
Yeah. I can go with you, brother.
No, I would not go with you, Kulata, because the way Wike is attacking. Remember, we did a session when we looked at all of the top 5 states that will really impact and influence this election. Remember, Rivers State was one of them. And
but one man. Yeah. Out of every 10 people, 5 will vote for Tinubu.
Yes, I can see that, and I can even see more. I'm only going off the back of that recruitment that Wike said.
I can say maybe I'll be comfortable. I will be more conservative. I'll be comfortable with 3 to 4 people voting for Tinubu out of 10.
I would say 65%. Even I'll say 65%.
One man, brother. This three you talk about on the back of who? On the back of purely Wike or on the back of...
After Wike's structure, I'm expecting maybe between 30 to 40% for APC.
Yeah, but that's only Wike now. You said 3 people out of 10. So 30% is only.
I can give them. Because I will go conservative, so I'll give APC 30%.
Yeah, but only Wike will work for them. They will not work at all. Before the last election,
they will work now. They have Magnus Abe too. I'm combining Wike plus Magnus Abe, and Amici not doing anything. Amici is not going to do anything.
No, I don't. So
Wike and Magnus Abe. So that's why I expect perhaps maybe 30% or something, or 40% at the max.
Brother, if Wike support APC and they win 30%,
that's not my spreadsheet. I think that's the obedient spreadsheet.
Wike's career.
Is that the obedient? I was trying to mirror it against yours, so you saw what I was
doing. This one is
obedient now. Yes. All right. Carry on. Let me. Where is that spreadsheet?
So my point is, brother, if APC does 30%, which Wike support, like full support, and they do only 30%, Wike is a nobody. 30% APC can get 30% on their own without Wike. But they got 30% in last time, right? With the Northerner.
They got 23%, but they cut it. They did not get the 25%.
No. Wike was boom against them. So on their own, with a Northerner on the ballot, they can eke out 23%. Now we have a Southerner, right? Not South Southerner, but at least it's a Southerner, right? Better than Buhari, at least in that viewpoint, right? And then they have the governor, according to at least what we know from what he is saying, very powerful governor, right? Even if you say maximum that Wike can get is
40.
3 people out of 10.
If Wike can get 3 people out of 10, and then the normal APC support is.
The normal APC support. Okay,
I would say. But I would say out of the 3 out of 10, one of them could have been natural APC voter that would have been that part or two. So I'll stick to 40%.
Okay, that's why I say we're not too far apart. 40-50, okay.
We're not, it's just I'm just flabbergasted that 50% in Rivers State, like
No,
it
I'm
just
making it
looks
on
so
weekly
high.
support.
No, you should double down, Fatai. I back this because I think Wike will deliver overwhelmingly to whoever.
I believe so too. But
I believe so. All right. Any more questions on the south side before we go to the
Well,
northeast?
quick one, did you also Wike factor in Edo State? Danobi.
Edo, I think.
Well, APC is winning. That's fine. That's fine. Yeah, I think it's factored.
Do you agree with the margins? 40% APC.
APC cannot win Edo. Why will APC win Edo?
Why?
The reason I can agree with this margin is this: the people that are going to vote for Peter Obi, they are PDP people. So at the end of the day, PDP here is 60%, APC is 40%. So that is fine.
And that is why everybody is missing here.
No, that's not true.
Position, when you see APC number, right, you have to also look at your position, right? Okay, whatever you think is the thing, you have to see who are going to take the votes, right? It's like Akwa Ibom 20%, and that means 80% for PDP plus.
Exactly. But they don't realize it until it's you that you're doing the spreadsheet that you know exactly what it is. But others will just like, no, Labour Party.
And if you think Peter Obi will do more than 25%, you only have to understand what is 25%. Do the math. If you out from half a million, that's like 125,000 votes. 125,000 votes is not just people, I don't know, in one rally with one tent in the middle of the field. That's a lot of people. That's an army of people. 125% in 2, 3, 4, 5 months. If Peter Obi gets 25% in Edo State, it's a magic already. It's a big magic. It's not a 25%. It's not a joke. It's vote. It's not a joke.
Look, if it is Edo State, Peter Obi is gonna get a lot of votes.
That's a lot of votes. 25% is a lot.
Much more than that.
Like
Edo State. Let me tell you something. Edo State. They are very independent minded people. Edo people, even their current governor, if you find out how they brought him, it was based on independent agitation, and they went even against the political order and means and brought it. So currently they are not even happy with that guy. So,
but do you realize it's a three-way race? Do you realize it's a three-way race, though?
It doesn't matter. I can guarantee you that Labour Party will take over Edo State, because if there's a state that I know is politically mature when it comes to election, they don't go by who is in power or whoever is Edo State.
25% already is a takeover for a party of 6 months.
Take it down.
25%
Labour Party will take Edo State. You can say some things of some other state, but there are some states that I know that are politically mature. Edo State is one of those states that have political maturity in Nigeria. Forget about Edo State.
That's really not quantifiable, what you just
said. Let me give you.
You don't need to agree with my quantifiability, but I'm telling you that.
Brother, let me give
you. If you see how they dealt with even the sitting governor, dealt with the Shomole. Currently, they are not even happy with the present governor. Then you cannot decide for Edo State.
Sorry, Samuel. All of that dealing with the dealing with was APC, PDP, two juggernauts of the Nigerian political landscape. But the dealing with that you are suggesting now is Labour Party, arrow-headed by Peter Obi. So it goes back to the structures again, doesn't it?
No. Why I'm saying this, it's not just about Labour Party per se. It's because the people in Edo, they go for what they see is best for them. I'm not really from Edo. I don't know, but I watch their political attitude, and I think there's the state that has a lot of political maturity compared to so many states.
What is best for them that Peter Obi is offering them? Can you name?
Yes. What do you mean by what is best? You think they will just Edo is not a party state? Let me tell you.
It's not a party state. Agree with you. What is it best for them? What is it that is best for them?
Let me just quickly ask Samuel a question. Sorry. In Edo State, the election in 2020 that Obaseki won, Obaseki got 57.3%. Ize Iyamo got 41.6%. When you look at the map of how they won, Eze Yamo took the entire Edo North. Obaseki took Edo South and Edo, I don't know what you call the middle part. And if we're looking at Labour parties is essentially stealing PDP votes, most likely that Osage, I mean, Eze Yamo
Labour
vote.
Party is stealing every party's
Wait
votes.
now.
Don't just say
Farabale.
PDP.
Just cool down. Labour Party is mostly stealing PDP votes all over the country, not quite APC votes. And the Edo North is mostly the Muslim Edo. So even if Labour Party is going to steal, it's not going to be that much. It's going to be negligible. So it's easy for Edo State APC to still maintain this 40% that Fatai gave them, and they divide Obaseki's votes between PDP and Labour Party. It's very possible.
That's how you see it. But I'm also saying the way I'm seeing it, I have studied Edo for a little while, and I've come to see that Edo is a state that is very independent. They're very matured politically. The reason why they even came out of and won that election for, though it's 50%, because then there was a lot of chances of rigging. So it was the people's fight against a lot of forces, against rigging that was much more positive. They didn't have beaver then, unlike now that you have beavers and you have things that could make the rigging a little difficult. In spite of that, Edo was able to give the victory to the current governor who is failing them. They went against all these challenges and at least gave something to him. So I'm trying to look at this fact that these Edo people, when they determine for something, they go for it. So
All right.
to me, that's just my the way it's it.
No, that's your
Forget the date.
speculation. But what we're looking at is data.
Yeah, data and reality. Sometimes I appreciate what is good because there's one state I've come to really appreciate in Nigerian politically is Edo State. They're very, very good. They don't go by the governor or I'm PDP or this. If they don't like something, they go for it. And they tell you, no, I don't want you. I don't need you.
My only quibble with you for the South Fatai is you were too conservative with River State. I'm going to stick my neck on that 65%. I think Wike will slaughter them. Wike will slaughter them, and it will go for Tinubu.
I think so too, but I take Kolata's viewpoint, right? I think the only thing I think Kolata is missing now is that it's not going to be only Wike that is campaigning for. If he supports APC, Tinubu, right? It's not going to be only him campaigning. APC also can, on their own, pick out at least 2 out of 20. Then if we can let in the worst case. No, also one man. I'm also cognizant of the fact that it's not a very simple operation, right? To ask people vote this down ballot, but only this one will vote for that one because they are voting for party. They are not voting for when you take your ballot. You're not taking your ballot and say, oh, you are seeing anybody's picture. You are only seeing the party. So it's not a simple operation, especially when you think about that the majority of the voters are not Ivy League people, right? Are not Oxford graduates, Oxbridge, they're not. You understand? The people in the urban centers, right? You can do that. I can say, okay, I want to go for APC. I want this for PDP. I want this for Labour Party. But when you think about majority of them are going to be rural people, they need a lot. It needs a lot of engineering. And that is why a Wike, just to show them that he is serious, he's going to do what he wants to do. He hired 200,000 special assistants. These are the people.
That's exactly why I said it's going to get 20. Because those 200 and something thousand people, their task is to deliver 5 persons at the ballot. So that's a slaughter.
No. I'm factoring in also the
it's going to turn River State to an abattoir.
I'm factoring in the complication also. I'm not totally ignoring that. If you're asking people to vote everywhere for PDP, but only here vote for APC, you can't expect like 100% success rate for that kind of operation. If you get a 70% success rate, you will be happy. Especially when you think what you are doing with a lot of rural people, right? So that I factor that in to conserve my enthusiasm about whoever we can vote for takes River. Eventually, we'll take it, but by how much, right? And that's
all right. For time, let me move you on to the northeast. So we go on to Adamawa State. 2019, 46% to APC, 50% to PDP. 2023, your projection, 25% to APC, 65% to PDP, and 10% to Labour Party. So I understand the 65% to PDP, homeboy, but I'm puzzled by the 10% to Labour Party. I'm not quite sure what presence Labour Party has in Adamawa. We go on to Bauchi. 2019, 77% APC, 20% PDP. Your projection for 2023, 60% to APC, 35% to PDP, and 5% to Labour Party. So Adamawa taken by PDP, Bauchi taken by APC. We go on to Borno, the home state of the vice president, presidential candidate APC. 90% to APC 2019, 7% to PDP. Your projection, 75% to APC, 20% to PDP, and 5% to Labour Party. Are you just being just because you don't want to record zero? I suspect you're just recording.
No. I think in the north, right? I think because of Obasanjo's backing, Obasanjo will try to. I mean, if you look at Labour Party campaign after Obasanjo's because you will see that his rallies, you will see that they are smoother, right? I think that there are a few big boys, right? They want to build their I call them homeless big boys, right? They don't build. They cannot even if they knock on the APC door, they will get kicked out. They are not They are not in PDP anymore, right? It's fractured, and they want to build a bungalow in Peter Obi's movement. So I think this factor, like if you can't find here, if you can't find there, with Obasanjo's support, not Obasanjo as a person, no.
But that Obasanjo space.
Yeah. This thread in the bottom of the needle, whatever it is that Obasanjo wrote, right? This thread is what is what I think is not supposed to be totally ignored, right? Especially in the north.
All right, let's go on to Gombe State. 2019, 72% APC, 24% PDP. Your projection for upcoming 50% APC, 45% PDP, and 5% to Labour Party. So that's Gombe State. Taraba State, which has a strong Christian presence, 2019, 45 APC, 52% PDP. Your projection for 2023, 30% APC, 60% PDP, and 10% Labour Party. So PDP takes Taraba State, Yobe State, Miamalabuni, 89% APC, 2019, 9% PDP. Your projection, 75% to APC. So you have to explain that one, no? 20% PDP and 5% to Labour Party. APC takes that one. So I'm not going to quibble Borno State with you, certainly not. I'm not going to, I could quibble it though, because we might be overly generous, 75%. But I'm not going to quibble Adamawa State, although I might be quibbling somewhat pessimistic, somewhat 65%. But I am certainly going to be quibbling Yobe State with you. 75% to APC. Arrowheaded by a Southerner, and 20% to PDP, arrowheaded by a Fulani man.
Yobe and Borno are like twins, right? Yobe and Borno are like twins. They've been deep. It's the only, even in last election.
They are Canary states.
Yeah. Thank you, my brother. They are the only two deep states that Atiku could not push back in the last election against PDP. These are states that have been APC. Like if you think of APC from previous coalition since 2003, they've been strong vote for APC. This coalition today called APC, it's been strong vote, 80%, 70%, 90%. This is what they've been getting. They've never get less than 70 since they consolidated that area, right? And now you have a Shetima, right? you have a Shetima in that place, their own boy, right? It's not going to be not on the head, but Shetima's job is not even to build from ground zero and deliver them 80%. They have already the machine there that they can deliver to themselves 80%, 90%. Now Atiku is being a northeasterner, right? Or you can't ignore that factor. Atiku is going to run roughshod there, but Shetima is a tremendous influence there. Not only Shetima, even the governor that is there, I don't remember his name. And of course,
Zolom.
Yeah. These are people. I think also Yobe, certainly Bruno. They've never lost.
Yeah, me Malabuni for Yobe.
Yeah, always been APC. What we call APC now. Always been since the democracy that we are talking about, right?
Yeah.
And Yobe and Bono, they are twins.
I question your Bauchi. I don't think the gap. I mean, I know it's a PDP governor that is almost G6, like is pissed off with Atiku, but I question the gap between APC and PDP. I think it's too wide, and PDP still has a strong chance of pulling it off there.
I had these thoughts for a long time. But the only thing that made me say fuck it, sorry my language, right, is that the oil discovery, I think it's a game changer. And that is APC.
Yeah, but this is where Kwakwanso missing in your projection is important, because Kwakwanso will be stealing some votes, even if it's 10%.
Yeah, you might be right. Except that I in the overall country, I think Kwakwanso will not be a factor. I don't disagree about Kwakwanso's factor in the north, even though I don't think it will be so expanded. But I think that its contribution is not going to shake the trajectory that significantly, and that's why. And it's going to shake it in a region, right? Certainly not more than northeast and northwest. Certainly northwest, right? It's debatable in the northeast, right? Maybe except as you are talking already in Bauchi or whatever.
Bauchi and Gombe, you will have some.
And those are the two new oil states, and I think Buhari is going to get a lot of. Except if we are going to go with the narrative everybody is pulling that Buhari hates Tinubu, and he's going to tell the northerners not to vote.
No. Tinubu has his own votes by himself. If Buhari doesn't campaign for Tinubu will still get his votes.
No, I'm just putting in that joke.
All right, let's go to the northwest. So Jigawa State, 71% and 2019 APC, 26% 2019 PDP. Fatai's projection 60% APC, 35% PDP, and 5% Labour Party. A PDP win. Kaduna State, the diminutive little man El Rufai, 59% APC 2019, 39% PDP 2019. Fatai projects 45% to APC and PDP, and 15% to Labour Party. But they tell you that the rally has swept up the whole of Kaduna State and is a large percentage Christian. Kano State, Gandola, 77% APC 2019, 20% PDP 2019. Fatai's projection 55% APC, 30% PDP, and 15% Labour Party. So that's where the Kwakwanso space comes in. Kebbi State, 76% APC 2019, 20% PDP. Fatai projecting 60% APC 2023, 30% PDP, and 10% Labour Party. Another APC win. Sokoto State, the spiritual heartland of the northern region, 56% APC 2019, 41% PDP, 40% Fatai projects for APC in Sokoto State 2023, 55% PDP, and 5% Labour Party. I'm not quite sure where the core of Islamic North give 5% to Peter Obi, but PDP takes it. So Zamfara State rounds off the Northwest. 75% 2019 APC, 21% PDP. Projections by Fatai, this is Zamfara, 55% APC, 40% PDP, and still that tokenism of 5% to Labour Party in Zamfara State. So that's the Northwest. So any pushback on that? All right, let's go to the North Central. So the North Central, Benue State.
Oh, sorry, I have massive pushback, but it can't be fixed. Kwakwanso is missing.
Yeah, no.
you mean for Kano, Abi, especially, or for the
not
whole
just
region?
Kano, Jigawa, Kano, Jigawa, entire Northwest, the entire
Northwest handicap. Kwankwaso is going to fold. I'm giving that handicap, so I can get that perspective. But I think
if it folds, what does it fold to?
It's two ways, right? Kwankwaso, I think the way it's going to work out is not going to talk because of he also has down ballot tickets, right? But I think he doesn't like Atiku very much. If it's going to work at all, it's going to work for APC. So I'm projecting it's going to fold to APC. But how it's going to fold up to APC, that I don't know. Whether it's going to fold up loudly and say, okay, I'm up, my hand up.
Okay.
Or it's going to be, okay, I'll work for it, I'll work for silently.
All right, let's just keep it moving.
All right, just for the benefit of the audience understanding and the conversation, when you say down ballot vote, just in a couple of sentences, just explain what that means.
No, I mean, like, so you have a party, right? You have on the 25th of February, you're going to have the president. You're going to vote for the president. You're going to vote for Senate. You're going to vote for. So the presidency ticket is two, of course, as you know. President VP. You have a Senate. You have you have the House of Rep, right? So you have the federal vote, and 2 weeks after you have the state vote. You have the governor. You have the House of Assembly. I think those two, governor and then House of Assembly. Governor, of course, governor and VP. So when you think about how it's going to turn out, right, how this thing is going to work out, you have to imagine, like, I am a NNPP, right? I have people down my ballot. Even if I don't have an interest in this election anymore. I think Kwankwaso is lost interest long time ago, right? It doesn't, even his people, they're not going to all go out for him, knowing that it's going to be a waste. And some of the regions that really waste their vote is the North. Kwankwaso is not going to win. That is guaranteed, right? So it's going to be tremendous waste of votes to give to Kwankwaso just to win, to do homeboy factor in the North. So, but he has Senate to run. He has people who have his Senate ticket, people who have the House of Rep ticket. These people are going to go, and usually these are the door-to-door people. The closer you get to home, these are the people that will win you vote. A Tinubu is not going to go on the day of election or the day before election and knocking on everybody's door. Hey, please come out and vote for me. It's the councillors that will do. I'm just using councillor. I mean, as down ballot as it gets, these are the people that will do the door-to-door campaign, door-to-door. So it's very important, those things, because it's a double-edged sword. They are campaigning for themselves, and because the election is a party election, it's not, there's nobody pictured on the ballot, right? So people are going to go, by the time you convince you, vote for me, and also vote for my Oga, because you know if I win, but who is going to give me the money from Abuja? Is it not my Oga? So vote for me and vote for my Oga, and this is how the campaigning goes. So it's like that, something along that line.
All right, brilliant. So now the final region, the North Central, so Benue State, 47% APC 2019, 48% PDP 2019. Fatai's projection, this is Benue State, Samuel Otom, 30% APC, 40% PDP, and 30% Labour Party. So a lot of speculation that Otom will be back in Obi, of course. So controversy there. Kogi State, what's Yahaya Bello, arch rival Dino Melaye, 2019 54% APC, 41% PDP, Fatai's projection 50% APC, 40% PDP, and 10% Peter Obi. So there's reason to that. That I'm not sure that anybody queries too much. Kwara State 67% APC 2019, 30% PDP that same period, 55% APC Fatai's projection, 35% PDP, and 5% to Labour Party. So there's reason to that as well, because it's both Yoruba and Muslim, both spaces captured very much by Tinubu. Nasarawa State, 49% APC, 48% PDP 2019. Fatai is projecting for Nasarawa State an equal match of 45% APC and PDP and 10% to Labour Party. Niger State, 71% APC, 25% PDP 2019. Fatai's projection 55% to APC, so that will need some explaining. 30% to PDP and 15% to Labour Party. That would need even more explaining. Plateau State, 45% to 53% 2019 figures.
Can you read it up? We can't see it.
Oh, right. Yes, I'm trying not to make sure that the reveal shows on the screen.
Right.
Yeah. So can you see it now?
Yeah.
So yeah, Plateau State, so 45% to 53%, those are the 2019 figures. 35% to APC for 2023 Fatai, 50% to PDP, and 15% to Labour Party. So PDP takes Plateau State. I'm not quite sure who champions that space. And then we round it all off with the Federal Capital Territory, 35% to 61% APC, PDP 2019. Fatai's projection, 35% APC 2023, 40% PDP, and 25% Labour Party. So those are the 6 geopolitical spaces. So Fatai, should I then scroll up and then you take it at this point and then give us what we have? So at this point, so approximate total. 2015, APC had 53.9% of the vote in 2015, 45.9% of the vote PDP. In 2019, when Buhari took over government, 55.6% APC, 41.2% PDP. So now to Fatai's figure.
Government from 2015.
What's that?
He took over government in 2015.
Yeah, so he took over government in 2015, rather, apologies. So 53%, 53.9%, that was what got him the victory. And then he just rigged himself in 2019 and gave himself more. So to 2023, Fatai's projection, APC will get 45% of the votes. PDP will get 39% of the votes. So 36% of the votes. And Labour Party will get 19% of the votes. So Fatai's remarks, APC wins 20 states, I'm assuming, and they draw in 2. PDP wins 11 states and draw in 2. Labour Party wins 4 states. So that's it. And then a lot of so the approximate voter numbers, it gives us all that. The voter numbers for 2023, the most important. APC gets 22.5 million votes. PDP gets 18 million votes. Labour Party gets 9.5 million votes.
Over generous.
They're excessively so. But there it is. Those are Fatai's permutations. So we take feedbacks. We take feedback. So well done, Fatai. Let me so well done, Fatai.
25%. APC 33 states, 25%. PDP 34 states, and will get minimum 25%. Labour Party will get 12 states.
Can I say something?
One man, thank you. Yeah, hold on, please. One man, thank you, Fatai. Thank you for your time you used to arrange this graph. I know it's not easy, and it took us your time to arrange it. We endorse what to do that, but I will quickly say this. I asked a question in the beginning that who's going to win, but people think I'm just making a word assertion. I don't think we need graph from any APC supporter anymore. But it's your privilege to do that anyway, because we want different graphs. Obedient have come with a graph, Kulata have come with a graph. I don't say we should take Kulata graph above every other person's graph. We're expecting NPP and Atiku graphs so we can match them. This graph you are doing, that's your thinking, your opinion that APC will win. If 10 APC audience supporter come here to give graph, it's going to be APC all the way. So I don't see the difference of the graph you are projecting from what Kulata project. We need other people to come, other parties to come.
It's not a contrast. It's not to make a contrast, right?
I know. Whatever fact you're trying to bring out from whatever issues you're trying to bring out from Kulata's own to make it more clearer and more understandable.
No, it has nothing to do with Kulata.
No, I'm just saying, if you are doing it to make it more better and more easier for us to understand.
No, I was even doing mine before Kulata. Like I was like not doing mine.
Okay, understand.
Like just scribbling on stuff, right? But I was never going to do this, right?
Okay, understand. My point is this. Sorry, I will. Sorry.
Yeah, the point is making, let people do their thing, right?
I know, but the graph for not too many for APC is too much because it's still going to end up APC is going to win. Let's have 4 different graphs for different parties so we can compare together. Because if I'm hearing, if you bring graph, you bring graph, Kulata bring graph, Egmaji bring graph, it's still going to point that APC is going to win. But if 4 different party people bring graph here, that will be more interesting to say. But again,
it's the data that is telling us, though,
yeah,
not Fatai.
yeah,
It's the data that
I know
is,
the data. That's what I'm saying.
The figures are evolving a winner, not
yeah, understand. Just I want to understand. Even the data, if the data, if 10 APC, if 10 APC who comes here, they're still gonna bring out 10 data that APC is gonna win. So it's not gonna be any difference to me anyway. But again, let's come to your analysis now. Since I've said that, let's come to your analysis now.
I don't care about APC. I really like Tinubu.
I know you don't care about. I don't know you don't care about APC, but APC still win anything you do. So what are you not telling me? Anyway, let's come to your policy. Let's come to your. Hold on now. Let's come to your data now. You are bringing now. I see it very, very, very one-sided and very, very, very biased and very, very to suit your emotion. Hold on to suit your. Can I push back on your graphs?
I want you with example, not with general.
I'm giving as I'm saying. I'm not. I'm speaking to the figures you put there. Is it my figures? I'm speaking to your figures. Let me learn so you know where I'm going to. Okay, you put so many datas there. You put so many information there to back it up with data with past and previous datas. You know. And I know there's pattern to all these data and pattern to voting, you know. And in Nigeria, we know that one thing Kulata said, you know, voting that actually is real. It's like they always allocate votes to different states. But again, you saying most of the states that Labour Party will win, you allocate to PDP. Most of the state that
where they will split
they
will fight it out. Who is going to win when they fight it out?
Hold on. Most of the state that the Labour Party will struggle, you give it to PDP, and in the western side, no aggregation, APC is taking it. I'm not for PDP, I'm not for APC, I'm not for Labour, but you saying that Peter Obi is not going to win in the southeast, and you saying
APC, all of them now. Peter Obi will
hold on. Hold on. You saying APC?
No, hold on. He's asking you to speak to what he's actually presenting. He did not say Peter Obi will not win in the southeast. The space that people are querying is Enugu State, which he controversially says not even APC but PDP would take. So he didn't say Peter Obi will not win in the southeast.
Yeah, again. And this graph, I believe when we are doing graphs, we should put it in 2 sections, 2 categories: state and national. Yeah, because some states will vote PDP in the state level, could vote APC in national level.
No, this is a presidential graph.
That yes, it's presidential. This presidential is going to be between state and presidency. They are holding two elections at the same week.
No, but this is speaking just to the presidential
Okay,
election.
fine. Yeah, fine. Now you're saying Port Harcourt is going to APC going to get 50%, or APC going to win by wicked factor.
On wicked factor,
I just wait. Let me land. That is just. I think you just allocate that win based on your emotions. Wike himself.
Wicked support.
No, let me tell you, that's your emotion. Wike himself will not dare in his lifetime.
Yeah, but APC
Outrightly, hold on now. Let me land now.
No, I leave you.
Hold on now. Let me land now. Let me land. So you don't push me back. Wike on his own political career will not dare support APC in Port Harcourt openly. But what he would do to take vote away from PDP, hold on now. What he would do to support and take a vote away from PDP so that APC can have a ground in Port Harcourt is enemy of my enemy is my friend. He will let the crowd go along with what they feel is popular then. Magnazabe is nobody in Port Harcourt.
Hold on now, War Peace. Wike himself has told us that he's going to announce this month, which gives him about 2 days left, who he is going to back in the presidential election.
Yeah, I'm not going to speak for what Wike going to announce for. You cannot speak for it. He speaks by himself. But again, we say if we go with permutation, that what kills Amaechi's career. This Macan Albert Seal that we're saying as APC today, that will kill his career in Port Harcourt. Port Harcourt is like there's a state. Once you have to know some certain state like Delta.
No, Amaechi killed his own career. I thought it to do with APC.
You know what I was intending to do, World Peace. I was actually intending to take feedbacks according to people how they have lined up on the thing, but carry on with that feedback, and then I'll pick it from Emmanuel and then wrote it down.
Okay, so Port Harcourt is a PDP strong state, but because of the wicked factor, PDP is losing there, but that does not give APC a winning chance at all. Well, that's my opinion. In Delta states,
who do you think is going to win?
PDP, hold on. In Delta states, even the support Tinubu is not going to win. It's going to affect his own career. That's we have to understand certain people. See, hold on. Some states are not like east or west or north. Like south. You have to understand this. South states are very different.
I just want to know who you feel is going to
it's not like you just see my statement. I said Wike will allow the enemy of my enemy is my friend. If you allow the election to go with the crowd. Hold on. I know projection. But hold on. If you have taken off my thinking, maybe Labour might win it. I said maybe, but what I'm really interested in.
That's what I want
Delta. Hold on. Delta is not going to go away from PDP, like it or not. APC or Labour Party or not. Okowa.
I give it to Okowa. I give it to PDP.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna say not even Okowa factor. Even Okowa or Ibori is a PDP state and they vote one way. That space is controlled by the Urobos.
Yeah, but hold on. It gave Delta to PDP now.
Yeah, I'm just saying. Then those states is like a tie right now. Like I said before, depending where wicked factor swings to. If the wicked factor swings to most likely it will switch to Labour, that will put Labour in the contest level with APC. That automatically have taken power from
Labour. You can put it, take it to the bank.
It's okay, I'm not arguing with that. It's just projection. If the wicked factor don't play, if the wicked factor right now in Danobi's group that's controlling the major bloc in the PDP decide to move away, move away, meaning give Labour Party the opportunity. That means Labour Party will be.
No, you are going against what Wike has said. Wike has told us that he is going to tell us who is going to back. So, hold on. You are saying he's going to let the space run. That makes it
no. Just here's what I'm saying. I say if them decide not to support PDP, That means they have made their statement there, right there.
Yeah,
If
No,
the
they've
wicked
that
already
now.
made that
That
decision
one
now.
was made since last year.
That decision has already been made.
yeah, that will put Labour Party in a in a winning position. Doesn't mean they will win. It will give them a chance to run for the win, but that gives APC a more stronger hand in winning the state. I've said it before, time without number. APC will have 40%, Labour Party will be having 40%, PDP will be having 20%. But that all I have to say. But to top it all, your graph make no difference from Clutter Zone. I will expect, I would love to see a different graph from a different party. So I can use this space for other people to talk about their own this thing. Thank you so much.
All right, brilliant. Thank you,
One man, can
Wapiz.
I come in?
No, I want to follow the sequence on the screen just so
Oh,
there's some order
that's
to
fine.
it. Oh,
That's
is that
fine.
you, Thomas? All right, Thomas. Yeah, Thomas, come in. Yeah, no, we've not heard from you today.
Oh, thank you, one man.
Have you recovered
I
from
don't
your
know.
beating on Rudolph? It looks as though we go there to take a flogging, don't we? Well, it's unbelievable.
Yes, but I stated my submission. If people take it or leave it, I don't care about what they say. I have my opinion, and everybody have their opinion. I respect everybody's opinion, and I will be glad if somebody can respect my opinion. Yeah, I saw those ladies shouting, people cursing their father and mother in the comment section. I don't care about that. I will say what I want to say. You can take it or leave it.
Thomas,
Yes.
I hope people do realize sometimes that some things we say, a lot of people, thousands of people are watching it and they're looking like, I mean, I hope you understand. I just don't know. Like, I hope you understand this.
Yes, what are you insinuating? I don't understand. Can you speak in language I understand?
You understand that a lot of thousands of people are watching.
I don't care about people watching. That is my opinion.
Yeah, but why have you said that? Yeah, what did he say? Did he say something that was out of turn?
I said that because when he made a statement, and at the same statement, and he contradicted himself, I'm like, do you know that a lot of people are watching you? Like, there's a lot of intelligence.
What is statement? Can you say what I say?
Said that you're not a politician, and you at the same time you're always in a political space talking about politics. That you're not.
What are you saying? Are you making sense?
Hold on, Thomas. Desmond, are you a politician?
No.
Oh my God.
He was a politician. He said he wasn't. He doesn't participate in politics. He doesn't talk. It's like the statement he made.
No. Are you? He said it's a political analyst.
No, listen. It's not even the stuff that he said. There's the word he used that he's not interested in. Yeah, he's not interested in politics. That's what he said. He's not interested in politics. I'm like, you're not interested in politics. Why don't anybody that's not interested in politics should go and sleep and don't bother about what's going on? But
we are not making sense, my brother. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
All right. All right. Let's get back to the graph that
I haven't even said anything. You just cut me off.
Yeah. Let's hear from you. Then we get back to the graph.
Yeah. Thank you, one man. Oh, don't give me a headache, please. Fatai has done excellently good. I don't know the bone of contention when what piece, with due respect, saying somebody else should bring graph. The obedience have brought their graph here, and we have talked extensively on it. Kolata brought the graph or his own opinion. Kolata never tell us that he's supporting Tinubu or he's supporting Atiku. Fatai brought his own graph today. He never tell us he's supporting Tinubu. He's saying his own opinion and his own assertion based on the data.
Fatai actually supports Tinubu, but Kulata, he supports Adewale or Adewale, and he wasn't even on Kulata's graph. But let's take the feedback in the order that people are on the screen. Let's come to you. Let's come to you, Samuel. So Samuel, you are up. So what are you making of the presentation about Fatai?
Yeah. Well, Fatai. Hello, everybody hear me?
Yes, perfectly. Carry on.
Okay, yeah. Well, I want to appreciate him. I think a good presentation. although it's his opinion and his political skewness, at least not easy to bring up such calculations. But I'm a mathematician and I have some ideas about how data is being done. If you do with data, there's always an element of biasness, but we mathematicians try to use all empirical data we have and try to be as unbiased as possible
That's
in order
good
to
point.
get a good projection.
That's a
So,
good point.
but with the look of the data he brought, I could see some deep sense of bias. But that's by the way. On the general,
Can you
there's
pinpoint it?
can I do what?
Pinpoint the bias.
Pinpoint.
I pinpointed the first one on the south-south angle, but I'm going to also pinpoint some other ones, um, like in the aspect of the north central. You see, I know that this politics. This politics in this this new era is going to be very, very unpredictable to me to some extent. Why I'd say so is because of the changes in the electoral process, which is not the same way it is, and the current drive in the Nigerian political space by the youth and by the poor masses, and the fact that they want their vote to count. They've never come out this way before. So I think these are also qualitative aspects of data analysis you have to use in analyzing these current political environment. Now, on the side of I spoke about the South South, which I have already spoken. I want to go to the North Central. Areas I may not really be able to predict very much. The Northeast, North, because these are core Muslim side and core North. I know that sometimes they have a deep um, way they go, but there's some changes taking place, but I don't really know how I would say that much that will go. But in the case of the North Central, which is not core, which is closer to the South, I think they will likely go for Labour Party. But I'm not saying Labour Party is going to win outrightly, but I think Labour Party will have some states. Why I say this is
Name them.
like
Name them. Name them.
So he said Niger.
I can't say categorically, but the states I suspect are going to be Benue and Plateau State will likely go. Why do I
No,
say
I think
this?
Labour will do well in Benue, but it's not going to be enough to win it. PDP will win it. That's what I think we'll do. It's
I
30%.
I don't think so. I think Labour Party will take Benue and Plateau State, but I'm more convinced about Benue. One of the reasons I'm saying this is you see this Benue state, this North Central state, they are not core is Muslim states, and they have a closeness to Christianity much more. But since they are in the north, I think they have tried to live with the north for quite a long time, right from that. But the north have not really accommodated them with a lot of killing, a lot of insecurity. I think their eyes are beginning to realize that look, we have to align more with the south, and with the way the governor, the Benue governor, has been screaming about killing, about Ruga. You could imagine that currently, if not for the agitation, I mean not the agitation, sorry, the political uproar, this Ruga something, it's an attempt to. And you think the Benue, like a lot of IDPs around the north central, and you think they are just gonna vote you and like to continuously be under the mild treatment.
Iochia you comes from Benue State. Iochia you.
He'll try you. Yeah, even if he comes, that does not take away the terrorism that's taking place, the insecurity that is taking place in the north central. So they will not go for a Fulani, and they will not go for a Muslim ticket, because these are pictures of what they are facing. They will not go for political people that seem to still project the image of this they are suffering, which is Muslim, and which is also Fulani Atiku. And whenever anything is happening to them, and a lot of the Christians in the north are not really going to go for those two pictures. That's just my prediction. So I'm feeling that we cannot really conclude how this political thing in the North is going to go. But I think there's North Central, there will be some element of states that will go for this thing, because even the North core Muslim on general are not really also happy with the way their current political people have handled them, because they are the most backward in the whole country. The most backward, to the extent that even Atiku said that the North don't go on social media. They only go, they have radios. I mean, you can imagine in this current era, and
That's why it's going to
yet
be
you fly to Dubai,
That's why it's
and
going to
yet
be
he goes to Dubai. He's proud to go to Dubai, and yet say that his own people don't have this thing. What they have, they don't go to social media. You could see that, and to me, I feel that the North Central and is going to shock a lot of people this political era. So, if you are doing an analysis, you have to look, not even your data aspect is still a little skewed, your quantitative, but even also your qualitative is also highly skewed, because you threw away this side that might tend to show you that, look, if you want to do a data to be an unbiased analyst, try to keep away emotion, try to keep away your own personal interest or your destiny. Be true to yourself. Though I know it's difficult to
So
do.
sorry, you're the one impugning the bias, though, because the
No,
bias is
no, no,
not
no,
in
no, 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 no.
prison.
It's not about imputing the bias. The facts I'm giving you right there are things that are on ground. Put that together with
If
the
even I
data
want
you
to
have.
agree with you,
They are not things that are on ground, though, because there's subjectivity to you are factoring in Peter Obi, you are factoring in how
Yes,
the
I am factoring
yeah.
P2B. Look,
But
I am.
hold on. You're factoring in Peter Obi, you're factoring in your understanding of the Fulani interaction in Benue State and all of this. And those are real quantities, but they are untested quantities. So
that
what
is the
this data,
point.
what is data is
What are you
presenting
saying?
to you? What this data is presenting to you is tested quantity.
So is the qualitative aspect tested, because they are right now testing it. They
How
are not.
many
They are.
100,000 votes is Peter Obi going to win away from the North Central
Wait, let me
in
tell you.
6
When you
months?
talk about being tested, they have tested it for almost 60 years of Nigeria, and realized
Okay.
that they are now in
Sorry,
IDP camps.
they've tested Peter Obi quantity. When has Peter? The only space that Peter Obi has been tested is in Osun State, and
No,
we know the result.
they've tested the relationship of the leadership
2,000
from North.
votes. 2,000
Forget,
votes.
those are the things
From
that will
1 million.
influence the vote in this election. So you
Yeah,
cannot
but
tell me
what
how many
is
100,000 votes are they going to have. I'm only going to tell you that the high likelihood of Labour Party winning over there. I don't know how many are they going to get, because of past data that
Sorry,
are
my
so
brother.
manipulated or by rigging. I can't depend on those ones. A lot of people are coming out now that you cannot really predict. So I'm only going to tell you that there is a very high likelihood of Labour Party winning in some states in the North Central, but the quantity I don't know.
There's nothing to suggest that. There is nothing.
There's
There's nothing.
every element of everything to suggest it.
No. You are padding in suppositions with assumptions, and you are speculating to your inflection
No, rather I would say you are the one seemingly putting the
brother, the
assumption,
only
because you
space
don't
in
want to
North Central
accept
that Peter Obi has a
what's
dividend
taking
is
place
Benue.
on ground.
That's why he's going there every day.
Okay. Look at you know what you have just done. Let's use Benue State as an instance. What you have done is you have determined a destination, you have determined an arrival, and then you are now padding up to that arrival. So you are telling us that they will recoil from the Muslim tickets. You are telling us that they will lash back against their Fulani experiences over the
Absolutely.
space, and then
Absolutely.
you are saying that Atiku being a Fulani man is going to be a factor. So because
And a
already you are
Muslim ticket is going to be a very high factor.
hold on, because you are already at that spot that Peter Obi will take the state. So you are now padding things up to build that narrative. It's like a potpourri. It's curated narrative. It's a curated narrative.
No, It's rather you not wanting to don't wanting to see the pain that making the people do what
The
the
people
pain
are
has brought
suffering,
them to their
Abi.
sense.
All right.
We are all in pain.
Can
Sorry,
I?
my
See,
brother. Sorry.
the truth is what they're
Can I
facing.
put you some give you a point?
I don't know
Yeah,
why.
Kulata has I say Kulata. Fatah has presented data. Some of them you say, oh, they are biased, and that is why we are bringing that data to this platform so that you can speak to it. You understand? You can say, okay, you gave 100 in so and so. That is wrong. I think is going to get 50,000, and these are my reasons. So you are using data to speak to data. That's why, you understand. Even if there was a poll, just like you have the annual poll, people still spoke to it and then presented their fact. You understand? So any data, no matter who's present, we have some element of that person's interpretation of things and perspectives. But that's why we are not taking it, and that's why we say, let us speak to this. Let us have pushbacks. Let us have, you understand? So it is,
Yeah,
you speak to the data, not the person, and speak with more credible data. If you think you have more credible data, you might not be able
that
to
is what I
but
have
the
done.
basis for your, and give us what you think the figure will be.
That's just exactly what I
So
did.
what do you
I
think it will
said
be in Benue? What do
what
you think
I'm
it will be?
saying. Just exactly, I answered that question categorically. I said that the turnout of election this time around is much more different than previous elections.
Almost every
But I
Yeah,
election
cannot
is
give
happening
you
all
no,
over the
no,
exactly.
no.
So what
Hold
do you
on,
think it will
hold
get?
on. No,
Wait, now I
Fataya.
said I cannot give you categorically how many
It's not
percentage this person
interesting
is
to
going
say
to
it will
get,
be
how many,
different.
but
Of
I
course
can
it
tell
will
you
be
that the
different.
likelihood of Labour Party winning in some of the states is high. That
Okay, good.
is
Thank you.
speaking to the
No.
data.
That's wishful thinking. Now that's wishful thinking.
No,
But
that is even much more accurate than this one that you don't know. I said likelihood of winning is high. That gives you much more accurate than
is
this
that because you say
distributive
so?
one
So
that is on your
why
sentiments.
Samuel,
is what? Okay, all right. We're
Sam-
going to loop round, but
Samuel, this is let me tell you the truth. This is basically behind the enemy line. That's what you are.
oh, goodness me! Are you bringing that language here as well?
I just
I know, I know,
someone
I
to
know,
already
I know,
be,
I know that very well. I know
you
that
know.
very well. That is behind the enemy line, but I have to say it
But let me
the
say
way I
something.
know that
Who
data
is
is
the
being done.
enemy?
But okay, let's even assume. Let's even assume you
No,
are
it's
behind the
very
enemy's
correct.
line.
It's very
But you
correct.
need to
You guys
fire your
like
data
some
to
of you will
check
say
to
you are
get
not for
where the
Tinubu, but the very fact is shown that you are for Tinubu by
I like
your
Tinubu.
few
I
analysis.
like Tinubu.
let me say something.
Even the ones of you that will say you are not for Tinubu, we just know you will only put in a
then fire your
camouflage.
data at the
So
enemy. Fire your
outrightly
data at the
Tinubu.
enemy.
Most of you here are just Tinubu, but
I'm
using
sorry.
some other people
I'm
to
sorry to
say
take
you
your
are not.
time. I quickly want to tell this. Thomas, no offense. I laugh in Fuji. Don't always get emotion to speak, Thomas. You don't rush in and start saying things. And when you call my name, but I'll take it like a fun and a jest. I was talking to Fatai. He and I know where we were chopping it to. I didn't take any personal. I query is uh is data with data. And I said, I would have preferred if you have 4 different parties data here. Why are you rushing to tell me is his personal? Are you the one to speak for him? Since when you become his PRO? But
Let me
all the same, no offense taken. Don't do it next time, Thomas, okay?
please. One man, I love this show, right? I love this show very, very well. But
Behind enemy lines, we have AK-47 here. Are you sure? Are you sure you are safe? Are you sure you are safe?
but the truth to be, let me tell you the truth. There, once you brought out the spreadsheet, and I saw that Kwankoso wasn't there. I basically put my phone on silent. That's the truth. I didn't because most of us here are very. You can't just bring out a spreadsheet and expect someone like Kolata to be able understanding that. We don't even have to give this kind of spreadsheet this long airtime.
No,
It,
but Kwakwanso
it,
has been collapsed. This
Where
is
is
on the premise
Kwankwaso
of
going to
Kwakwanso
Malta?
being collapsed.
when
Where
you
is he going to
know,
Malta? Where is he
you
going to
know,
Malta? Apart
you
from
know,
not
when we
where?
know that Kwakwanso is gonna play a very important role in
Where?
this election, and you don't put him. It
Where?
basically
It's out of the 6 zones. Where?
No, listen, it's gonna play an important role in the north, and it basically
In the
cancels
north.
your spreadsheet.
In the
It's
north.
just the truth.
In the north.
It's just the truth, whether you spin it or whatever you want to spin it on. This is an important role in this election, and you have to put it. When you don't put it, I cannot give that kind of anybody that
Actually,
anybody
degree.
outside
It's going to
that
be a
tunes
two-party.
on and see
It's
the
going to be a
spreadsheet
two-race,
would
two-horse
actually
race.
be like me. He would be just
You know
It's going
that
to be a two-horse
Des, you know that Fatai was only being polite because a lot of people have also cancelled Peter Obi out of this election. The real permutation is actually between APC and PDP. A lot of people, because we are at the business
It
end
was a
now.
joke. That was a serious
doing
joke.
that will be doing that will amount to denying the obvious. Now, how can you take Kwakwanso out?
I mean,
you are just denying the obvious now.
It's just so. I mean,
yeah.
And you said it's between APC and PDP. We are denying the open obvious.
Okay, is Kwankwaso going to win Lagos? Is Kwankwaso going to win Southwest? Is Kwankwaso going to win Southwest?
No,
is
you
he
are
going
not
to win Southeast?
Fatai.
Is he going to win South?
Fatai.
Is he going to win
Kwankwaso's
North
strength is in the north. We know he's not going to come to the south,
is he
but
going
at
to win
least he
North
has an
Central?
influence on the
In the
north,
North
and that's
in
going
the
to be
North
a strong determining factor.
In the Northeast, is he going to win Northeast? Is he going to win North Central?
Let me tell
Why
you.
do I waste my time?
Even when the obedient guy that brought out the spreadsheet, I muted it because there's some bias to
You
the
can
only
mute it now. You don't
spreadsheet
need
I
to listen
listened
to it
to.
now.
The only
If you don't need to
spreadsheet I
listen to it,
listened to was
it's not
Kulata
important that you listen
spreadsheets,
to
right?
it.
When
Brother,
the
it's not
obedient
important that you
guy
listen to
brought
it.
out the spreadsheet that made Obi win, I muted it because he had a lot of biasness to it that made
You don't need to listen to it. You can mute it. That's not important.
All right. Let's carry on and take Ola's feedback. So Ola, you're up next. Ola. Okay, I don't think we have Ola anymore. So thank you, Ola. So let's go on then to Solly, who has been quiet all the way through, not like him. Solly, are you there? All right, brilliant. It's working very well. So thank you, Sol. Thank you, Solly. So now let's go to Kulata, who hopefully is there. So Kulata, an excellent job by Fatai, but talk us through then just what you're making of the presentation, Kulata. Everybody has gone to bed. So there it is. So thank you, Kulata. So let's go on from Kulata then and let's go to Patrick. So Patrick, you are new in. Feedback on Fatai's excellent work.
Yeah, Fatai, good job, but a lot of flaws there. You are denying the obvious. The obvious fact is that Kwankwanso is there. It can be speculative to say it's going to down ballot or whatever you call it, but as it is today, is running and is going to grab some votes, and that vote is going to designate. No, wait now, wait, please. It's going to take some votes. You understand? And that's whether that vote is going to affect. That vote might not change the final outcome, but it's going to change the proportion of winning, proportion of victory, or the structure of vote. You understand? So
to which side?
I'll give you examples. Kwakwanso is going to get substantial vote in Kano.
I agree.
It's going to get substantial vote in Jigawa.
You have to specify what you mean.
No, Jigawa was part of Kano, and the spread is there. You understand?
Yeah, but
get some votes there. I'm not saying it's going to win.
That is where APC rules with 70%, 80%, 90% every time.
That's what I'm saying.
And it was never a governor of Jigawa. It was not governor when Jigawa was.
No, wait now.
Yeah, but he has a strong influence.
You have presented your data. Let us speak to it. Then you can push back. Okay. You are not here to justify your data. Let your data speak for themselves. There is
I have to justify it though. I will take your point.
The flaw there is that somebody who is on the ballot is missing.
18 people on the ballot. That's not.
I mean, okay, 4. We are looking at 4.
Actually, that's even your own construction and the media. It's more than 4. It's Sowore is a factor. Adebole is a factor. But how much? What is the degree? To what degree?
Okay, but the issue is that you are not going to put a Sowore on the same
Why not?
as
Why not?
As a
Because
Kwakwanso.
Sowore has been running for how many years? He has his own way. But to what degree will it matter?
No, this is your argument.
Kwankwaso is
that your basis for
the confidence you are basing
for ruling out Kwankwaso? Okay, don't
so
worry.
Sowore's influence is negligible in the south.
Kwankwaso also is negligible.
Don't eat my time. Let me speak to
that. No. Kwankwaso is not negligible in the north. In the north, in the northeast and northwest.
Chairman, let me speak now. Let me speak. It's my time.
All right, let's hear from Patrick.
So you have not a good job, but you have this. That's the first flaw that I saw there. You discounted him, and that might not change the eventual outcome, but that might change the structure of the ballots that we see in February. Then I see a Wike magic happening. I take side with you on that. I see that APC is going to get a very substantial vote in Rivers. Even if they don't get up to 50% or eventually win, they are going to get very substantial votes. People will say, okay, Rotimi tried it, Wike will not try it. Rotimi tried it because he didn't strongly put somebody on ground in Rivers. That's why his career died. And he got a very good opposition in Wike, very strong. You understand? So that's why his career died. He was fighting Patient Jonathan, Goodluck Jonathan, and Wike. So it was not easy for him. So, and then eventually got a federal appointment that took him out of Rivers. And most of the time is in Abuja. So that's a major thing. If you want to be strong, you be on ground. That's why somebody like Tinubu never really went out of Lagos otherwise. So it's not likely to happen to Wike. So I see whoever Wike is supporting might eventually get a very substantial vote in Rivers. But obviously, PDP is not going to win Rivers. Labour Party might win Rivers, but it's going to be relatively marginal. It's not going to be at.
Is that even if Wike was supporting APC, they'll still win Rivers?
Yes. Even if Wike supporting APC.
So okay, brother, before you go on, so if Wike supports APC, right? So you know what you're going to have. The opposition is going to be PDP structure up to now, right? Which Wike controls, plus the very marginal, the APC controlling. This is the opposition against Peter Obi with no structure on ground.
The only thing
it's going to win.
The only thing
wait. Do you know that Rivers vote is almost close to 1 million, right? They've only turned out almost close to 1. So Peter Obi is going to win 500,000 votes, right, in Rivers State with a 6-month campaign, with a rally, with a tent in the middle of the stadium.
Do you think Labour Party is currently not trying to put structures, especially in areas where they know they have strength?
Where?
Do you think they will not in areas like Rivers?
The man is not interested in structure. I don't need to think.
No, they are just talking they will put structures there. I'm sure they are working on structures.
The election is 2 weeks or thereabouts. So
they are working on it. They are working on their structures. Yeah.
Against people
in places where they have strength, such that at least they will have people who defend their vote. If things run well,
structure is not about just the bad. No, structure is a very complex thing now. Even the people running on your Senate ticket is part of your structure, right? The big boys who are going to work
structures on ground now.
The people who are going to knock on door are part of the structure. Structure is not just one thing. Or say, I don't know who is going to stay at the police.
I'm even concerned about the people because knocking on door for him in Rivers is not so much of going to be more effective strategy than he's doing now. Because in Rivers, if they allow things to run normally, will be my win Rivers. If they allow things, left the objective. I've never really given that to Tinubu until I just feel that Wike will swing. If Wike refuses to swing,
but on what ground?
APC is going to lose gallantly in Rivers.
Brother, on what ground will Peter Obi win Rivers State against Wike if Wike does not support him? How?
I just feel that If Wike does
Okay, you
not come
feel
out,
all right. Okay.
this is what I'm saying. If Wike does not come out to support Tinubu, then and say, okay, just don't vote for PDP, then Obi is likely to win Rivers. You understand?
It's circular argument. It's fine, but it's fine. It's fine. All right.
Yeah. So that's
all
my
right.
point with Rivers. With respect to Benue, that guy that spoke to on Benue, I think he has some points, but
Yeah,
it's just
Samuel,
that
yes.
he didn't. That my brother, he didn't really articulate his point very clearly enough. I feel that a lot of factors are going to play out in Benue.
But I gave Labour Party a good number now.
Fatai, they want to criticize the idea. I beg. It's true now. We are not criticizing you. We are trying to put that your eventually. Let's just be very objective. That your data cannot be perfect because it is not INEC results.
No, I'm not saying it's perfect.
Definitely, everything is speculative, right? There's nobody that can present an electoral data that is going to be perfect now because that is not the INEC results that you are giving us. So, and saying that the data is wrong does not mean that you are wrong now.
No, I'm not saying you shouldn't say it's wrong.
It just means that you couldn't speculate very well, and only God can really tell us the future now. So, I mean, you gave it a try. You gave a shot. So, but what you are saying is that in Benue, those factors are going to play because they already sold the narratives of the Fulani headmen to them, and they've bought it. And then these other people are now coming with Muslim tickets, and then the Fulani guy is coming, and the governor is trying to take some side, but I see Labour Party making some mark in Benue, and I see Benue between APC and Labour Party actually. I see Benue within, and if there's any state in the North Central that APC Labour Party is going to make some mark, it's going to be Benue, Plateau, and maybe some elements from Taraba. You understand? Because of the Christian population in those places, and because of their sensitivity to Fulani. Now, not always.
Do you know over how Christianity
That's true.
always affect both? Christianity
What even made that sensitivity so high now?
Wait, let me just say this for a minute. Christianity, when they don't like something, they don't go to vote. Christians don't go
Not
out.
now.
Go out.
Not now. That was then.
They don't go to vote. It's,
not now. That was then. Not now that they've seen a better candidate.
You are counting on Christian. If they don't like what is going on,
wait,
if they see what they like, they vote aggressively. Now, P2B make them vote aggressively.
Wait now, my brother. This argument is just like someone, the one we're arguing before, and say women, they can endure cheating. You are not a woman now, so how can you tell me how women will feel? Now, if you say Christians will not go out to vote,
I think that's how they want.
If they don't, but yeah, you could do that maybe because you look at your Christian friends. I am a Christian, and I
am a Christian too. Don't look
okay, I didn't know you are a Christian. Christians are now going to vote.
Okay,
that's just the truth. And that thing, let me tell you the truth. That thing scares me in the north, not in the south. The Christians in the south are mature Christians, and they take their position. I attend Living Faith Church, Winners Chapel. I know pastors in Winners who are going to vote APC. I'm not talking about pastors in Winners who are going to vote APC, despite the position of the bishop. You understand? They did it in 2015, they did it in 2019, and they are still waiting to do it. I spoke with pastors who are ready to vote for APC. You understand? So Christians are, but the point is that Christians will vote in the South. They are not going to vote because they feel that this person is a Muslim or a Christian. No, they are going to vote the way they will vote ordinarily. So, but in the North, because I feel that, and from the feeling I get from the North, there's some Christians in the North, they actually feel very oppressed, and that thing scares me. They feel very oppressed. They feel that they are being suppressed, and so they are going to respond. But will they be able to make the numbers? No. And that's why this guy chose the Muslim ticket. He had done his calculation very well and knew that that's not going to, even if they protest and sweep the vote, it's not going to really make the change number, and the Muslim ticket is not going to sway any Christian in the south. So the Christians who are going to vote against APC because of Muslim ticket are probably going to vote against them, even if they have chosen a Christian. You understand? And some poll I've carried out suggests that most of the guys who were articulate in 2019 are the ones shouting the Muslim ticket. So they are probably not going to vote for him anyway. So that's not a problem. But in the middle belt, Obi will get the traditional, I said it, the traditional Nnamdi Azikiwe states. The traditional Nnamdi Azikiwe states in the middle belt are Plateau and Benue. You understand? They are Plateau and Benue. Nnamdi Azikiwe is together, and they have some Igbo presence in those states. You understand? So they are going to. These Igbo people have neighbors. They have friends. They are more in certain states than some states actually. So you have them a lot in Benue, and there are many in Kano too. I've been to Kano a number of times, and I've seen there are also many in Kano. But will they be able to? I don't think so. Switch anything in Kano. So those are the things that I have spoken. I buy your data in Bonu. I buy your data in Yobe. I feel that Kulata was just being too conservative in Benue, in Bonu, and in Kaduna, where you even gave Tinubu 45%. You will see on that election day, APC is going to win Kaduna State. APC will get Kaduna 60%. And people will come, nothing less than 60%. People will come back to this platform and say, Patrick, you said so. APC is going to get Kaduna nothing less than 60%. In the northwest, in places like Zamfara, there are some states in the northwest that are mainly APC states now, just like Ogun.
That northwest is because I think Atiku has already been tested in the last election.
They will shock him.
Major feedback. Now he has a problem that the North don't feel the same organic come that they sound like a Tinubu or a Peter Obi would feel. So they can't come out and say, oh, it's about northern turn of the North.
So
it's affecting his campaign.
Yeah.
But on his own, he did well in the last election. He pushed back a lot. He pushed back a lot on Buhari, and they are both northerners. But Tinubu is not a northerner. So they are going to do well. But he has the governor, has all these people, is going to do well. But I think it will be a fight,
all right. Round up the feedback, Patrick, and then we hear from Desmond and Thomas, and then we shut it down.
So, like I'm talking about Northwest. So, Atiku, Tinubu is going to do better than you probably have even speculated in Northwest. In a state like Ogun, some states in the North are like Ogun State now. It's all APC, all the political heavyweights in Ogun State are in APC.
Yeah.
Benga Daniel, Oshoba, Amosun, GNI, just
those
think
numbers are the least I expect from APC in
all right. Let Patrick just round off.
That's what it is. The final outcome is that eventually there's no way you look at it, whether an obedient comes to present. The closest an obedient can do is say, oh, Tinubu is going to win by small margin. We saw when the obedient guy came to present. He said,
it struggles to string it together.
There's no way you will panel beat him and he's still going to win. You understand? So that's just the point. It just makes like the election is not very interesting because Tinubu is just going to beat everybody silly. That's the painful thing, and I don't really like that.
Is that the humanitarian coming out in you? Look at this guy.
I mean, it should be fun.
On that day, Patrick will switch on his camera and do daddy dance. He will do daddy dance.
You're taking the fun out of it now. Oh, man.
No, that one don't want obedient to punch him. That's what that one means.
You know, I've always said that Tinubu will win by a margin that the court will not be able to overturn. You know, usually the margins are usually narrow when the courts are able to overturn it. But I'm expecting him to beat the PDP by at least about 2 to 2.5 million. There, just that sort of number so that it'll be very difficult. And I'm also expecting, by the
2
way,
million is not a big number.
I think PDP is worried now. Did you see Titi Atiku's advert? The recording she did, and say, "Vote for me. I will be the first Yoruba first lady."
Yeah, first lady. I saw that. She did that. She said it a while
I
ago.
just felt for the old woman. Maybe the husband said,
Yeah.
"Go and do it. Go and do it."
And you know something? When Tinubu wins, I have the sense that Atiku will not push too hard against it. He will just say, and if Atiku concedes it, then Peter Obi cannot do anything.
That one. Don't be surprised that I just have the feeling. Actually, I didn't want to say it. I have the feeling that Kwakwanso is going to step down for Tinubu.
No, I think that too.
Stepping down for
This is where I took. Now you are just saying the point I was making.
But I mean, you shouldn't factor that into your this thing. Atiku and Kwakwanso is not running to win. He's going to step down, and it's going to be obvious to Obi that he can't win. If Obi doesn't step down, it's just because he doesn't.
It's impossible. Yeah, it's impossible for Obi to step down because the movement has taken on a life of its own. It's it's impossible, and it's important that it does not. By the way, you know. Yes.
We'll just kill those people's morale.
All right. All right, brilliant. Always a delight, Patrick. You always come late, but Desmond, you're up next if you're still with us. So Desmond, Fatai's spreadsheet, your thoughts.
Don't put me too much, Joe.
I like crowding up the space.
It's good, brother. It's all for fun.
I mean, one man, like I told you, the spreadsheet is I mean, it's basically oozing off bias. Like it's really bias. A blind man can see it. Yeah. But it's all good.
Bias towards Obio. Too much number for Obio.
No, you were too generous to Obi anyway. But
it's just not about Obi something. No, I'm not lying. Like I'm a very objective person. I believe. You get. If I see something, like I told you, Kolato, although he didn't support Obi, I mean, it was almost believable. Like it's okay.
But also said Tinubu will win.
Yes, but and also Fatai's spreadsheet is somewhat mirrors at least to 70-75% Kulata's spreadsheet.
Not really.
Yeah, you're going to come down to that line.
Not even close.
No matter how you look at it.
One man is not even close to Kulata's. Is not even close. I mean, what he did in South and Southeast, it's not even close.
Southeast are basically killed.
But the way he put it, it was like a spreadsheet that you're also imputing futuristic. I mean, what you think will happen in the future.
But that's the point of a projection now.
No. Projection is what you think is happening now, not.
What's going to happen in future? What happening now, we know. What's going to happen in future is projection. Based on what is the question?
No, you're doing projection based on the results, right? On what is happening now, what you think is going to happen, the result that is going to take. Not putting into a consideration who's going to support Tinubu, it's more like a wishful.
Exactly.
That's what the projection is. It's a wish, but based on what is the question?
No.
Brother, you have to understand what it is before you're not getting the point.
Yeah, this is right. I get what you're saying.
But anyway, like I said, it's not easy bringing out, sitting down and doing all this whole graph. I don't have that time. If I had that time, trust me, I would do it, but I really do not have the time. But kudos to you for bringing it out. But for me, I don't think it's something that's needed. Like I said, as soon as I was like, why am I listening to this? I have to just, I'm serious. I have to just mute.
It was too painful, the reality of it.
It wasn't like pain. No, woman, I'm used to this platform now. Nothing can pain me. Do you get?
Yeah.
It was just me looking dumb. Do you get? It's not about the pain. You get? Just like Kolata, don't go sleep. You know, if it was most people you were calling, don't go sleep because it was something that someone will just look. Maybe someone is pumping
No,
it.
it was been a long day now. You could already hear he wasn't even going to come in until Fatai popped up with his graph. So Kolata was already exhausted by the time he came in. But
Yeah. But anyway, Solomon called my name today. I don't know whether me and Solomon is fighting.
I don't know, man. I could hear beef in the tone. Yeah.
I don't understand, woman. Like, he was talking about something. I made a statement about the monetary, whatever. You know, I wasn't even talking to him. It was a general statement. You get? He was taking it to himself, and I 100% agree with what Samuel said today about, you know, they've given some people so many time, like 3 months is enough. Regardless, I know Nigeria is a minute people to go and put money in the bank. I mean, there's people in Onitsha. I mean, most people that even have business people that have money outside bank are mostly Igbos, to be honest with you. Do you get? There are the people that want to have that money there. Most of them, I can make calls and most of them have already put their money in the bank. Onitsha people, Alaba market, all of them don't go back, put their money. So it's depending on whether you're leaving it there. I mean, if you have a reason to keep it out, which is the politicians, you know, you have the reason. And people in the village, it's 3 months. My grandfather, that my late grandfather, God rest his soul, had an account when he was in the village. You know, he knows where the bank is. He takes transport. You know, everybody now has an account. You know, most people anyway, most people has an account. People that doesn't have an account are very like is down deep into the village that maybe they have like 20,000 naira. They don't even have up to 100,000. So when these politicians are just
Just
paying.
about the implementation is the problem. It's not about even the time. 1 month can be enough with a great implementation. Even this Naira, even they are making mistake with how they cut it. The 200 Naira note,
Now,
they say there is more ink.
Was what the intention is. See the intention. This is what I believe though. The intention is let everybody, if you have a legitimate money, put it in your account. That small 20,000 they're giving you out of the ATM every day should be enough to last you for like is it not 3 days?
Yeah, go on. Land that point, and then we go on to Thomas. Des.
Yeah, it's 3 days. 3 days for the whole policy to go down. Now, in 3 days, if you don't put your money in all that money that you're outside in the bank, it becomes useless. On the 1st of February, they will now make that 20,000. Maybe it's gonna be like how much you want. They'll now release the money entirely. Okay, but that money that is outside there is not coming back in. So those politicians are worried, and also Solomon mentioned something. One man, you remember when we were talking about Bitcoin, right? And we're talking about how Bitcoin ruined me and whatever. When I said that I'm fucked because I bought Bitcoin when it was high, 60 something thousand. That's what I said. So Thomas came here and was like, "What am I?" I'm like, "What's there?" I told you I bought Bitcoin when it was high. Now it's low. I'm losing money. That was the space we talked about Bitcoin. I don't know why Thomas is beefing me. I really do not.
It wasn't Thomas. It was Solomon.
Sorry, Solomon. You know, say Thomas.
I think Solomon has marked you down. So tomorrow I'll be asking him what's going on exactly. But I think. Yeah, but you were right though, because I just went on CoinMarketCap and it was 63 point something thousand which you say 65. So you were right somewhat. Yeah.
Yeah. So I was like, I bought it when it was 60 something. So it reduced. So I lost money. That was the space we started bringing.
Hold on to it. Bitcoin is going to be worth $1 million at some point. You know.
I pray so. I pray so. But anyway, let me leave my Oga Thomas.
Yes, fresh from the battlefield. Fresh from the battlefield.
Can I say one thing? Can I say something? Just 30 seconds.
Yeah, go on.
Okay, just what they said about the Naira design that is going to affect the politicians, and another thing, I just think that it's also going to help because these huge chunks of money, it's going to help. I think it's also positive against this kidnapping and terrorism because it's for you to have a huge chunk of money. They want to know the reason how you getting this money. What's the root of this money? So it is these kidnappers that are collecting huge sums of money. So certainly, if this is not put in place, your money, if you got your money through kidnapping, that's going to make a huge impact against kidnapping. Because if by that time you don't do something, and if you are coming to deposit huge sums of money, they know that this money is not, you have to explain the route, you have to explain the source. You understand? Explain how it's coming. And if you don't have a legitimate reason, then there could be a link to something. So to me, there's a lot of positive side. I know it's going to affect people to some extent, but I think it's also help fight this kidnapping aspect and terrorism aspect. Because those money, they don't like putting it in the bank.
Oh man, you know it's very easy for EFCC. EFCC have called me. Do you get? If there's some money that will enter your account, it shows like there's it should just have this kind of what's it called? What is it called again?
It will trigger something, and then
it will trigger something, and they will now start checking and monitoring you. Before you know it, they will call you. What's going on? And what's that? That's how it happens. So you can't just come and put 200 million in your account and think that everything is okay. No, they will find out what's going on. How did you get it?
All right, brilliant. Let's go on to Thomas. So Thomas, good to have you. Are you in your garden, Thomas?
Yes. Yeah. No. I'm at work. I'm on break.
All right, brilliant. Good to have you, Thomas. So fresh from the battlefield, surviving the shrapnels from the. I wonder how soon before we start to call Rudolph Space Radio Biafra. It's fast turning into Radio Biafra over there. My goodness me.
When I listen to people, I would just say, let me go in there. Let me make my comments. And the first comment I made, everybody was just aghast, saying how Rudolph now said, now we make Thomas our special guest for today. I said, bring it on. Then I give it to them. I don't care if you are emotion, don't come to politics arena. There's no emotion in politics. I don't care about your emotion. When we are talking politics, I will talk to the facts. If you can take it, you can leave it. I don't care. So somebody you say you are not a politician and you are analyzing politics. Does that make sense? Do I have to be a politician before I can analyze politics? So back to the spreadsheet of my brother Fatai, the Dalu, my brother. You really did well. I don't need to quibble or castigate you on any number. So far, my assertion is PDP or APC will be your president. And in a nutshell, your final is Peter Obi is inconsequential in this election. Let's just forget him. It's not. It could be consequential to the PDP side, but I think to the APC side, Peter Obi is inconsequential.
That's really the point. It will consequential. Let that him and Atiku will fight each other.
That is it. This Peter Obi will come distant third. This, as I'm still saying this stand tall in this election. I don't care about them. They can some people can throw their phone into the water. I don't care. This stand tall. So I'm not castigating you on anything. You have done well, excellently put. Since APC and PDP is still the first, they are still winning. I don't
No,
have
there's
any
no way
problem
to
with
there's
it.
no other way. When you look at it, it's not even like look, everybody's like me like Kolata now. I come also from that angle. Like let's look at what is the how is it possible, right? How is it possible? Let's give every advantage. And the only way that I see the advantage is coming from where me and Kolata diverges is the voter turnout, right? If the voter turnout is even smaller, Peter will be it's more the more irrelevant it's going to be, the smaller the voter turnout. The only way it can even have an advantage is less every 50 million, 50 something million votes. And then we start to make it some inroads. But to what degree? This is the question. 100,000 people is a lot of people. That's not something you just do into. APC did not just win the election from PDP and that's it. This thing has been going on. The alliances. You know how many phases of the alliances before finally they land in this state. Even with that, they even have to get help from the new PDP, what they call the new PDP, Atiku branching out. It's not easy to overturn the government. You think you just take over government. If you're going to see that happening, by the time you will already be seeing riot all over.
Fatai, you see, I'm a straightforward person. I talk to reality. I'm realistic. If Labour Party that scored, and I said it on Rudolph's channel today. I said Peter Obi is a good man. I can't doubt that. If I said he's not a good man, I'm deceiving myself. The party is the problem. The party is the problem. You can't tell me a party that scored 5,000 votes just 4 years ago, and automatically with uh, Dr. Pella magic, we find himself in the Aso Rock. Does that make any sense? It
Can I say
doesn't make
something?
sense in any way. It will never make sense to me. And
Can
if
I
they
say
want to
something?
prove, let me finish, please. Let me leave my train of thought. If they want to prove Nigerians wrong, they should go in that election and win the election. But I'm speaking on the current data that we have on floor, on ground. That somebody that has 5,000 votes across Nigeria will automatically with Professor Bella Maggi find the same in the Hatsoro. It's just total gibberish to me. So thank you, one man, and thank you, Fatai. God bless everyone. Thank you.
Can I say something?
All right, brilliant. We're about to round off though, but say
Yeah.
it. You have 30 seconds because it's time to go to bed.
Okay. In response to what Thomas said, I really respect your view. It's you're entitled to your views, but you see, sometimes yes, a party can win 4,000, even let's say 2 months ago, and the next 2 months they can bring about a massive change. You see, it's just like when you take a seed today, it looks very small, but it is that same seed when it matures that will give you over 1,000. 4 years ago, probably it was just a 4,000 little seed, but then something happened. So you also have to believe in the power of change, and you also have to realize that there is always you don't always look at things based on how they were in the past. So people, there's always a positivity, a chance of a change. So I know you might be looking at, oh, how it's always been, and it looks like, oh, things can never change. Probably you feel you have this, you want to take things in the angle of things are always going to be the same. Things are not always going to be the same in many instances, and particularly if God listens to people's prayers. So I'm just saying that I have experience that sometimes people might speak actually towards you, might not really mean that they hate you or they don't like it. It's just the way you have your realities, there's also ways people also have their realities, and sometimes they feel that that is the best way that ought to be followed, and they just feel they don't understand probably why you don't see the positivity that they are seeing. And it's not in terms of trying to castigate you, or though some people will say it out of anger, in the sense that it is because of the pain they are going through, things they are going through. You understand? And but outside the pain or emotions, there's also,
All
just
right.
like
Yeah,
I
yeah.
say,
This is an
change.
essay now.
Change.
All
There's
right. All
always
right.
room for change. So don't condemn something because of the little it had before. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Samuel. So one final question, Samuel, and just a very short response to it. How did you discover the platform? How did you come to find about we were here?
Your platform?
Yeah.
I've known your platform for a little while, but it's just that I've not really been so much in the space. Just once in a while, when I have a little time, I join different platforms anyway. But I listen to them on the background once, little by little, and sometimes when I feel I have a little chance and some kind of topic that interests me, just like today's topic, what really interested me was on the new Naira note design. It was one of the line that kind of interested me, and then I also participated in other side of the discourse.
All right,
I
brilliant.
kind of
Good to meet us. Good to meet you. Rather, join us again. So thank you. So thank you. Let me. So I'm going to round off here. But I'll give the final words to Fatai, who is the man of the moment. So Fatai, in just about 2 minutes or so, wrap it all up for us. Fatai, good job.
Thank you, one man. Thank you, everybody. I take in the criticism, but if you are going to do a presentation, the point is to defend your every single line. That's what the presentation. It's not like I don't accept criticism. I accept criticism. But if I'm going to put something up, I am ready to go to war to defend every line. I'm not going to take it and say it is like this. So I don't. Because I believe in something. That's why I'm putting it up. So I'm believing in every line, and I want to defend it. To that point about Patrick's point, it's not because I don't accept it, but the point of the presentation is to defend it, to defend every line, right? So it's what everybody's point is well taken. So I mean, one thing that you quickly realize when you are doing this thing, right, is that you see that look, no matter how you cut it, no matter how you slide, like if you just want to write to what people were saying, if you just want to write who is going to win, you don't even need to do 2 minute work I mean, you will find it legitimate to say Tinubu will win. It's not interesting. The nuances is what is interesting, right? Everybody that even obedient who believe Peter Obi will win, they are only waiting on miracle, right? It's only they're waiting on miracle. Yeah, miracle is possible. Nobody discounts miracle, but it's just you are hoping for miracle. Maybe who knows what happened in life? Who knows? But if you take away, if you be led on a miracle, then you will see that no matter how you slice it, even Atiku's people, even Arise people, if they did cut, the best they could come up with is a runoff. There is no way to discount Tinubu. Has nothing to do with whether you are bias. If you want to claim it, you can say to say something is bias. It's just a generic expression. But what is your specific example? I think Peter Obi will do well in Benue. I don't understand what everybody's pleasing. The only thing different I think is that no matter how they do, PDP will win Benue. That is if try use the land bank. It's a lot of things. Even Peter Obi going to Benue. Like if you look at the North Central, the only place Peter Obi is really good is Benue. If he knows he has better chance in other places also, he will be going there. But his best chance is going to come from Benue. But even in that Benue, even this guy, the governor, he just dribbling in. He say, "Oh, Peter Obi, oh, you are the most beautiful human man, but I'm still in PDP. Oh, Peter Obi, hey, that's dribbling. If he feels that you are controlling the ground, it's a politician. He will support you. He doesn't like Atiku that much. There's no all this one he say, I'm still a PDP. Everybody knows he doesn't like Atiku. So there's nothing stopping him apart from like if he doesn't want to go out from the decision of the group. Other than that, everybody knows he doesn't care about PDP, right? So what's stopping you from supporting? Just saying, look, Peter B, tomorrow let's go on the street and start campaigning together. Nothing. But because you know it's not total, it's not so straightforward. Like Peter B is going to run roughshod all over Delhi. But he will do well. He will do well. That's why 30% is a lot of number anywhere, right? So that's it. I'm not an APC person. I don't care about APC, but I've been impressed about many things. I am impressed about many things about Tinubu. I'm not a fanboy, but I am impressed when I reflect on a few things. I think he's a brilliant guy, and that's to the point that I like Tinubu. To the point that I think he's a brilliant person. No matter how you slice it, no matter how you hate him, you would have to come up with in this crop of what we have as this generation of politicians. I mean, who is more brilliant among these politicians? I'm not saying among 200 million Nigerians. I don't know everybody in Nigeria, but among these people you put forward, I think he's the most brilliant. You know, and I think I am impressed. A few things when I think about a few things he did, a few things blah 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 in his life story, and I am impressed. And that's absolutely power of change. We all know power of change is possible, but what is the reality, right? What is the timeline? If you are looking at a 2-year window, yeah, Peter B will continue to march on his strength, but the window is too short to convert. Either way you want to look at it, either from Labour Party angle to convert 5,000 to 50 million. You know, and you're not seeing every day on the street protest. You're not seeing all the civil servants everybody throwing, stoning the government. You're not seeing all of those things. You're just so where is this tsunami coming from? Tsunami of 5,000 to 550 million to go to the asteroid. Where is it coming from? The advantage has been given for in voter turnout. If Peter B is going to do well, there will be voter turnout. If out of the 95 million registered voters, if we had 70 million, yes, Peter B is closer to being in asteroid. But if we don't get, because you will want to assume that those huge number of new people, they are coming out because of Peter B. But if it's not going to be more than 50 million, which is a lot, the last one was 28 million, I think. If you're going to have not more than 50 million, 55 million, it's not going to win. Not more than 60 million, it's not going to win. For Peter B to win, you'll be looking at 80 million vote turnout. And the major half of that is they are coming out because of Peter B. But if you look at, if it's going to be the way people have always come out, it's going to be the 2 months race that we always do. One person is a factor. I don't discount that he's a factor. But I think he's still going to step aside. Even he's not going to risk his image to go and contest when he knows he's not going to win. It's not going to be that he's going to win Northwest 90%. Maybe he's going to win 20% here. His biggest state is Kano. He's not going to win Kano 60%. He's not going to win Kano 50%, even if Kano is going to win. He's not even, that's not possible. He's not even in government. He's been in government a long time ago. His impact is diminishing. Even in the last primary, in the primary before in APC, he beat Atiku to the number of delegates. In the last one, Atiku beat him even in his own delegates. His influence is waning. He used to be very influential, not anymore. And Kano politics is completely changed. They now have 4 new monarchs. Somebody is the one in government. So there are factors there that make me believe that Kwankwaso is the new folder. I don't discount him, just I have folded his votes. I have folded his vote and put it around. That's it.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Fatai. So thank you, Fatai. So that was the final word from Fatai. So also thank you, Fatai, and thank you, everyone. So we call it a day here to reconvene tomorrow. Thank you. Excellent job from Fatai. Thank you, everyone, for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, all right. Thank you, Fatai. So thank you, Fatai. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. So that's been the session. We welcome Samuel to the fold. Hopefully you join us again, Samuel, Thomas, of course, and War P. So thank you, everyone. Adeleke had to leave to attend to matters. So I'll say good night here and see you tomorrow. Thank you to the super chatters, especially, so there was a super chat by Des actually that I did not acknowledge. Let me acknowledge this. It says the bias of the spreadsheet is oozing. So far, Kulata has done a slightly better job, but kudos for the effort. So thank you for the super chats. And of course, let me acknowledge the coffee space as well. As you know, as ever, the name that is going to come up, you already know it. The person that has been keeping that place 100%. So that's Ayo, of course, doing as Ayo always does. So this is Ayo doing as Ayo always does. And there he is right there. Regular as clockwork. So there he is right there. So thank you one and all. I'll say good night here and peace.